on YouTube. Welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives. How is everyone tonight? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me do a quick audio check to see how it sounds. Okay, so test 1, 2, 3. Mom, my, Peter Piper picked the peck of pickled peppers. Let me do a quick audio check to see how it sounds. Okay, so test 1, 2, 3. Mom, my, Peter Piper. All right, I think that's good. We're not any bad delays tonight, so at least so far. How is everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you guys' patience tonight. It was one of those work days where it almost wasn't going to be, right? Things just got crazy, and I still got a chance to be here. But yeah, I could have probably worked for another 2 hours. And might have to get up early tomorrow for that. So how is everybody? How are you all doing? Welcome. Appreciate you guys joining tonight on the live stream. Hopefully you're having a good Monday. Anybody, anything exciting going on for anybody? I mean, hopefully like something, an exciting, positive Monday besides the fact that it's almost over. So appreciate you guys being here though. Let me go through and say a quick hello to everyone. At least try. I'm going to move my mouse around here. I had to do an update and things were everywhere when I did that. It's kind of weird. All right. So War Room EDC, Marco, Blind Woo, Fury, Crazy Roach, El Cap Addict, Mo Patty EDC. Hello. Welcome. Appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for joining tonight. How are you all? Jim Terglifia. Let's see here. Raccoon Tactical, what's going on? How are you? Welcome. Appreciate you being here this evening. Thank you for joining. Mo Patty, by the way, hello. Hello back at you. Always thinking about you. Just know that. All right. Let's see. Who else do we have? Scrolling down. Mike Jernick. Hey, what's up, Mike? How are you doing this evening? Welcome. Appreciate being on the live stream. Saying hello to everyone. All right, Paul, I might. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Paul? How are you? And I think I saw your first hello. How about that for a change, huh? And I got something in my glasses. What did I get in my glasses? That's going to drive me nuts all night long tonight. Sorry. Especially when the light's right in your face and it makes it really stand out. So anyways, all right. So you all saw the link for the giveaway. This is the giveaway entry tonight. Let's see, make sure it works. Let me open it up. Hey, look at that. And it works. That's good. That's good. At least I put the right link in this time. So that's good. Probably not coming back to 1,000 comments about Rob. Wrong link. Angelo, what's up? Appreciate you being here. Oh, my nose is itching. I might sneeze. So I have a Kleenex ready. So if I jump off screen, just know. Let's see. Who else do we have that's here? Laid Off Pete. Hello, Laid Off Pete. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining tonight. You and everyone else. Let's see who else we have. Tyler Williams, what's up, man? Saying hello to the whole crew there. How are you this evening, Tyler? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for joining. Who else do we have here tonight? That the Ponds, what's up? Did I say hello to you at the Ponds? I don't remember if I did, but hello. So nice. I'll say it twice, right? Let's see here. Oh, look, it's Rob Nerdy Knives. He's late. What's going on? Well, I explained it already, so sorry. All right. Going on your yearly review, Rob. Absolutely. Yeah, that's an interesting year for yearly reviews. I won't even talk about that. Yeah. So anyways, I got my review and I'm officially awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm officially awesome. I just wish I got paid awesome. So there you go. How about that? Let's see what else. Everyone else saying congrats, William. Oh, what's up with William? William, something cool happened for William? William. Where's William? Did I miss one? Well, I don't know who. Congrats, William. It's two. So congrats to William. El Cap Addict saying hi to Pawns and everyone else. Very cool. All right. I'm trying to catch up. Adventure 50 or Adventure Man. Sorry, Adventure Man. I think this is an Adventure 50 here too, but Adventure Man, welcome. Appreciate you being here this evening. Thanks for joining. Who else do we have out there? I said hello to Raccoon Tactical. What up, Knife Fam? Saying hello to everyone else. So cool. William Hornbostel. Oh, so William Hornbostel, did you say something earlier? Knives are life. Yo, back at you. Welcome you and Help with Gadgets and Raccoon Tactical and Angelo and all those good folks out there. Hopefully you're all doing well. All right, let's see. I think I'm catching up. I'm getting there. As soon as I say that, I'm going to kick myself in the face, right? Because I'll get way behind. All right. Try and scroll down quickly. Jesse Duncan, what's up? Evening, Robbie. Evening to you, Jesse. Appreciate being here. Thanks for joining. Who else do we have? Man, Tyler, you always make me look so bad. You say hello to everyone. I'm the guy that's going to be like, can I do the shotgun hello to everyone and just kind of hopefully get somebody out there? Because I always miss somebody. I'm sure I'm missing somebody. So if I am, I'm sorry. Tom Guillon. Oh, no, my name is on a list. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, you know what I just realized? I think I'm just on top chat, which means it could have filtered out some of you guys. So if I didn't say hello to you and I went right by you, it's probably because it was doing top chat, which I don't know what the algorithm for that is. I don't know how it determines it. It's not what I would do. Nebsig, evening all. Welcome, Nebsig. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. Who else do we have? Come on, scroll down. Scroll down. Ryan Smock, the music sounds like Rob is about to play Clash of the Clans. It also makes you want to dance sometimes, I think. Like at the end, usually we do, let's dance. Ed, what's up, man? Appreciate being here. Thanks, Ryan and Ed and all the good folk out there. Jeff Hamilton, every Monday I go to wait all of you erudite writers because of the comments are so awesome, but my chemo schedule is such that it kicks in just as I get here. I feel like I've been slammed. Oh man, we're going to lift you up, man. Lifting you up and thoughts and prayers. All right, Jeff, hang in there, stay tough, but we're here to support you. So enjoy the hellos, the comments, sit back and relax. All right. And no, we appreciate you being here, man. All right. Paul, I might saying hello to Smock. Ed saying hello to Kool-Aid Man is in the house. Uh-oh. That's me, my slip joint. Matter of fact, you never knew the Kool-Aid knife this was my Kool-Aid knife right here. My little hedgehog, Camel Carbon hedgehog. That was my Kool-Aid knife. And I thank folks like Tyler Williams, got me all into the slip joints. He sent me some superlative ones, and there's still that one from Arno Bernard. Yeah, I haven't thought about that one. I should have brought that up. Now I'm thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Anyways, all right. So who else do we have here? Gonzo saying hello. What's up, Gonzo? Appreciate you being here. Let's see. Just in time. Yo, just in time. What's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. I don't know how far down I got, and it just jumped. Really jumped. Okay, so how many did I miss? Okay, how far did it go? All right, just 2 pages. That's not bad. Relatively speaking, that's pretty good, right? So, all right, I'm sure I missed a few folks. Yeah, like Brown Sugar 69, Watch City Knives, Waylon, Burkles, Cerakote LLC. I like that. That's a long name, but if you say it, sounds very formal. Yeah, I feel like I should say good day, sir. But good day to everyone. Appreciate everyone being here. Gonzo, of course, again. Thanks everything for the Watch City Knives, man. That's cool. That's cool. Watch City Knives. Appreciate you encouraging everyone out here. All right. Let's see here. Who did I miss? Just in time. And we got the Pawns. Feels too quiet. It does, doesn't it? We need a little kazoo here, don't we? We need a little song, a little happiness, a little Hello Monday. So here we go. This kazoo salute is for you, the Pawns. There you go. I don't know where that sounds a little rocky there going on. That came out of nowhere. Okay, that was weird. It's going to be an interesting Monday. I can already tell. Oh, that's crazy. That was like music out my nose. I'm not going to say the other word. Anyways, because you'll have me saying it tonight. You're going to comment something and I'm going to say it. And then I'm going to be like, you got me. I know it. Even though think I'm ready, I'm never ready. All right, let's see. Kevin Smith and Knives. Hi, Rob. Hi, everybody. Hey, hello, Kevin Smith and Knives. Appreciate you being here this evening. Thanks. Hello to you, Kevin Smith, and the knives. I guess, I always say to you to Kevin. I don't really say hello to your knives. I bet your knives feel kind of lonely. All right, that was a weird thought there. Anyways, all right, let's keep going. Pretend I didn't say that. What a great support group, man. Absolutely, Jeff. You got it, man. All right, so, it just shot right past. So, yeah, if there's some people I missed, just know it's telling me to hurry up. Speed up there, mister. So I'm getting there. Brian Dixon, what's up, man? Appreciate being here this evening. Evening to you. Thanks for joining. Oh, I think there's somebody right above you that I just went past. Did I? Nope. Okay. Now it wants to go down. All right. Let's see here. Who else do we have? Rick's Knives. What's up, Rick's Knives? Man, that is a big hello. That's impressive. That's impressive. I feel like he just said hello to everybody in the room. That's cool. All right, Brian Dixon with the kazoo salute there, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we got M King M87. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to call you M King. How about that? The Mighty King, M King. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining this evening. How are you? Let's see, what else do we have? Rick's Knives. Oh, has someone been practicing? I don't know where that came from. That just happened. Just happened. Slaughteroo, last week's late night steel talk was a lot of fun. It was the latest Monday night live, actually a Monday to Tuesday morning night live I've ever done. I didn't even realize what time it was. When we looked at the clock, I was like, are you kidding me? So I don't know if I can do that too many times. That was a rare exception, but yeah, that was fun. It was fun. Paul Mills, what's up, man? Appreciate being here. Paul, thanks for joining tonight. How are you? We got a plethora of Pauls in today. Sal Carr, 88. Man, appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. I think I said hello to you, right, Sal? Don't know if I did, but if I didn't, hello again. And if I did, say it twice. All right. Oh, man, you just won't let me scroll, will you? Man, this application, I feel like I'm fighting it. I don't know if there's a better tool out there. I just don't know. Not for this. Unless you pay lots of money. I'm sure there is. All right, Rick's Knives. I'm a man of the people, Rob's Nerdy Knives. That you are. Appreciate you, Rick. Thanks for being here, man. Saying hello to Blind Roof Fury. Man, that's cool. That's cool. Rob is just that talented. I don't know about that. I'm something. Sassy and the Beast. Hello, hello. Happy knife night, man. Hello back at you. Appreciate you being here. Homer, did I say hello to you yet? I see you saying hello to everyone. I feel like I didn't, but I might have. So I can't remember. So I'll say it again. Hello, Homer Feltus. Appreciate being here. All right. Who else we got? Whoa, it just jumped down again. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Every time I go up 1/2 a page, it jumps down 1.5 pages. It's like, it's telling me you need to move tonight. Seriously, I was literally just looking at it, trying to freeze it. It's like now doing it every few seconds. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Not really. Kelly Mishmash. Hey, Kelly Mishmash. I was trying to see your name and say hello to you, but it kept jumping. So I didn't really get to see your hello or anything, but I'm just saying hello now. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Who else we have? I like that. Burkle's Cerakote LLC. That's just, thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate you being here. Y'all check out Burkle's Cerakote LLC down at the corner shop. No, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like a family business or something. You know what I mean? Waylon saying hello to Kelly. Mo Patty saying hello to Kelly's Mishmash. All right. Who we got going on here? Paul Mills saying hello. All right. Am I Hoffy? What's up, man? What's up, Hoffy? Appreciate being here. Thanks for joining. All right. I think I caught most everybody. Did I? Let me go to live chat, see if it skipped anybody, at least in the most recent chats. I think I said help with gadgets. I'm pretty sure I did that. The pawns. Yeah, I think I'm sorta kinda caught up in a way. All right. Well, hey, Datus Outlaw. Hey, Rob and friends. Appreciate being here, Datus Outlaw. Appreciate you joining. Lee Ward. Hello, knife people, man. Appreciate being here, Lee. Thanks for joining. All right. So tonight, yeah, it's been a cool week. I will tell you. We had Easter. Obviously, my son came and joined us for dinner. That was a lot of fun. I got a chance to check out the Dixon. I don't have it here tonight. I had it for 2, maybe 3 days with the shipping day. I wish I could have showed it off to you guys. I'm dropping my review tomorrow. It's a long one, but it's a very in-depth review. I detailed in-depth analysis of that knife, and I love it. I'm just going to tell you straight up, you know, if you don't want to watch the video, All you want to know is, do I recommend it or not? I do. All right. So I'll give you a hint there. But if you want to watch it and you want to see the details of the knife and why I do, and my argument for it being probably going to be one of the best knives of 2025, watch the video. Now, you don't have to agree with me. You can absolutely disagree. I have no problem with that. Right. But at least, you know, you can see my side of the fence, right? What's the good word today, people? Jason Carl? Jason, you're here. That's the good word. Welcome, Jason. Thanks for joining. Anybody else that I miss? Brian Dixon, I think I said hello to, right? Brian, I said hello to you. I think I did. If I didn't, I should. Nick Travagliolini. Nick, how are you this evening? Appreciate you being there. Howdy all. Howdy back at you. All right. All right. So, yeah, that Dixon is something else. So I checked out the prototype. It was good. It was really good. The production, it's even better. Now, if you expect it to be exactly like the Mac 2 iteration that we see now, no, I don't think so. I think that's kind of unfair, right? It's a first version of it. And I think it's going to go through its iteration just like the Mac did. You had the Mac 3.0, the 3.5. Then you saw it go to, you know, having different standoffs, more rounded edges, you know, and different blade shapes and different handles, inlays, different milling patterns and anodizations and things like that. I think all that's going to happen. I think this is just the base model coming out. But here's the big benefit. If you've all along thought, man, I wish there was a knife bigger than the Mac, this is it. This is a much bigger knife. Now, it's, you know how I don't mind a big knife, but I sometimes have trouble because I have shorter fingers. How do you handle a bigger knife? Well, this one actually works in my hand. I'm not stretching when I handle that knife. That's what I really like about this knife. It's not a big knife that you feel like you have to stretch. You like it a lot and you're willing to stretch and you feel like, yeah, I don't know if it's going to fit. But at the same time, holding it like I know you guys with longer fingers, bigger hands, it doesn't, it has that size that I think your guys are going to enjoy. So I think it's one of these knives that going to have a lot of appeal. Now, if you have Shaquille O'Neal hands, it's not going to be that size, right? And if you have, you know, let's say 1/2 of Cole from Tri-State EDC hands, I saw his review the other day. He talked about he had little, I don't know, he said something about his hands, and I literally almost shot tea out my nose. It was so hilarious. Anyways, yeah. We called it little baby man hands or something like that. He said it was hilarious. Anyways, it's a good sized knife, but it's not super small. It's not super big. It's really comfortable, contoured action. It's got that McNeese action. Yeah. So I think I'm excited about it. I'm excited. I'm going to try for one on Friday. 425 is when it drops. I get nothing out of this. I didn't get anything from getting the knife. I paid for the shipping to ship it to the next guy. So I got a chance to handle it, got a chance to experience it. And I'm grateful for that. I'm absolutely grateful. I'm not a big dog where maybe they might've gotten a free one, but that's all right. I'm still honored to be able to check one out a little bit ahead of time. That was really cool. I appreciate Jonathan and Amy doing that. They're good people. I enjoy talking to them at Blade shows. I've talked to them quite a bit now, it seems like. Anyways, I just really like their aesthetic and their design. So, all right. So anyways, that is the Dixon. Is it a Chinese collab? Ah, Pons, you're hilarious. The Dixon's based off of his 2010 full USA custom knife. You know, Jonathan McNeese only used to do USA customs, and then he started doing USA production. And so this was one of his more popular, I guess, or most popular customs that he did, from what I understand. But it was done in 2010. I don't know if you all saw the wonderful person who seemed to have some issues with Jonathan and his knife. I hated to do it, but I had to eventually ban him. It was just really negative. I spent way too much time trying to engage with him, trying to bring him over to okay, you have some beef, you have some issues. Tell me why. Give me your explanation. Maybe this is good for other people to know, instead of just saying, you're an idiot, you suck, this sucks, that's it. That doesn't cut it for me, right? That's not a community. That doesn't engage. You know, if you got a perspective that no one else has, I think it's cool to hear it, right? I think it's good to hear. So, hey, Brandon Goad, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Ryan Ellis, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Spider G's EDC, appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. I see a few names I didn't say hello to. Who else did I miss up there? I'm sure I missed a few. I said Ryan Ellis. I did. John Takamori. I did. Yeah, I think. Okay. If I missed somebody else, let me know. I like Spider G's EDC. That's cool. That's cool. I like your name, by the way. Yeah. So I agree, Tyler. I did. I was. The thing was, okay. So here's the thing. He wasn't just there to make a comment. He commented with 3 different users, and you know why I know? He misspelled the same words with all 3 users and had the same grammar in all 3 users. The chances of that happening are highly unlikely. Then he went over to Instagram and he commented over there with the same spelling, same grammar. And it was like, seriously, come on. I mean, that's someone who's very passionate about that, but it's also someone who might need to step back and chill a little bit, right? I had nothing to do with you and Jonathan. I'm enjoying a knife, sharing you my thoughts. Now, if you have a different thought, let's say you have really large hands or you have a certain ergonomic hand, share why that doesn't work for you. If you've experienced the knife, share why it doesn't work. But you know, some of the people who sometimes comment have no clue because they've never even touched the knife, right? So that's not cool. So anyways, I just wanted to tell you, I have had a few conversations, and I think a few of you guys might be here tonight who we might have had some conversations that could have gone one way or the other. And then I kind of challenged you, I think. And I said, hey, tell me why. Give me a good reason. Explain why you come from that point of view, because other people could learn from that, right? That way we're learning from you. Hopefully you're learning from others, right? That allows you to check out new knives, new aesthetics, new design, new engineering, kind of new innovation. And that's what makes knives more awesome, in my opinion. So, I'm hoping at least a couple of you guys, because I always want to give someone the benefit of the doubt until, you know, you give them a, you know, you give them a bridge to walk over. But if they keep putting dynamite and blowing up every piece of the bridge as they're walking towards you, at some point you just got to end it, right? So there you go. All right, who else we have? Nick Martino. I notice a lot of people judge stuff based on price without ever handling it. Nick, that's very true. That's a keen insight. You are absolutely right. A lot of people do, and they base it on what they think is an expensive knife or what a knife should be, and not really having handled it. And that's usually when I ask them, I said, you know, when you say this knife, you know, like one guy, he kept saying, oh, the Dixon is a copy of the Sleege Bowie. The Sleege Bowie came out in 2014. The Dixon's been out since 2010. And it's like, it's exactly the same. No, it's not. The Sleece Bowie is made in Taiwan, overseas. The Dixon's made in the USA. The Sleece Bowie is a smaller knife. The Sleece Bowie uses different steel. It has phosphor bronze washers. Its scales are different. The angle, the geometry is completely different. If any of you have ever handled a McNeese knives, like the Mac 2 or Mac original, the Mac 2, the 3.0 or 3.5, you know your hand fits like a glove. It's just the way he got that down is just amazing. The Dixon is right along. It is just fits. So I that's just where I'm coming from. That's my experience. I handled it. I compared it, and I genuinely enjoy it. Dragoon LSK, man, evening all. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. How are you this evening? Let's see here. We got Ryan Ellis. I said hello to Donald Milikovich. Let's go. Hey, Donald. Appreciate you being here, man. Who else do we have? Twist Assist 76. What's up? Appreciate you being here. Thank you. I got the email. I don't know if that was Bluminati Ninja or you that sent it. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. And Bluminati, your 1-year membership card will be going out this week as well. I got your email, so congrats. Wes Gibson, what's up? Hey, appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining tonight. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Shakespeare, well put. I think it came from one of his plays. I can't remember which one. Anyways, sup, Paul? Hope you're well. Saying hello to everyone. All right. Whoa, I was just trying to get to the Adventure Man. There we go. Adventure Man, thank you for the super chat. Do you know if skiffs fit the Tactile Maverick? No, they do not, because it is phosphor bronze washers. I've taken the Tactile Maverick apart. I've polished the phosphor bronze washers on 2. I did one of the first drops. I was a bad version of it. Then I spoke to Michael at Blade Show Atlanta. I got another one. Matter of fact, there was a big giveaway here on the channel, the orange Maverick. And I polished those phosphor bronze washers up really nicely. And it had beautiful drop shut action. So you can tune just like my Benchmates and my Spydercos, you can tune a Maverick really nicely, but it is phosphor bronze washers. And no, even the thick washers from Skiff don't fit because they're too thick. They use the thinner washers like you do on a Spyderco and a Benchmate. But you can polish them. If you want to look at some of my videos where I do that, I kind of go through the best way to polish them, how to turn a 1/4 inch, and you turn, you quarter a turn, and you do an infinity symbol or which sideways 8, and then you wipe them down, clean it off, and it really does help. So you can get really cool action with it, just so you know. All right, so let me do a kazoo salute because of your super chat. But appreciate you, Adventure Man. Thank you. This kazoo salute is for you. So thank you, Adventure Man. Appreciate you with the super chat. All right, so Ed Trolls, yeah, they were. I mean, he wouldn't let it go. I tried to engage him, I really did. But there's a point when you just stop. So, hi, everybody. Sorry to be gone for so long. Wayno, well, we missed you, but I'm glad you're back. Appreciate you being here tonight. How are you? Hopefully whatever you were doing, you were taking care of stuff, taking care of business. That happens. We get busy. Life happens, right? But always appreciate being back. So thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's see. Nick Martino saying hello. Did I say hello to you, Nick? I don't remember if I said hello to you, Nick Martino, but hello, welcome, if I didn't. All right. Ooh, man, it just jumped. So I might have missed a few folks. If I did, sorry. All right, come on down. Nice and slow without, whoa, there it goes again. All right, I'm going to try. Malcolm Holt, what's up? Appreciate you being here. I got a name. Got one. Wayno. Does the Matrix 2 lightweight use a different scales than the regular one? Yes. Does. Now the Manix 2, you can actually use original goat scales. Let me show you. You can't get the Rockscale Design scales, but you can. So here's my Manix 2. Here's my Manix 2 with the Rockscale Design scans. That's the G10 version, right? This is the G10. Sorry, I'm trying to do this up here. So, but then original goat sells some really nice ones. This is the aluminum ones. I think once in a while they make the titanium, I think. But this works really nice. This is my Rex 45, I think. Oh, no, this is the Spidey 27 Manix 2. So, and these are pretty nice. These are really nice. They really feel really premium and they fit well. They fit really, really well. And it makes it feel like a really hard use knife. I like it. I like it a lot. So definitely worth maybe checking out if you haven't, but that's Original Goat. And if you use RNK when you shop at Original Goat, it's down in the description here. You save 15%. It helps the channel, but it helps you more. You save 15% off your purchase. So maybe consider using the coupon. If you look at them, you like them, right? So I definitely recommend those. I'm sure there's others that are out there, but those are the ones I have tried. As I try more, I'll recommend more, right? Like I saw somebody recently do the new, Rips Garage Technology, the new Bodacious scales. I saw those. I don't know who that was. I know somebody in here. I like those. I'm going to have to maybe try those. That was pretty cool. All right. Let's see. Who else do we have? Wayland saying hello to everyone. War Room EDC. I think I said hello to you already, right? I'm pretty sure I did. If I did, hello. The deer is long gone. Oh, the deer is long gone. Oh, man. Sorry. Paula Might saying hello. Let's see who else do we have. Okay. Nick Martino. Okay, y'all just chatting. Anyone seen tie scales for the Vosteed Enclo? I have not. That'd be kind of cool, right? I wonder if somebody could make them, but wow. I'm really behind. Ryan Ellis, I've said the same thing. A lot of collectors overlook great knives due to biased ideas of brand and price. I agree. I mean, here's one. I'm going to throw one out for you. Half of you will go off on me for this, but before you do, step back and let me put a different scenario. Okay. Don't jump on me just yet. As a very lightweight knife, as a very innovative design for being incredibly thin and slim, the Narrows by Benchmade is a very good knife. but don't ever pay full price. I didn't. And if you wait around long enough and you wait for the right price, you can get it for what I think is a reasonable price. And you can get it secondary for what I think is a better price. But again, if you just get blind angry because of Benchmade's prices, which I understand, some of them are ridiculous, you miss out. So, I mean, recently GP Knives and some other places, they were selling a lot of Benchmades, a lot of bug outs, what I would consider was more the fair prices that they should be at. If you're patient, you can get them, just so you know. All right, so that's my little thought there. I'm not saying go buy Benchmade. I'm not a Benchmade fanboy. I have Benchmades. I like them, a few of them, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to dismiss them just because I'm angry, right? But there are certain designs that just, I've tried them. They're not for me. And that's okay. I can still appreciate them, right? Who makes some for the lightweight? Wayno, are you talking about the Mannix 2? It's original Goat, if that's what we're talking about. I don't know if we're still on that one. Very true, Ryan. Agree. All right, I'm getting down to, I see Meredith is here, so I got to say hello to her real quick. Who else did I miss that I didn't say hello to yet? Did we find out if Rough Rider knife on Smoky Mountain Knife Works was a clone of EMP EDC Nimble? I know it's a design copy. Just curious if approved or not. I don't know that. That's a good question. I know in Atlanta, I'm definitely I'm gonna go up and ask somebody. It's a couple of folks I know from there that I'll ask and say, hey, what's up? You know, just kind of curious on the side. So see if they'll let me know. Maybe they'll say something. Maybe they won't. All right. Rex 45 and two two zigzags. There you go, man. Let's see. A Catch Scratch. Hey, everybody. Hello. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. I want to change my Rex 45 Mannix scales. All right, Wayno. Now, do you have the FRN or do you have the G10? Options. You got different options, right? So that's definitely something to think about. Mo Patty EDC, Rob's Nerdy Knives. When are you predicting to make 10K? Okay, so we're almost at, well, we're at 82. I was gonna say we're almost at 8,200, but we're moving there pretty quick. If the trend stays true, things can change. I totally get that. Things can change. We likely will hit 9K in about 8 weeks, give or take. Could be 7, could be 9, could be 6. I don't know. Maybe less. At one point, it would have been a few weeks. But if that happens, then after that will be 10K. I thought at best it would be at the end of August. I don't know. It could be sooner. I don't know. But here's the thing. I will tell you guys, for 10K, when it happens, I'll let you know. But I've got some companies that are giving something for the big 10K giveaway. That's going to be pretty epic. One of them, if it happens, will be the biggest giveaway. It'll be the grand prize. That's all I got to say. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that. I totally blown away by it if it happens. And I'm going to talk about it as soon as I know. So anyways, the other thing is for instance, I'm looking to get a base shaman somewhere. I looked at BladeBinge and one I was going to buy for $200. As soon as I went to go check out, because someone posted a shaman that was not in great shape for $200, that person, I guess, saw it and changed their price to $220. So then I was like, yeah, okay, I'm not doing that. So I was willing to do 200, but I'm not going to go above 200 for a used one. Cause I can find a brand new one for just a little bit over that. And I wasn't willing to do that. But I have Rockscale Design scales for the shaman. Anodized, polished Rockscale Design scales. And I'll put a CME on it and a clip. And it'll be really nice, right? A little titanium clip, probably Lynch Northwest or something. That's going to be a really nice giveaway. That's going to be one of the big grand prizes, right? Because those scales with the shaman, that's like a $500 kind of giveaway. Yeah, so I'm super excited about that. I thought end of August, June or July, maybe. It might be much sooner, I'm thinking. So we're in April, 4 weeks, April, May, June. So June, if we hit that, then June, July, August. Yeah, August is about what I figured if we stay at pace. So maybe. And then that would be the big giveaway at that point. All right, I got to get up to Meredith. I'm jumping down here, and I'm probably missing a bunch of comments. So let me just scroll through here. Love Rex 45, not the scales. Definitely look into Original Goat and some other folks out there. I actually have a series that I just started my own channel called Overlooked and Underrated, talking about underrated knives. That's a good idea. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Malcolm Holt, I've seen, I have both of the American Weapons Technology and the Original Goat scales. Both are great. I agree. I reached out to American Weapons Technology. They didn't reply to me. I was trying to, I really wanted to, I was wanting to buy a set of scales, and I was just hoping that I might be able to get a few stickers and kind of, promote the channel, and say, hey, for the giveaways, can you throw a couple of stickers? Wouldn't reply to me. So I'm not a big time person. I was just kind of wanting to highlight them and talk, thought it'd be cool. Maybe they have an affiliate or something. I don't know. I thought it'd be cool. Anyways, if anybody knows the people over there, let them know. I'd love to work with them if they would be interested. Maybe not. Maybe they have too many people. Hoffy unsubbed. Oh no, you're unsubbed? You're unsubbed with me? Oh, you must be. Am I that far behind? Are we talking back about Benchmade? Oh no. Just kidding. Sorry, but every Axis lock is not worth buying. So here's the funny thing, Ryan. Everyone has their own opinions, right? I get people regularly that says the only lock they'll ever buy is an Axis lock. And then people say, the only lock I'll buy is a frame lock. The only lock I'll buy is a liner lock. The only lock I'll buy is an inset liner lock. The only lock I'll buy is this or that. Fair enough. You buy what you love and love what you buy. And that is your personal collection. You go for it, right? I'm not going to say, that's your call. That's your money. But I like to try everything out. And I've found that there's some Axis lock I don't care for. And there's some Axis lock that I think are pretty darn good. But yeah, I mean, there's also some other kind of builds and quality and how they do it. I think it's kind of cool. So I hear you. It's hard when you see some bad Axis lock out there. That really does give you a bad taste. And I've had some bad Axis lock knives. They're not great. All right, so we got Meredith, member for 13 months, Nerdy Knives enthusiast. Wow, thanks for stopping by my live. Love you, man. Appreciate you, Meredith. Love you too. So let me give you a big kazoo salute. Yeah, I stopped by your live last night, and then I realized I had to finish up and do some stuff, and my wife asked me to do a couple things. The next thing you know, I got busy and I came back and you were done. So I didn't get to say goodbye. So sorry about that. All right, this kazoo salute is for you, Meredith. Thank you for being a member for 13 months. Trying to switch it up a little bit, make it a little more interesting. Thank you for being a member for 13 months, Meredith. Appreciate you. All right. That's awesome. Hopefully you liked it. It was different. Like I said, I'm trying something different. There we go. We're trying something different. Hey, old man on the ridge, welcome. Appreciate you being here this evening. Nick Martino, welcome. Appreciate being here. I don't know if I said hello to you yet. Hey, Iron Butter Knife, hello. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Tom Guion saying hello to everyone. Smock is as a fellow crossbar lock dislike. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I know people who do not like the crossbar at all, right? Some people, I don't like button lock. I will tell you, I don't have a lot of button lock. Just not a fan. I have a few, and they're really good, but they're not my hard use knife ever, right? But I have a few, and I like them, but I don't have a lot. I don't go out of my way to buy button lock. It has to be something exceptional, for my opinion. Let's see who else we have. By the way, Meredith, I don't think I said hello and welcome yet. I know I kazoo saluted you, but I don't think I said welcome. Now I'll say it. Avian knives look cool to me. They do. I just want to make sure. I remember when they first came out. I just want to make sure, being that I think they don't use tools, my worries always rattle. Every time I see a non-tool knife, there's always that rattle factor. And that's my big thing. Until somebody confirms that that's the case after lots of use, cool. All right. Who else did I not go? The stash just reviewed was great, but I want a tall boy blade on it. All right. No, it might get lost in the mail, El Cap. Okay, so you guys talk about it. Hey, Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting. Hey, what's up? Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining tonight. How are you? Thank you for being here. Let's see here. What else we got? I'll make sure to hunt you down at Blade Show. Yeah, I will be there. Now, here's the thing. My son is probably going to go with me to Blade Show. So he's going to be there. First Blade Show ever. 27-year-old young man. And I told him, just come for the experience and check out the different knives. It'll be fun. I need to come down to a couple of super chats or something here. So let me see if I get there. War Room EDC. Everyone's saying hello, El Cap Attic. Okay. Iron Butter Knife. Ryan Ellis. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Let's see here. Okay. Jason Carl. What's up, man? I think I already said hello to you. I'm pretty sure. If I didn't, hello. Welcome. Old Man on the Ridge. Hello, Rob, and good evening to everyone. A little late after dropping off my granddaughter. Fun day with her, even though I missed the opening day of turkey season. Good luck, everyone. Ah, man. Well, hopefully you can make up for that. Well, appreciate you being here, though. Thank you for joining, and hopefully you have fun with your granddaughter. That's awesome. Brandon Goad. Of course, it will be an epic celebration. You will be playing so much kazoo. I think I will. You're right about that. I got to come up with some good kazoo. Oh, I just unplugged. Hold on a second, guys. We just lost a light. First time ever. I kicked the light. Oh my gosh. Fortunately, it's just a plug. So I knew this was going to happen and kept kicking over here. So give me just a second. I got to plug in real quick. Where's my plug? Here we are. It feels super dark. There we go. Let's plug you back in. Should pop up here. Come on. There we go. All right. I knew that cord was going to catch me. I knew I needed to move it, and I didn't. Shame on me. All right. So there you go. It's kind of getting dark. All right. BEDC, member for 16 months. Okay. I'm going to need some custom kazoo action from that king of knife nerdery. Also, as for Smoky Mountain Knife Fort thing, the big wigs have been made aware. Ah, okay. Very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah. It's just, it's real close, right? It's one of those that it doesn't sort of mimic it. It's a little more than that. It like, like if they were to like Iconic, you know how Iconic works with some of the manufacturers, they work with like, Brian Nadeau and Chavez and all those guys. And and you could see the design and they, and you're cool with it because they are licensed with them. It would be cool if they did that, right? Because that's real close. That's it's not a universal look. So I get it. So BEDC, my kazoo salute to you. Thank you for being a member for 16 months. Appreciate you being a nerdy knife nuts. Here we go. Catch my breath here. I think it might have been more, but I wasn't sure what was a full kind of a note and what wasn't, but I think that's 16. I might have been 21. Now that I thought about it. Anyways, BDC, appreciate you, man. Go check out Brian at BDC and his channel. Really cool content, good stuff out there. So appreciate you, man. All right. Whoa, it jumped on me again. Look at that. Don't go past those people. Don't go past those people. There we go. All right. Tom Guion, shame on you. Don't buy on Reddit, Rob. Shamans go for sub 200. When I hear people who've lost money, I don't have money like that to risk. Because if I go looking there, I'm not looking for probably 100, 150 bucks, right? And I've heard people lose big time money, and I don't have that kind of funds to throw away, right? Not saying that happens all the time, but I'd rather go somewhere where I know I've got a little bit of insurance and stuff, people I know. So I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but I just don't, I don't do Reddit. I don't have Reddit. I've never been on Reddit. I don't have an account. I don't want to have an account. I just avoid Reddit. There's certain sites I don't go to for other reasons, right? So, I get it's great for all y'all. It's just, I'm not going to go there. So it has nothing to do with the people, you guys recommending it and who's there. It's just, I don't do Reddit. So, Hopefully you understand. Hopefully you're not mad. But I appreciate the recommendations. There are definitely some cool things. It's just I just don't do Reddit. So, all right, Hoffy, Rob's Learning Knives. I think we're going to need a special outfit for 10K, a tuxedo, a cozito. Did you say a cozito? A kazoo outfit, maybe? That would be interesting. Just out of a joke. I meant that as a joke. I don't have anything that looks like a kazoo. I don't know. If you guys think there's such a thing, I don't think there is. If you find it, it'd be interesting to see. But yeah, all right. Don't think I'll buy any more lightweights. Yeah, unless you have some of the lightweight scales, right? So American Weapons Technology makes some really cool scales for the Manix 2. I've just ordered some. Oh, they do Manix 2. So that's another one to check out. Original Goat and Applied Weapons Technology. Those are two, AWT, to go check out for sure. I want to get the AWT, the Applied Weapons Technology, the brown para 3 scales on my lightweight one. I think it would look really nice. So anyways, all right, let's see here. All right, I'm going to try to scroll down, catch up here. Okay, if I say I'm done buying knives, something awesome will come out immediately. Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will. Like I got to stop saying I'm not going to buy any more grails. Just, I'm not going to say that anymore. Just because there might be a few coming in. Anyways, so there we go. Poo-poo bar locks. I get you don't like the crossbar lock. That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to like them. Some people, as much passion as you have for that, people have that for butt locks. Some people have that for frame locks. I mean, they're like, frame lock is like the low class. Inset liner locks, the only thing you should have. And then there's some people who absolutely despise liner locks. And in my mind, I'm trying to understand what experience you had that suddenly made you just blanket completely dismiss every one of them that's out there. Because engineering wise, physics wise, looking at metallurgy, looking at physics, looking at force and vector forces and looking at fatigue and everything, I can't make that call. I can't. Now, bad design, absolutely. Bad design will trump every one of those out there. When people make something badly, it's horrible. So, Wayno, Applied Weapons Technology scales make it better quality for $100. Absolutely. Why limit yourself to one locking system? I agree, iron butter knife. I try them all. I'm even willing to try the old, what is the one that Cold Steel has that everyone says it's the strongest knife in the world? I don't know you guys can tell me what that one is. Anyways. All right. Will the total investment retain its value? For sometimes, but so Wayno, here's a question. When you buy knives, if you're looking to buy a knife to have its value because you're planning to sell it or something like that, then, I mean, I collect knives because I like knives and I like to carry them. I like to enjoy them. I don't collect safe queens that I never touch because I have the intention of selling it at some point. Every knife I buy, the intention is it stays in my collection. Honestly, that's what it does. Now, sometimes I've sold some things that didn't stay in the collection because I found something better. Could happen in the near future again. So that happens. But when I modify a knife, I realize I probably will not get my money back on any modified knife. There's a few times I've gotten it back on certain modifications, but most of the time I know I'm not. I've even had people offer to buy some of the knives I've done. And when I tell them what it cost and what I'd be willing to sell for, they want to offer me half that price. And I'm like, yeah, no, you can go make your own, go do your own. There's a lot of labor put into that I didn't even charge for the cost. Right. So, you know, it to me, modifying is more of another part of the hobby. It's part of the enjoyment. I enjoy that part. All right. I got to get down to some of these things here. I'm going too slow here. And I know I'm missing comments because everyone's talking well. Burnt Relic. Hola. Got you and KC open on the PC. Got you and KC open on the PC. That rhymes. That's almost poetic there, Burnt Relic. I kind of like that. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. All right, let's see here. Who else? I'm going to scroll down. We got Mullen LeBay. Is that Mullen LeBay? Hey, Mullen LeBay, what's up? Appreciate being here. Thanks for joining tonight. Invisibility. Own a bunch of axis locks because they're true ambi, but also broke my second TRM Omega spring on the first flick this morning. Talk about bad luck on my 9th broken spring. See, I have only ever broken one Omega spring in my entire life, and it was a knife I took apart like 8 or 9 times. And I'm pretty sure I bent the spring pretty bad the last time. So, but I've never broken a spring besides that. Now, that doesn't mean people have bad luck with springs. I did buy some springs that for somebody who makes springs out of Austin, and they're much higher tension springs, and they were way better than the springs that were in the knife. So I did upgrade them, and I didn't have an issue after that, just so you know. But that's just me. All right. Help with Gadgets. Oh, did I not say hello to Help with Gadgets? Hello, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Then we got Jim Cox, member for 3 months, Nerdy Knives Enthusiast. Hey, folks. Hey, Rob. Cheers. Man, appreciate being a member for 3 months. Thank you. Let me be a big kazoo salute to you. Jim, thank you. Again, just throwing some variable tunes in there. I'm not a musician. I'm not I don't play, but I'm having fun, and hopefully you enjoy it. And it's my way to say thank you for being a member for 3 months. Appreciate you. All right. Dragoon LSK. I love Asher's clutch, axis locks, both of the ones that make me want to have a collection. Fair enough, right? Button lock is just completely obsolete now that everyone can make a top liner button lock compression locks. To some extent, Tom, to some extent. I don't agree, but that's fair enough. I don't think Protec's ever going to make the Mordax in a top liner lock. And I love my Mordax. It's always been a Bigfoot knife for me. I love it. My Sonora by Machine Wise. I love that. Now, if they ever do a top liner lock sort of version, it'd probably be like, maybe it'll be a different desert, right? You got the Sonora, the Mojave. Maybe they'll have one that's the, I don't know, whatever other desert name out there. That would be cool, but it would be a different design. But I love the Sonora. It's a fantastic, it's my favorite button lock of all. So the number 1 button lock for me is going to be the Sonora. The number 2 is absolutely my Mordax. So, but I like those. Those are knives that I very much enjoy. They'll stay in my collection. Beautiful pieces. If I ever had a chance to get a Les George button lock, I would absolutely add that to my collection. That's another one that's just on another level altogether. That's really cool. So those are 3 that I wouldn't want to replace with anything else. So Mo Patty, EDC, Rob's Nerdy Knives. It will be the son who encouraged you to start the channel. Yes, it will. It's exactly that. That's who it is, Mo Patty. He's the one who actually got me to start the whole channel and wanted me to do this. He said, you should do it. And I thought, okay. And I did one video, published it. It sat out there for like 6 months or 4 or 5 months. And I did another one and did it about a month later. Yeah, he's the one who got me started on that. And I was like, okay, so here we are. So you can either say he's the one who encouraged me to get there, or he's the reason why I'm here. I can either blame him or thank him, right? I thank him. I appreciate him. So, all right. I'm trying to catch up. Hell with Gadgets, Rick's Knives, sir. But they were the next morning, of course. Okay, so you guys are having a conversation. I just want to make sure I'm trying to keep up with some of the conversations. It's hard because I am not as fast. Oh, I hope I did. Let me just make sure I didn't miss a bunch of folks. I got to check real quick. Every once in a while. Top Dog, I missed. And Henry G. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it jumped. All right, so let's go up. I figured I thought I saw a couple and it didn't stop. There we go. All right, it did. All right, man. All right, Henry G first. Let's do that. Henry G. Hello, Rob. Hello, everyone. Hello, Henry G. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for that. For the super chat, my kazoo salute to you. Appreciate you. Oh, by the way, there's Wayno also as well. I got to say hello to you as well. I don't have the Endurer. I have 2 Mannix 2. I have 5 PM3s or pair 3s, and I have 2 PM2s. I might get a 3rd PM2. I don't know. We'll see. There's a certain one that I wanted to get, the Rec 76. Anyways, Henry G, my kazoo salute to you. Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go. Mixing it up here. We're trying to make it a little different, right? There we go. All right. Come on, don't. Oh, Top Dog 87, Top Dog 8762. Hello, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Please don't jump. Let me at least get down to Top Dog 8762 super chat without flying past it, because it wants to, and I don't want it to. Adventure 50, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. I said hello to you earlier. There was Adventure Man here. I said hello to, and I said Adventure 50, and now you're here. Now I can say hello to Adventure 50. Adventure Man, that's who I was thinking about right there, if you were wondering. Nick Martino, hope. Do you have anything from HMC, Rob? HMC. Oh. You mean this? The Transient 3.2? Yes, I do. I do. Now, here's the funny thing. This is a G10. You guys are going to hate. I know some of you guys are going to think it's obscene, whatever. That's fine. You can think that, but I don't. The quality of this tells me it's worth exactly what I paid for it. And that's it. It's my money. A knife ultimately is worth what you're willing to pay for it, right? So even if you disagree, that's fine. But this is the first time you ever did G10. And I got to tell you, this is some of the best G10 scales I've ever had. They're even weight reduced G10, like a full titanium scale. It's ridiculous how light this thing is. But because it was the first time he ever did G10, he didn't put Loctite on the scale like he normally does with all his others. Like he doesn't normally do that with any of his other knives because the screws never run. But guess what? I lost the screw. So I Loctited everyone but that one. I couldn't find the screw. I've got a screw coming in, should be coming in this week. So it'll be back. But so it explains a lot. I've had G10 scales before where I've lost screws, and apparently G10 does travel. It, maybe has a little flexibility to it, but this is such a nice knife. I really, 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 really enjoy this. So yes, I do have one from HMC. I have a Transient 3.2. And at some point, if he makes new scales for it, I might put a different scale on there too. So we'll see. Do you have anything from HMC? I know a lot of you guys have some fancy ones out there for sure. So, all right, let me get down to Top Dog. Come on, please don't jump. There's Wes Gibson. What's up? I don't know if I said hello to you, Wes. If I didn't, hello. Full Fire Zero. Hello, welcome. Appreciate you being here. There we go. Top Dog 8762. Hark is the sound of a kazoo in the wild, or Rob accidentally unplugging the live. Well, it was almost me unplugging the live there for a second, man. I was like, woo, don't do that. Don't do that. That was close. It was right there. Normally it's on the right side. It was on the inside. My heel caught it. So I was like, dang. All right. Top Dog 8762. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. This kazoo salute is for you. Here we go. Catch my breath. Thank you. Appreciate you. Ooh, that actually takes a little more oxygen trying to put different notes in there. I'm not saying it sounds good, but it's different notes. It's different. There we go. So, all right. Thank you, Mod. Work does not add value to the knife you're selling. Yeah, it does not. Now, there's some mod work that some people are willing to pay. So Ryan, like the exception, if you do the knife modders and you get a high polished blade, a super fancy anodized scale, a Timascus new scale put on there, I'll tell you one thing that's going to add value to a knife. And I can tell you, I know it does because I've already been offered more than the knife is worth. I'll show you something. And I tell him to go see, I tell him to go talk to Jay Dizzle. This mod added value to this knife. I've been offered more than the cost of this and the modified scales in the clip. I'm not selling it because it was one of the first out there. And I don't know how many Jay Dizzle has done of this yet. If he's done quite a few more of these, you'll probably have a few requests, I'm sure, from the people who are asking. But this actually added value to my knife. This actually, I would have made money if I sold it for one offer that I got on it, but I didn't want to. I love this knife. I'm keeping it. This is a collection piece. So, but that's a rare exception. That is a rare exception. It's not the norm. Not the norm at all. Not at all. And I agree with Ryan. You're absolutely right. On 99, 95, 95% of the time, I'd say it's absolutely true. Dick Martina, crossbar lock knives are not meant to be fidgeted with. Oh, they're not meant to be. So I shouldn't, not trying to get your goat. So I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing this all day like this and flip all day and flip all day like I do. I fidget with every knife, Nick. I do. I fidget with every one of my knives, including crossbar. And matter of fact, if I can't tune it so I can fidget with my crossbar, probably doesn't stay in my collection. And it's got to be a decent crossbar, right? So Rocky Graham bought a Bark River Featherweight Foxfire in 3V and a Bradford Guardian 6364 HRC Magna Cut last night. Sweet. That's a nice couple of fixies there. That's really cool. Yeah. I haven't added any fixies in a while. I mean, I have several, but I haven't added any new fixies in a while. Can't think of, I've not found a fixie that wooed me, that pulled me in, right? Not yet. Not yet. I'm sure they're out there, but I've been so focused on some other things right now. I think that's the thing. Tyler Williams, my modded knives won't be sold. Case they're done. They're done by my boo Paul Amite. I had to read that because they're done by my boo Paul Amite. There you go, man. Absolutely, that's awesome. That's awesome, and that's the whole thing. When you mod a knife. Now, there's something you can do. You can mod it where you can take the scales off and then sell it as the original. Some people do that, but you're never going to get your full cost of your mods, your scales. If you buy a set of mod scales, it doesn't really add the value to it. Typically. There are some exceptions, right? I mean, okay, so this is not, it's a mod, but it's done by the custom maker. So I have this one here. So, I have a Protean, right? And I did a little polish on there, but I did add a mod. I added this clip. Now, Princeton did the clip, and it does add the value of what this knife is worth as a result, right? And when he finally does the backspacer, which he's going to be doing in the future, I'm going to add the backspacer to this. Eventually, this is going to be a very fancy knife. But I'm building a knife that he would probably have built for a blade show over time. It wears the springs out. Yeah. Well, I'll probably wear all my springs out then. But that's okay. That's why I don't have any really high end crossbar locks in my collection. So I have a case for all my customs and stuff. And I have nothing that's a crossbar lock that's custom. Now I have some nicer crossbar locks that are cool, but they're not, it's just, that's how my collection worked out. I've yet to see any custom work out there. Maybe there is something. And if there were, and it appealed to me, I'd go for it. Right. But that's, you have to run across it. That's as you run across it. Nick Martino, you may be right about the bar lock not being a fidget, but it doesn't stop me from fidgeting my Bel Air. Just so satisfying. I agree. I mean, I'll fidget with it. Right. So all bar locks are the devil. Hey, Paul, is that also flippers? Every flipper is the devil too, or at least most of them. How about that? I'm still trying to get a Mojave. Hey, Nick. Hey, Nick, do you know when they drop? Do you know when they drop? Like this weekend, they dropped at noon, right? They were available till about 3:40 in the afternoon. They were available for 3.5 hours. And they had, did y'all see what they had this weekend? You got to see what they had. Hold on. I got to show you real quick. What they had. Just so this is what you could have had this weekend. I'm not saying they're going to drop it again, but this is worth it. Okay. Machine wise. All right. So I'm going to real quick go over here. So Mojave, the archive this weekend now do new to old. So these are the ones that they had this weekend. This is purple. It's like a blue and purple together, which is very similar to my Holt Blade Works here. So my Holt Blade Works is kind of similar to that. It's a special anodization. Kind of you have multiple colors depending on the angle of the camera that you're looking at it. And so these are really cool. They did a much better images of these on their Instagram. But these were available to about 3 o'clock. So they were out for 3 hours before they all sold out. Now, they are a little more expensive because of the anodization. Now, they've already changed this from the one I bought. They now have jimping here. They've added texture actually on the blade. They've changed the bar lock as well. Let me go over here. This is a little bit different as well. So there's some things that they've done that just make it a little bit better. And that happens. Everybody's, if you're USA small batch maker, you can do that. You're not running a 50,000 knives cut through a template. You're doing these and hand touches, so you can change things. But that was available to 3 o'clock. So check Saturday at noon. I think it's usually noon. I believe it's noon Arizona time. So that's like they don't observe daylight savings. So Pacific Standard Time right now. I think are we in daylight savings? I can't remember. Anyways, just keep an eye out for that. So let me go back over here. All right, just wanted to show you that. All right, how far behind am I? Whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. All right, we got to get to the giveaway. We're almost that time, right? We got to at least talk about it and talk about the other stuff. Wow, I'm really behind. All right, so we got Mo Patty. Hopefully I remember my kazoo so he can sign it as well. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll try to bring some extra kazoos while I'm there, right? For sure. Tom Guion, I will slightly clarify my button locks are obsolete stance except in integrals automatics. There you go. They still have a place. There you go. Well, the Mordax isn't an integral. It's just it's a Bigfoot knife for me. And Protect did such a good job on it. I love that knife. I think it's just great. It means, it's just a really cool knife. So, not once did the sun say incorporate kazoo though. No, that was you guys. You guys said that. Nick Martino, do you have anything from HMC, Rob? Just wondering your thoughts on them. Did I not answer that earlier? I thought I did. That's HMC right here, right? We're talking about HMC, the transient, right? That's who we were talking about, right? HMC. That's the Jim, right? Jim at HMC. So if not, let me know. Burnt Relic, saying hello to everyone. Burnt Relic. All right, let's see here. Anyone have a dodo? I do not have a dodo. Is that like the bird or something else? That must be a knife. Oh, wait. I've heard of that. There's there a dodo? There's a knife out there called a dodo. I don't know much about it. Paul, I don't know specifically what you're referring to, but every aspect is a one-off, and I've seen some affordable ones, and there's always a production CFK custom knife factory Davlas. Okay. All right, Wayno, can you show me the Manix 2 and the Para 3 compare? I can. So let me do that. Matter of fact, do I have it on the table? I don't. Here, I'll show you the table since we're going here. Let me grab my Manix. The Manix 2. All right, so on the table, I have a couple of Para 3s. Those two are Para 3s. This is with the Lynch Northwest Fibonacci scales. This is the oh my gosh, why am I forgetting here? These are the full custom scales from not Ribs Garage Technology. They're from RG Custom Metalworks. And then here's the Manix. I have two Manix. So let's compare kind of apples to apples and apples to oranges. So these are in custom scales right here. Rockscale Design, Lynch Northwest. So you can see the size. And I would say, if you want to compare a PM2, here's a PM2. So the PM2, it's just a hair about similar in size to the Manix. The Manix has a kind of a wider blade. So there you go. That would be. And again, these are custom scales right here. You can see in the purple anno, but that's really the size, the small one. Now I can get a full presentation on here. Definitely got a lot of room on that. So, and I do have my CMEs that I installed on there as well. So there you go. Was that what you were looking for? Hopefully that was cool. Rob, Gobi Sahara. Oh, Gobi and Sahara, Jeff. That would be good. I like that. I like that. Top liner lock. Gobi would be a good name for a top liner lock from Machine Wise, wouldn't it? I think they should do that. Maybe I'll talk to them about it if at Blade Show Atlanta. Say, hey, have you thought about Gobi top liner lock? I think they could really, they could set the bar. You know what I mean? I think they would. Anyways, all right. E-Spec Edition G Blade and G10 and M390. No pocket clip. Okay. All right. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I asked twice. No worries. And I think I asked you, but that's okay. Hopefully you heard my answer. I'm really liking the stuff they're making. Yeah, I am too. Hey, y'all, the Night's Edge lurking and driving home. Hope y'all doing okay. We are doing well, Neil. Welcome, man. Appreciate you being here. How are you? Tom Guillaume. Also, that Desert Tan G10 HMC just kills me. I love it. Beautiful stuff. G10 is so underrated in customs and high-end stuff. It is. So here's this is the brown version of the G10. There's the green and the brown. I love this one here. I normally don't dig brown, but when I got my Para 3 with the I want to do the lightweight of the applied weapons technology one. I have the FRN ones. This just was so well done, and the contour, the shape, everything on this thing is just really top notch. Barbie EDC girl. Hey Rob, hope you had a great Easter. I did. Hopefully you did too. Hopefully you guys all did. Let's see here. I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind, and I'm missing people. Rocky Graham spent $380 and $250 on the 2 knives last night. Going to be spending $300 more on custom sheaths next. My knife purchases for the year. I hear you, man. Have you ever used Guster leather? And I'm saying there's a lot of people who do really beautiful work out there, but Guster leather is like he does some over the top sheaths for fixed blades. Just something, I don't know if you've talked to him or you met him. He does the Javi Garcia sheaths. That's the one I got for my Sultan. That's why I used them, because Javi recommended him, and he actually did it for his future knives. So I wanted to try them out, right? And it was pretty reasonable for the work that he did. If you saw my custom leather sheath, but I've seen his fixed blade stuff is like, he can do leather magic. Like a lot of the guys here do leather. I get it. Everyone, right? And everyone has it. And I suspect at some point, some of you guys who just started out, I suspect you'll be there. We'll be talking about you doing magic here in the near future. I'm sure. If you maybe you already do, and I just haven't seen it. Could be. Wayno, I found a pic. I don't see the big difference between the Manix 2 and the PM3. For me, the difference is the blade is the Manix 2 is a little wider in the blade, a little bigger in the handle. It's a little bigger of a knife, I think. The Para 3. Now, if you compare it to the PM2, that's a bigger knife. So I think they're closer in size. The Manix 2 and the PM2 are closer in size than the Manix 2 and the Para 3. All right, Wayno, I was trying to decide between buying a Para 3 scales, or the Manix 2 lightweight, by the way. Okay. Now, are they both lightweight scales? I mean, there's good options. They're good options. So for sure. All right, I'm going to try to catch up. Here we go. We're going to try to move, because I see full fire saying love it, appreciate it. I thought I hadn't said hello to you yet. Hey, Graham Markway. I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Thanks for being here this evening. I don't think I said hello yet, so hello. Josh 33025. The smock needs jimping on the flipper. I don't disagree, but because mine is anodized, there's no way I'm putting jimping on there. But I say there's no way I'm putting jimping on that one. But lo and behold, you see what I did to my Mojave? I put my jimping on this thing, and guess what? It's so much nicer with the jimping, and that's why they did jimping on theirs. And it's funny because I got my cedar back from Nicholas, and I mentioned to him some of the jimping on here. And when I got back, my jimping on my blade was surprisingly tackier, a little more aggressive, a little better for traction. So that dude's always improving his stuff as well. So I love manufacturers who do that. I think that's really, really cool. Hey, Rob's Nerdy Knives. Good to see you and the whole nerdy crew. Hey, Mick Ranger, I finally remembered what that was. Took me a while. I want Jay Dizzle to do some work on my Incozy. Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely. I think he would do a ridiculously good job on that. I just meant wears the springs out prematurely. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's just like if you have a frame lock or a liner lock. I mean, eventually you're going to wear out. It's going to wear either on your tang of your blade or the engagement of the lock bar, right? It's going to wear down. That's going to happen. Any knife, it'll progress over the years, but it'll take years. It all depends on what you do and how you use your knife, right? Picked up an Ozark Grail from Walmart today. Not going to lie. I love this little piece of stuff. I have one I need to review. Addicted to Blades too. He gave me a Ozark one, and I got to do the review for that. I just got to fit it in. Been real busy with all the Pokilo reviews and stuff getting out, and then the Dixon that I had to review and stuff. So, but finally finished with the Pokilo, and I got to send those along out here this week. So, all right. Come on, scroll. Ron Crow, what's up? Hey, everyone. Hello, Ron Crow. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. Come on. Keep scrolling. Do they make a high-end crossbar lock knives? I don't know. I'm sure somebody does. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. McRanger, my head is spinning after someone hacked my back card. Spent all day calling companies and changing auto payments. I hate that. That's horrible. That's horrible. I'm going to make a knife scales out of whitetail antlers for my TCAL. Oh, wow. That sounds kind of fancy, man. I would, if you're going to try it, if it's a success, it'll look smashingly good. I'm sure. Right. I mean, that's cool. Good luck to you, man. I'd love to see that. That's really cool. EDC Associate, what dropped today? I don't know what dropped today. I know it's dropping Friday, and I do know that, but I don't know what dropped. I've been kind of having to step back from watching things that drop because I got a few things coming in. I'll just say that. All right. Kathleen Smith, hello all. What's up? Appreciate being here. Thanks for joining. I want a Sharif. Oh, you want a Sharif? You want the new Sharif one? Yeah. He doesn't have a whole bunch extras. He didn't order a whole bunch extras on that. I sure wish he did. He would have sold them all because that knife got hot after he ordered it. And it's one of those that if he does a second run, it'll do well. Hopefully he will consider doing a second run. I hope so. Jesse Duncan, I can't drive my truck the way I want because the tires will wear out. LOL. As I fidget my crossbar Osborne 940. Yeah, it happens. Hey, Rob, SC South, I guess it's South Carolina, but SC Knife Monkey Rob, how are you, brother? I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. Thank you. Got my pickled steel Impala today. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Barbie, did we say Barbie? I know I said hello to Barbie EDC girl. I did. Don't think I missed her. All right, come on. Moses Campos. Hey, Rob. Hey, what's up, Moses? Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. All right, I know I missed folks. I apologize ahead of time. All right, so let's talk about this week. All right, so we talked about cedar coming in. That was exciting. I was carrying this today, which is my large Sebenza. I have this. Replace the thumb studs on this thing, and I do have kind of a drop shut action. I can reverse flick it. I do that. I don't slow roll it. I know some of you guys who are Chris Reeve, faithful diehards. I'm killing you doing that. You're dying seeing that, and you're dying seeing that, and you're dying not seeing the right thumb studs. You're dying not seeing everything else I did to it. So, and then I also put a custom clip on that one, so that's fun. As far as this week, I had the Dixon. Had to go back. That was amazing. That was simply amazing. I'm going to try for one on Friday. I am going to try my best to get one, but we'll see. We'll see if I can get it. What else did I do this week? I've still been really been enjoying the cedar. That's been a lot of fun. That's a hard to put down knife. I really forgotten how much I enjoyed this knife. So that was fun to have back in my collection. This one right here, because I lost the screw, it's not really showing because G10 and me not putting, I thought I should put Loctite on there, but I didn't, and I should have. It just kind of rolled out. I guess I was fidgeting too much with it. And I don't know where I fidgeted that I dropped the screw, because I looked in the office. It's not here unless one of the cats grabbed it, but it is what it is. Was there anything else new this week that I can think of? I don't remember. Oh, I did check out an SB knife that's going back, but somebody allowed me to check out an SB knife, and I'm going to show it to you just in the case right here. So this is a French knife maker. It is something I want to check out. Now, I checked his frame lock at Blade Show, Texas. That was super cool. And this is his, this is red burgundy micarta, paper micarta scales, they look just like wood. Really amazing. Liner, titanium backspacer. You've got this, I think this is Timascus, or did you say Mokutai? I think it's Timascus. And then you have, it's a front flipper, which works pretty well. Hollow grind. Action is pretty nice. Really kind of a really cool knife. Now, I've heard his liner locks are just a little not as strong as his frame locks were. So I think the gentleman had, and I don't want to give it away if there's somebody here and don't want to talk about it, but he had Transparent Knives fix the detent for him with the detent ball. And it's nice now. It's decent. It's not super crisp, but it's not super light. Now, the only thing I have an issue with knives like this is sharp corners. And that really ruins it for me, right? I'm all about the ergos. And if it digs in, then it's out. Just like that's the reason why the Herman Sting, I'll never own a Herman Sting again. Very beautiful knife. I like this guy's design. I definitely would like to maybe get one of his frame locks that he has. I would think I enjoy that more, but it's a cool knife. Definitely great quality. But again, this comes back to where someone can make, if you like liner lock, there's little things that can make or break a knife for you, right? For you personally, because someone else who has longer hands, longer fingers, bigger hands, that's not going to be an issue. You're not going to care about that. For me, it's an ergonomic thing. And that's just a personal experience thing that each one of us has. And so for me, it was good to experience. It helped me to definitely say, if I'm going to try it, it's not just any SB knife, but it'll definitely be the frame lock. So I think that's kind of cool. All right. Let's see here. Poll, Wayno, would you rather have a tricked out paramilitary 2 or an MC stitch? What is an MC stitch? Are we talking about Metal Complex? What's a stitch by Metal Complex? I don't know what that is. I know what a paramilitary 2 is. Mick Ranger, I love the Aurelia since a nice design. Is that what the one I'm looking at? That's the Aurelia, right? That's what it's called. So I have not dropped a video yet for that one. Paul, I might. Well, it's garbage now. Send it to me. I'll dispose of it properly. No. My Vosteed Hedgehog and my Dire Wolf slip joint from Smoky Mountain Knife Works in pocket today, along with my Impala. Oh, that's the other thing I had in my pocket. I didn't show this. I got something else in my pocket. 1931. So I ordered a couple of leather slips for a particular slip joint. I got one of them in, so I'm trying that out. I'm getting another leather slip for this one to try out because I like to have multiple choices, right? And so all of the other slip joint knives, I usually have 2 different slips for it, depending on the day, what I'm in the mood for. So this slip joint came from 1931 Leatherworks. And so this is my American Blade Works slip joint. That's the name of it. American Blade Works slip joint. It's a little guy, hollow grind, Magna Cut, nice little slip joint. And what's really nice is this is a real small little knife in the pocket when I don't want something big. So that was fun to carry and very enjoyable. And I like the little leather slip for this. That's kind of nice. So that was another thing I carried today. All right, let's see here. How far down? Oh, the Microtech stitch or a tricked out PM2? Wayno. Okay, so Microtech stitch. I'd rather have a PM2. And when you say tripped out, I assume I get my choice of steel, right? So Maximit, Brex 76, something like that. Yeah, I'd definitely do the PM2. I'm not Microtech stitch. I had one. I sold it. Right. I still think Microtech, if they had a momentum with the MSI and the stitch, and I really feel like they missed the momentum. The wave kind of outrode them. They could have made a micro MSI and a micro stitch. The market would have just blown open for them. I don't know why they didn't do that. I don't know if it just wasn't cost effective for them to do or what, but man, I would probably have a micro stitch and a micro MSI in my collection right now. They're just too big. It's just too big. And I can't. Yeah. Now, a lot of you guys love those knives and that's great, but there's a lot of people out there who would like something smaller for EDC. So there you go. Waiting for the next Hog House Bailey drop. 100% picking up one of these up despite the tariffs. It's just such a beautiful knife with just enough sauce on it. I know they'll have some at Blade Show Atlanta. He was supposed to have some at Blade Show Texas, but they held up his stuff coming over in customs. It's crazy. It was so unfair to that poor guy. Anyways, the Capera is a better knife than the PM2. Some people love the Capera. So El Cap Attic, if the Capera was made in something besides S30V, I would absolutely get it. Just not, it's like the Bodacious. I have the Bodacious because it's new. I'm trying it out. And I got a chance to check out some scales. But as soon as they drop the Bodacious in some premium steel, a little different steel than the S30V, I'm getting it. Absolutely getting it. So
Microtech just wanted to print money, they would make the production manual stitch frame lock in full tie. Yeah, that would be, I could see that, Ryan Small. And they'd also do a mini stitch. And it wouldn't even have to be like, not a micro stitch, just a mini one, just a little bit small, 7.5 inches. You know, that would, the door would blow wide open on sales. I don't think they even, because a lot of you guys, I think people who have the stitch now would buy it for EDC. It would be a small, very nice carry. And it's just with that finger choil, it just really still works for a lot of people, I think. I mean, it was just a little bit too big for me. And that's, you know, it's not an easy carry for me. Slip joints for me are a weekend carry around the house, locking knife for work only. Anyone else like that? I always carry a slip joint. I always have a slip joint in my pocket, just in case I leave my pocket knife somewhere, or I don't bring the pocket knife, or I have a nice pocket knife. So I always have that. The other thing is, if I go out somewhere and I definitely bring in a nice knife, I always bring a fixed blade. So I have a little small EDC fixed blade. So I do carry alternate blades, especially if I have a nicer knife, for sure. 100%. Rob, can you please flip the CRK? You're killing me. The CRK? Oh, I can flip that. Here you go. There you go. I flipped it. It's nice. Here, let's do that. Because everyone wants to see the clip, right? You all want to see the clip? Because that's really cool. And especially when you see the mill clip, it's really cool to see these mill clips. And then we hide that, right? And then you can see this special clip. You can see the special clip on this one. And you can see the special mill clip on this one over here. I think you'll like that one. And you can see this is the frame lock. You see that right there? I think that's really cool too. And then this one over here, it's not much on this one, but it's still kind of cool. And then these guys, that one's already flipped. Here, you want to see that? And then you can see the CMEs that I installed here, and then you can see that one on that one. That way, now they're all matching. See, I know you want them all to match, so now they're all matching. But I can show off more of the knife, right? Because some of these have some really, really crazy, cool clips, I think. Chris Skanks, anyone know when the FIF 18s are shipping? I don't know. What is a FIF 18s? Are we talking about, we're not talking about like XM 18s. What is a FIF 18? I don't know that one. Let's see here. Oh, just flew by. I carry slip joints. Never. You know, Ron Crow, I never carry slip joints. And then I drank the Kool-Aid. There's a place and a time for a slip joint. I will tell you. It's always nice to have a little knife like that in certain situations. After you find a right one, I'm not a traditional slip joint. Every one of my slip joints are modern. Everyone. I don't have a single traditional slip joint, and I don't think I'd ever would. I carry a slip joint, a fixed blade, and a folder, small, big, and different blades. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Gnarly Charlotte, the PM2 is okay. I carried it for a long time, gifted it to someone. I don't miss it at all. I'd go military too before PM2. That's just because I had a PM2. So El Cap Addict, I suspect you got giant hands, which is fair. I think the PM2 is almost too big, right? I carry it because I can make that larger knife work. Para 3 is more my size. The Sage 5, the Mannix are more comfortable sizes for me. I will never go more than a PM2. The military, I handle the military too. It's a pocket sword. It's a folding sword if you want to carry a sword. I couldn't even use it. It's kind of ridiculous. That's how big it is for me. But for you guys, it's going to be great, right? So I have a strong take on the military. Military too. I think it's too big. I think it's a ridiculously large knife. There's some ridiculously big knives out there that I would never, ever carry. But that's okay. That's why they make it, because we have choices, right? Happy Knife Rob, do you have a ProTech Malibu? I own 4 ProTech Malibus, Happy Knife. I sold every one of them. And I'll tell you why I sold them. But before I tell you why I sold them, Obstacle Illusion, howdy, welcome. Appreciate you being here. I sold Arshear, welcome. Appreciate you being here. I don't think I sold any Arshear, but maybe I did. I sold them because they had, like the Sting, they had a sharp point at the end, just like every stinking giant mouse knife has the clip lanyard loop. The base of it dug into my hand. It was totally uncomfortable. That is an aesthetic, an ergonomic thing that kills it for anything staying in my collection. Every single time. The Chavez rendition, if I hadn't gotten plain titanium and I wasn't able to round the corners on it by myself, I would have sold it. If it was DLC, I would have sold it. There's no way I'd have kept it. It was an ergonomic an ergonomic nightmare. So there we go. I try to carry knives with a couple of different blade shapes, so I have my bases covered. Fair enough. Ron Crow, I like that as well. I started carrying one recently for leisure. Fair enough. Custom Knife Factory. I saw a comment. Oh, Obstacle Illusion. We got to get back over there. Okay, we got Obstacle Illusion member for 10 months, Nerdy Knives Enthusiast. Europe is the only place for slip joints. Not really. I mean, it's the only place where they're legal. And even then, some places, they're just not even legal to have in the cities, which is ridiculous. But 10 months, thank you for being a member for 10 months. Where'd my kazoo go? There we go. Let me do a kazoo salute for you. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. This kazoo salute is to you. Thank you. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. Catch my breath. I'm trying to mix it up here tonight. That is 10 stanzas. Kind of broke it up, little pieces here and there. Just trying to make it fun. I'm not a musician, so don't hold me to it, but at least make it a little different. So appreciate you, Obstacle Illusion, for being a Nerdy Knives Enthusiast for 10 months. Thank you. And Datus Outlaw, I'm with Ron Crow. I don't carry any slip joints. It's like carrying a rock that makes, when they make hammers. Just my opinion. Hey, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. I have bought OTFs and I've sold every OTF I've ever carried. OTFs just don't do it for me. Even when I found one that I thought was absolutely cool, I would never get a Hawk. I'd never get a Hawk designed deadlock. I don't care how cool it is. I would have no desire to carry it. I don't care how cool it is, how expensive it is. It does nothing for me. So I get you. It could be the coolest one and still wouldn't do a thing for me. So I respect that. Nick Travaglini, howdy, Paul. I might sing there. All right, let's go. I'm trying to scroll down without flying past everything. We got Rocky Graham. I really only carry fixed blades anymore, and there are people who are fixed blades only. No, there are people who just don't do folding knives. People who do only folding knives don't do fixed blades. I like a little bit of both. I like to switch it up, right? I think they're tools. Some of the tools are more enjoyable for other things, and sometimes they're not, right? Dale Lane, Custom Knife Factory, Fief series by Philippe Georgette. Oh, is he? Wait. Is that the full black DLC little one? Oh, they were selling that at Blade Show Texas. I should have bought one. That was really a cool one. I did like that one. Is that the one you're talking about? I think, right? Rob will change his mind when he gets the wrinkles. Yeah. I like the wrinkles. The wrinkles is really cool. I handled the wrinkles thanks to you, Tyler. It is an amazing slip joint. I do like that one. I really like that one. All right. Splitting Slices. Hey, welcome. Appreciate you being here. It's interesting that the show side of most modern folders now is the clip lock pile side, clip material, inlays, milling. I've seen that. Yeah, some of them will do that, some won't, right? Like, I mean, Mini FSD is still, let's go back to the desk here. The Mini FSD is still the Timascus inlay, right? So, I mean, that's kind of fancy, All right. Kim 5000. I've had 3 pair of 3s. I just couldn't get any of them to drop shut without some blade play. It drove me nuts. I switched to the Sage 5 and finally been what I wanted. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Kim, I had that with some pair of PM pair of 3s and PM2s, but I can tell you it has a lot to do with steel and the scales. So like here's my full custom RG custom metalwork scales with my titanium CME Magna Cut, right? So I have full drop shut on that guy. And then I have I think this is the 15V, no Maximit. These are the Lynch Northwest clips, titanium scales. So that works really well. I'm just saying it's possible, but what I did is I would take extra time working on polishing the phosphor bronze washers. And there's kind of a way to do it to make sure they're evenly polished. That really helps the best. All right. We got to get to the giveaway and start talking about it. I will tell you, I have probably the knives picked out for the 9K giveaway. Just to let you know that ahead of time. I've starting to get the big 10K giveaway. I'm starting to work on that, and might be a couple of things coming in from some companies. That's going to be some grand prizes I've never given away on this channel before. So I'm kind of excited if that happens. We will see. I'll only count it once it happens. I'm not gonna count my eggs before they hatch, right? But I just want to tell you, I'm super excited about that. So yeah, it makes me happy because I know we didn't do a huge, gigantic celebration like we did at 7K for 8K, and we're not going to do it for 9K. We're going to do a small celebration. We're still celebrating, but a smaller celebration. But 10K is going to be big. That's going to be fun. All right. Other than the personal preference, what benefit of a slip joint over a locking knife? There's no benefit of one over the other. It's like telling me in certain situations, what's the benefit of a button lock over something else? For me, it's at the time, what the tool I want, what I carry. I like to carry usually 2 to 3 knives. I like carrying a fixed blade, a little EDC one. I like to carry a slip joint just because it's fun to carry. I also like to carry a folding knife. And it all depends on the day, what folding knife I want to carry, right? That has a lot to do with the day. Bama fan, what's up? I didn't say hello to you, by the way. Hello, welcome. Rob, it's 9. Rob, the 9 and the 6 are transposed. Are they really? I thought they're exactly the same. Hold on, you're pulling my leg, man. Hold on. Let's look at this. No, they're exactly the same. It's the same number. It's just upside down. That's why I looked at it when I first got them. I was pretty sure that's what Hoffy did. So trying to pull my leg. There you go. We got something here for BDC. Spyderco knives have their own system for getting perfect action. The key is adjusting the stop pin screws. Yeah, that's true too. And if you have custom scales, you do like titanium scales. Like I can tell you with Rockscale design scales, one of the tricks is don't over tighten some of the screws, because you can cause warping. And what I mean by that is some tightening on certain scales causes a flex in the scale, and it then doesn't engage perfectly symmetrically. So that's just a reality of that. You know, it's kind of like if you have a TRM knife. You all know with a TRM knife how tight you put the scale screws on the outside can determine whether you have the right drop shut action and you have blade centeredness. It does impact it. And if people didn't know that, you can't just tighten it as hard as crazy and it just thinks it's going to work. Josh 33025 Spydercos, some Spydercos, it matters where your thumb is on the knife when you disengage the lock and it will drop shut. Oh, there you go. Rocky Graham, thank you, appreciate it. Split Slice says, hey, King Kim, don't ever be embarrassed or shy, especially at the knife show, to ask someone to demonstrate a knife. That's the greatest place to learn and show how it functions, features. Absolutely, I agree. They work well. I just can't spend $85 for a titanium one. There you go. All right. Okay, how far are we at? We are at. You guys are talking about something else. All right. Tuning Spydercos can be a headache. I love them though. It can be. Sometimes they tune so beautifully and sometimes they don't. I will tell you some of the easiest Spydercos to deal with, the steels that I've had the least trouble with, and it's been pretty consistent amongst different brands, different like PM2, Para 3, Sage, Manix. If it's the same steel, like S110 steel, MagnaCut has been really good, and Maximit and Rex 121 have all been really good, and 15V have all been really good steels for me, where I can put them almost in any scale as long as they fit well in the scale. They're not being pushed in and warped into the scale. I have no issues with them. So, all right. All right. So this week, I can't even remember what, where's my phone? Here we are. I don't even remember this. This week's gone by so quickly. It's been literally, I'm trying to remember what did I look at this week? Oh, so we had the flashlight. Yeah, we did some reviews from some other stuff. I checked out the slip joints. We finished up the Poi Kilo knives. We did the HMC. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's really it. There are some things coming in. Oh, we talked about the slip joint. We did talk about that. That's all I can talk about for now. I did tell you about some of the possible giveaways. I can't give you details until it happens, right? Because I'm not committing anybody to it. But from what the conversations I've had, I'm pretty excited about it. So that's going to be really cool. What else? Yeah, I think that's about it. Let's get to the giveaway. Any questions for you guys? All right, so I'll just go through what I have here on the table. I do have my wonderful skull from Hoffy for my hedgehog, which is always a favorite to use to cut open boxes with. I almost feel like I might have to make that my knife opening box thing. I don't know. I still haven't really decided if there's going to be one knife that's always going to open a box or not. I don't know. That feels like a big commitment for me, right? All right. The HMC is really fun. I really like this knife. I know some of you guys may not be fans. I get it, but I really, really like this knife a lot. Really big fan of that one. Pair of threes, Bodacious. Big fan of the Bodacious. I really can't wait till they come out with a, one that's like a, premium steel kind of thing. A little fancy steel. Love my brown knives. I'm going to put these in the case just because I don't have room for them. So let me do that. My Skiff is always a favorite of me. I love my Skiff made blades Fugitive. Still probably very much has a special place for me in my heart as far as this one, because I don't know, it just has action that never dies. It's just perfect every time I carry it out. Of course, my little Rosie, my little Silver Surfer here. So that's always fun. This was my first kind of real getting into custom mid-tech sort of stuff. And the Hog House, definitely recommend this one. I think this is just a fantastic knife. And then I have both of these, the Rob Johnson's. This is the Cypress, and then this is the Cedar. And I really love the plain tie. I know he does some great anodization stuff, but I like plain tie a lot. And the Mojave. This is the MP17. I'll just say, I'll leave you with this one hint. That's all I'm going to say. This might be for sale in the near future. I'm not going to tell you why or why not, but this might be for sale, just so you know. Anyways, my favorite Sebenza, because how I've got this tuned, really love the large Sebenza and the inlays. Of course, if I'd known about J Dizzle beforehand, I would never have waited so long for the twill carbon fiber, but now it's here. My favorite TRM, Adam, this is my Mike Erie special hollow grind. This is a custom, so this is considered custom work. And if you know anything about Mike Erie hollow grinds, he does a lot of hollow grinds for a lot of big custom makers, Protect, a lot of their show series stuff. So this is just a really fun knife for me to have in the collection. Of course, here's my RG Custom Metalworks, full custom scales, pair of three with, this is the Magna Cut with the really beautifully high polished satin finish. Then we've got the frame lock, a little Neutron here too, which is just a fun little knife. Really, really like this one a lot as well. So there we go. And then of course we have our Eclipse, my one hinder that's in my collection that stayed the course of time and I still like and still really enjoy. It's probably my favorite hinder of all of them because it just fidgets well. And of course, here's my CTX HP XHP Spyderco Shaman that dropped recently, and these are the Rockscale Design scales with a G10 CME with the bronze and the green anodization. I love the colors here as this comes out. And my absolute favorite all time and my oldest smock in my collection, one of my oldest Spydercos, is my Shaman Blade Ops LMAX exclusive. This thing has tuned so perfectly. Look, it's barely touched the corner. I'm not flipping or anything. I can flip this. Matter of fact, this is how tuned it is. I can reach around, flip this thing. Look here. Wait, hold on. Well, I got to get my finger out of the way. But anyways, now I'm doing this, trying to do this for you guys. Here we go. Anyways, I could do this for you guys, but it's just really, the action on this thing is just ridiculous. It feels like it's a absolute intentional front flipper kind of knife. And I'm stacking them up a little bit high up here. All right. And then we've got, this was my Blade Show Texas 2024 carry. This is my Magna Cut DLC with the Burple anodized scales. I carried this around at Blade Show, Texas. It was a lot of fun. Still love this knife. And that action on that has been, drop shut ever since. Just beautifully dead centered. No issues whatsoever on this one. So that was a lot of fun. All right, that's some of the stuff for the week. I'm going to move the numbers off. All right, any questions about that? Yeah, everyone's watching. I know, right? It's like, I'm probably not able to do some things because people watch. Where's my mouse? There we go. All right, so Fred the Lug is in here. Hey, Fred the Lug, welcome. Todd Carr, I don't know if I said hello to you yet. Welcome. I sold my Mojave because the lock bar pressure was too much. Just didn't work for me. So I got to tell you, Fred the Lug, so the new Mojaves, if you didn't know, and I was talking about this earlier, they put jimping on that, and they've actually, I think they're going to a flat ceramic ball, but the jimping on here absolutely takes care of that. This is what they should have always had. So when I open and close this right here, I have no issues with this with the jimping, and it was too smooth, right? And so I don't know if you saw, I actually put this. It took me quite a while because it's like the first time. If I was going to put it on a knife at this caliber, I wanted it to be perfect, right? So, but it's so worth it. It was just 3 little jimping lines, and really made this like night and day as far as the ability. And I can put my finger here. See if you can see this. Here's my finger on the scale. I can still flip it. You see that? Normally my finger would slide right off because of that. So what it really needed was some jimping. And if you can get that, it totally is worth it. And that's why the new Mojaves come out. They have jimping on them. And I think they've also tuned the detent a little bit better because they've improved that. So exciting. I think so. But I hear you. I want your bronze shaman. I know anytime, sometimes there's certain knives I know when I show, I get offers. And I some things are not for sale, right? And so I just say no, thank you. And then if I was even to entertain the idea of a sale on something, some people, I don't know if they understand what it's worth, right? What it's worth to me, if it's in my collection and I don't really want to leave it for my collection, it has a value that I determine what the value is, not the offer, because it's worth this much for it to stay in my collection. That means that's what the knife is worth to me. And I'm not letting it get out of my collection otherwise. Right. So I say that not in any arrogant way. It's just when people do make offers, I've gotten those, and sometimes they don't understand that. And they think I'm trying to play hardball. And I'm like, no, I'm just telling you, this is in my collection. It's going to stay in my collection, and I'm not selling it. If it were to leave my collection, this is the only way I'd ever consider leaving it for, because this would allow me probably to get something else. That's the only way I would even consider that. I mean, there's some knives I don't even consider that. That's not even on the table at all, period. So, all right, let's get back up here. I needed to thank for the super chat. Fred, I did that with a Hawk, never touched my hands before it was on to the next over. Just not my style. Oh, I've done that. You get knives and you're like, oh, this is not for me. Love my transient, especially since I designed it and did all the milling with Jim at his shop personally. Oh, did you really, Fred the Lug? That's freaking cool. That's pretty cool. He was on vacation with his wife and family this week, and so he didn't get back to me till Sunday when he came home, and so he mailed my screw today. So I hope I get it in sometime this week, because I really like this. I definitely Loctited everything on here, and I know some people are like, it's G10 and whatever. I understand, but to me, this is absolutely worth it to me. So I just haven't carried as much as I wanted to, because I'm missing the screw. I just want to get the other screw in it. So anyways, all right. What were we talking about? I think that's it. Okay. All cool knives. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. OCD for EDC. Yeah. If you haven't checked out OCD for EDC, definitely check him out for his stuff. Oh, he's got a T-Prof sharpening system. Really? I wasn't expecting that, but hold on. I didn't know he was selling T-Prof sharpening systems. That's pretty cool. Oh no, he just got links for them. Okay. All right. Very cool. All right. But definitely get your CMEs there. That's compression made easy. I put them in all my compression knives. Now, I have seriously thought of at some point of if I had the know-how, the milling capability to get a small drill bit, drill a screw through, then mill it for the channels of the screw threads, and then put a small flush screw in there, kind of like what they do in the smock. I've thought of that. I just don't have. I don't have the manufacturing expertise to do that. But I thought it would always be cool. Kelly O'Neill, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Good luck, everyone. Happy Easter. All right, so here we go. We've got a couple of knives. This is a fun one. You saw the video. We got a kazoo here. We got a couple of coins, RNK 8K and 7K. You're also going to get a Ultim lanyard bead. Also going to get a Crispy Donut community Team Drew. All right, put this over here. And then we're going to do, so if you didn't know, Crispy Donut community is now Daily Knife as far as YouTube is concerned. They had to change names. Can't go into details, but they just had to do that. And so that's who they are now. That's why all the Crispy Donut community stuff is kind of going away. So there's that. Their new knife company is called Voyage Blade Works. They're actually doing a fixed blade drop right now, a Kickstarter thing. I don't know if it's still going or not. I signed up for it. Got some Civivi patches, Rockscale Design. If you're wondering, those anodized scales are Rockscale Designs. I'm going to save some of these channel stickers. We'll talk about them at the end. We've got Blade HQ here. We've got Off-Grid Knives. Let's throw a couple of Rob stickers on there. We got Zug Monster. That's who I use, by the way. And then we've got Wee Knife here. Zug Monster. If you're looking to buy stickers, like you have a channel or you just want to buy lots, wait for the sales. Don't pay full price. Wait for the sales, and they're really good. I only buy them at the sales, and I usually buy anywhere from 500 to 1,000 at a time. And it's not that expensive if you wait for the sale. Trust me, really isn't. Berg Blades. That's thanks to Hoffy. Then we got Vosteed there. Got a Wee Knife over here. We've got a Chavez sticker, Sencut, and a Civivi. Got a Growler sticker as well. And then we have a few channels here. So I'll start going into the channels here. So we have Weld and Carry. We have Rick's Knives. Okay, you can see that. We have Tactical Terry 79. He became 1931 Leatherworks. So this is 1931 Leatherworks. He is the gentleman who did my leather slip, the first one, first of two that I've ordered. Actually, I've got another one coming in at some point. I know it's been shipped. I can't wait to take a look at it when it gets here. So then we got BEDC Texas Blade Show. That always makes me feel like I don't know how to do stickers when I see these, because these are so good. And then we got BEDC, his regular one. We got Crow's Woodworks, Crow's Blade and Woodworks. We have Mad Yoko right here. Another Rob sticker. We have MPG EDC Meredith. If you haven't checked her out yet, definitely go check her out. And Bluminati Ninja. One of the last few stickers from Bluminati Ninja, but I think he's sending me some more, so we'll have some more stickers from him and his wife probably. So a couple of Rob's Nerdy Knife stickers. So the first giveaway knife, if you're ready for this, Grizzle Bear. I have not gotten yours yet, Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting. That's the one I'm waiting for. It has not come in yet. It's been in, and it sometimes happen. It's been in Dallas for four or 5 days now. So I know it should have been here already, but it's been sitting there. That's what happens sometimes. So today is a super duper fancy gas station knife giveaway awesomeness that was given to me, and I thought I should share it with you guys. And the only reason why I'm even allowed, because it works. It does engage the lock. It's not broken. If this was a broken knife, I would never do this, but ready for it? Are y'all ready? You ready? Ready? Oh, look at that. Look at that big old hawkbill. You ready? Made in China. Look at that beautiful anodization. That's just a heat treat. It's just fire. But look at that. You got that tactical loop there. That means you're tactical, right? It's got the top blade down kind of clip thing, whatever you want to call it. I think that's a glass breaker. we'll just say sure. It has got a couple of standoffs, some nice little T6 screws. And this is the Snake Eye Tactical. Snake Eye Tactical. Watch out. And this is 3CR13 steel blade. You know, China's basic stainless steel is 7CR13 or 7CR14, right? That's their basic steel. This is 3CR. So it's like half as good. So don't get it wet and don't expect the blade to last. So this is the fun one. This is just a fun one. It's assisted. Just so you know, it's an assisted blade. Keep that in mind. So wherever you live, be aware. So you just push it a little bit and it pops open. But look at that. Makes you feel like, you know, commando or something, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, that's fun knife number one. All right. And so the next knife is, this is a cool one. This is the Maximal. This is a CJRB Maximal knife. And I don't know if anybody knows who that is. I can tell you who it is, but does anybody know who that is? B Shady 22, appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. Adam Carlson, what's up? What is CS2 in that? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Spine whack it. No, I'm not spine whacking anything. I don't do a destruction. You're welcome to do destruction test if you want on your knives, but until the winner gets this knife, I'm not doing that. Hey, and oh, by the way, Paul, I might, and all you guys, it's a crossbar lock. Your favorite knife in the whole world. Look at that. Now, does anybody know who designed this knife? Yes. No, not Ben Peterson. Think of Knife Center. That's right, Split and Slices. David C. Anderson. This is David C. Anderson's knife. It's designed by CJRB. It is ARPM9. It's a $49. It's a $50 knife. Green micarta canvas, micarta scales, steel liners inside. There's some weight relief on that. 2 standoffs, reversible clip. Got a drop point. I would call this a drop point. I would not call it a clip point, right? But maybe a super, super slight recurve on there. I couldn't quite tell. I kind of feels like it is, but it's not. Anyways, you sharpen enough, it'll go away. But I can get full fingers on there. For me, I choke up a little bit and just a little bit of room. It's a small one. It'd be a great gift knife for maybe a young person, child, or maybe a lady or somebody, or maybe a friend's first knife or something like that. My wife likes these types of knives. That's why I say that. But it is crossbar, so I get some of you might not be big fans, but it'd be a good gift knife, right? So there you go. And this one actually has 2 settings in there. There's 2 spots where you can increase or decrease the tension of the crossbar lock. It's not like, it's like the Able lock that they have in Kaiser where they have the 4 or 5 settings. This one has 2. You can't do 5 because that'd be a direct copy, right? All right. Sharif would call it a clip point. So, you know, there are charts on this stuff, and clip point is officially, according to all I read, was a clip point was like a shorter version of a Bowie. I don't agree with that. I think clip point is when you clip off the front of it. This drops and it has a ramp here. I would disagree with that. To me, this is closer to a drop point, but the Blade Police, you can call it whatever you want. Feel free to call it whatever you want. You are welcome. As with normal, any color kazoo that I have available, and I'll sign it if you want. If not, no worries if you don't want me to sign it. This is not an 8K or 9K giveaway, so you don't get the super fancy kazoo. That's the special kazoos for the big giveaways. I have those, right? But you do get a regular kazoo. And I'll have these with me at Blade Show Atlanta. I'll have them in my backpack to give away if anybody wants one. I gave a few away to some kids when I was at Blade Show Texas. Is it a modified clip point? It's a modified clip point. We can call it a clip sponto, reverse tanto, Warren, sheep's foot, Nessie, Bowie, Persian, flatback. I'm just kidding. I have no idea. Just call it a whatever. I'm just trying to make fun there. All right. It's a drop clip point. Bowie wannabe modified. So there you go. All right. That is today's giveaway. One's fun, kind of crazy, wackadoodle. I thought it would be fun to throw in there, you know, and look at that. It is assisted. So watch this. If I just barely go see how it just moves all by itself? It's here. If you didn't know, let me show you. Right here. See that? It actually bounces out. And it locks. And it does engage. It does engage. The lock does work, which to me is, it had to in order for me to even give it away. I would not give you a broken one. Rob, did you get a Hawk Tuya Talon? I guess so. Hawk Tuya. Yeah, it's a southern friendly one, right? There we go. All right, green is my favorite color. There you go. Green canvas micarta, which is nice. I will tell you, the material is pretty nice. I do dig that. I think this is a nicer canvas micarta. CGRB does a pretty decent job on their micarta, I think. For a budget blade, it's pretty good. All right, any questions about that? That's tonight's giveaway. I think it's a nice little budget banger giveaway. I know it's not 8K worthy, but we're a weekly giveaway. I don't have unlimited funds, so I try to make sure it's something nice and fun. Hopefully you enjoy it. At least something maybe you could give away as a gift if you don't keep it for yourself. So there you go. So the rules are, real quick, if you just joined us and you've not been here before, basic rules, right? I'm going to go here. Let me go to the video. I'm going to go over here real quick. That's not the one I want. I'm going to go over here. We're going to open this up. So here's tonight's live stream. Make sure it's on mute. Okay. So here how it goes. There's a link up here for the giveaway video. It's also in the description down here. This is the link as well. What you're going to do before you leave is you're going to click on the link. You're going to leave a comment. Make sure your comment is PG. YouTube filters will filter out your comment. I won't see it. Comment picker won't see it if it's not PG. I don't know how many comments are there now, but if you've said something that YouTube says, oh, that's not good, right? It's going to filter it out. So I just want you to have best chance to win, right? 1 entry per person. If you leave more than one comment, more than 1 entry, I'll filter out the extra ones, just so you know. I would avoid emojis. I've yet to see anyone win with emojis. People tell me they've won with emojis. You do you. If you want to do emojis, go for it. But I have yet to see in my live stream anyone win with emojis. And when that happens, cool. But I've yet to see it, and I want you to have best chance to win. So in the live stream, emoji away. But on the giveaway video, I'd avoid them. Lastly, you have to be present to win, and you have 60 seconds after I call your name. And then, then you're the winner if you're here, right? You got to be 18 years or older. You have to have a USA shipping address. I don't care where you live. I just have to ship to the USA, whether it's a proxy, a friend, whatever. You can do something kind for someone. You can enter for someone if you don't have a USA address and you don't live in the USA. Welcome to enter on behalf of someone. I'm totally cool with that. Either you or the winner has to be here, right? And we got to verify it somehow. The other thing that we have to do is also, you have to be present to win. What's the other thing? Okay. When you're the winner, you contact me by email and you provide me what you won, your username, your YouTube username, your name that I'm shipping to, the address I'm shipping to. When you do that, by contacting me, you're acknowledging that you adhere to your state and local knife laws, right? This is an assistant. So just be aware of that. If I can ship there and that's okay, fine. If I can't, you need to let me know and you need to be aware of your laws, right? And then finally, you have to verify who you are. I'm going to reply to you. I'm going to say, hey, do this to verify who you are. Super simple. If you can enter the giveaway, you can verify. That's the rules in a nutshell. It is really that simple. I just want you to know that, but we got to do that. Kind of how it works. As the channel grows, we get more and more people. This is the way to ensure the winner actually gets their prize. All right. So let's look at it. Let's look at the video. First of all, if you get a chance, hit that like button if you haven't already. I do appreciate it. It does help the channel. I know it sounds stupid. Everyone says hit the like button. It really does. The algorithm is real. It's, we're all trying to help the channel grow. And by you hitting the like button, it helps. It really does. I appreciate it. I really do. So if you get a chance to do that, appreciate your extra click there. The other thing is, here's the links. I'm going to go down to the description because I want to show you something. So if you're new or if you didn't know, I have links here for discounts. So like we were talking about the original goat scales, 15% off if you buy using my coupon code. It does help the channel, but man, it's a good deal. It's a really good deal, right? Skiff Caged Bearings or their thick washers. You can save 10% on that purchase as well. So definitely consider that. Rockscale Design Scales, RNKRSD. You save 10% on those scales. I think there was an Easter weekend special. It might still be going on today. That's 15% off. So if you've been thinking, look for that. BladeBinge Shop. If you buy anything new from the BladeBinge Shop, Paul, I'm going to get to you just 1 second. 10% off using RNK10. Fair Monster. They have an affiliate link there as well. Any knives that they're for sale. I really do like their stuff. I mean, it's great. Chinese OEM. I think reasonably priced, good quality knives. I like the Aurora Rays is my favorite, the one that I have. And then the Divo Knives, anything new, any drops that Kevin and Sean have, definitely go check them out. RNK10 helps the channel. It does, but it saves you 10%, just like if you use Lefties or anybody else's other coupon. If you happen to think of me and you're shopping over there, cool, thank you. If you already put in Lefties or somebody else's, that's fine. I don't care. But I do appreciate anybody who does remember, happens to put my name in. So thank you. And then White Mountain Knives, I really don't get anything out of this. It just saves you 10%. Definitely recommend it if you're going to shop there. Saves you money. Buy more stuff. And then down here, these are affiliate links. They still are active, still valid. So if you happen to go shopping anywhere on these sites, it doesn't cost you anything extra. It helps the channel out. If you happen to go shopping at DLT, Blade Binge, pre-owned shop, not the new shop, Blade HQ, Blade Ops, GP Knives, Knives Ship Free, Polish Customs, Kaiser Knives, Artisan Cutlery or CJRB, Wee Knives. I don't know about that. They're kind of expensive, but to be fair, I realize that. Vosti Knives, they're usually pretty good. Ocaso Knives, they're pretty good. Remit Knives, they're really good. James Brand, I only have that because there's one knife I want to buy, and someday I'm going to buy it, and I want to get the discount on it. I've yet to do it. I'm looking for the super sale one of these days, but I'm going to buy it. And then that's it. So that's, save yourself some money. And then what we do is we click on the giveaway link. We go there. This is the giveaway video. If you haven't already, maybe also hit the like button on the giveaway video too. I would appreciate that. But before we do that, I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to thank Paul Mills for being a member for 17 months. Make sure I didn't skip anybody before him. Bradford Mitchell, I did. Obstacle Illusion, Europe is only place for slip joints. But Bradford Mitchell, I missed. Bradford Mitchell, no. Are you serious? What the heck? How far back? Oh, no. How far back? Okay, I got to find it. I have another filter. Let me go there. All right, Bradford Mitchell. I can't believe I did not celebrate this. The Spyderco Papara. Oh, let me try that again. The Spyderco Papara has a DLT dealer exclusive. What? Squirrel. Sorry, Spyderco Capera has a DLT dealer exclusive in CPM 20 CV. So it has been done in something other than S30V. Is it available now or was it done? Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to look for that. Okay. Thank you. That I would do in a heartbeat. Yes, I would. Okay. Thank you. Bradford Mitchell, you made my day there. That's really cool. Thank you. All right, let me give you a kazoo salute. Find my kazoo here. All right, so here we go. I just got all excited. Bradford Mitchell, my kazoo salute to you. Thank you for that. Something different. Maybe not musical, but thank you, man. Appreciate you. Wow. That's really cool, man. You kind of made my day there. That's I always love finding stuff like that. That's little things like that. It's kind of exciting because they have scales for the Capara too. Rip's Garage Technology makes some really nice scales for that, and that would just be even though it's got beautiful, genuine carbon fiber twill scales, and they're not the peel ply. I still would love to do the titanium scales. Anyways, I just think it's cool. All right. Then we got Paul Mills, member for 17 months, a nerdy knives enthusiast. Kazoo me. Yes, I will, sir. Absolutely, I will kazoo you. Let me just put my other kazoo down and get prepared for this. Here we go. Paul, appreciate you. 17 months. took a little extra oxygen, putting a little extra notes in there. Okay, there we go. But thank you for being a member for 17 months, Paul. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Whew. Oh, sorry, I got to go back over here. And there we go. There we go. All right. I think I caught up. We got Burnt Relic. Everyone's saying Fook Doozle. Is Fook Doozle here? I see everyone's saying Fook. So hello, Fook Doozle. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Polywog Apocalypse. I don't think I said hello to you yet. Hello, Kelly O'Neill. Did I say hello to you? Don't remember saying hello, but if I didn't, hello. If I did, well, hello again. Ryan Ellis. I think I said hello to you already. I'm pretty sure. I think that's everybody. For Mark. Oh, Mark Grant. Wish everyone luck. Mark, appreciate you being here. I don't know if I said hello to you, but hello. All right, here we go. I think that's everybody. All right, so I'm kind of caught up. All right. BS, by the way, hello, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Thanks. The 20 CV is out of stock. Well, we should, if you wouldn't mind joining me in this crusade with me, or this adventure, this journey, would you all go to there? And we got to get the link for it. Every one of us go and get on the mail, be notified of the drop. If we all say, hey, we're all looking for it at the same time, maybe they'll have enough interest and they'll say, we have to make some more. That's what I'm hoping. What do y'all think? I think that'd be kind of cool, right? William Hornbostel. What the fook? Okay, there you go. Hi, Rob, too. I was flipping the Balisong trainer today. Guess what? I still suck. I still suck, too. I have 2 of them. I got to reach out to them. They gave me a couple. I have yet to find time to work with them. And I feel like I should ship them back to them or ask if I can give them to somebody else who actually knows Balisong and maybe have them do some exposure with it. I think that would be fair. So I'm going to talk to them because I just feel like I've let them down. Anyways. All right. So we're going to go back to the giveaway. So here is the video. If you haven't had a chance yet, this is where you want to leave a comment. 1 entry per person. Got to be 18 years or older. If you leave more than 1 comment, I'm going to filter out extras. Make sure your comment is PG. I would avoid emojis. The best chance to win. Got to be present to win. 60 seconds after I call your name. I have to have a USA address. I don't care where you live. You could do something kind for someone and enter if you're in another country or just want to enter on behalf of someone. Either you or the winner has to be here. And then you have to verify after you get your name called and we confirm that you're the winner, and you email me. By emailing me, you're also acknowledging you adhere to your state and local knife laws. Keep all that in mind because tonight's giveaway includes 2 knives. One that's a fun, crazy, wacky doodle knife. It is this Hawk Talon, but it's assisted. It is an assisted knife, which means it has, let me show you, a little spring on there. Okay. So just want to make sure you're aware of that I can ship it to you. Right. So keep that in mind. All right. So that's tonight's giveaway entry stuff. But before we do that, I see we got a couple of folks who just came in and noted that they are, let's see here. Got Sharp Guy ATX, member for 14 months, Nerdy Knives Nut. Are those rules official? They are official rules. They are indeed the official rules. Mike Kazoo, salute to you. Thank you for 4 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Appreciate you. Sharp Guy ATX. All right, then we got Mark Parks, member for 19 months. Oh, I'm going to catch my breath. Whew, here we go. Nerdy Knives Uber Nerd. Man, appreciate you, Mark Parks, for being a member for 19 months. Did I miss it? Did you read the rules? I did. At least 3 times now. At least 3 times. I know everyone loves hearing him 4th time, but I did. So Mike Kazoo, salute to you, Mark Parks. Thank you for being a member for 19 months. Man, I appreciate you and all the other members out there. All right, here we go. Ready? Polywog, how many kazoos do I have right now? I have 6 that I actually use on air. As far as giveaway kazoos, I have probably about 100 kazoos over there that go into the giveaways. Those are the inexpensive ones that I include with the giveaway. Then I have the milestone kazoos. That's nicer kazoos. Those go with the 8K, 9K, and 10K giveaways. So I have a lot of kazoos. And I'm honestly on a hunt to find a titanium kazoo to be the ultimate kazoo for the channel. That is my hunt. Love to find one. All right, here we go. I don't want to sneeze. Okay. Here we go. Mark Parks, thank you for 19 months. If I don't pass out. there we go. Caught my breath. All right. So there is an electric kazoo. I don't have one because I would have to plug it into my amp and it'd be way too loud. My family would kill me. I do have an amp and I could plug it into it, but they would all kill me. It'd have to be a day stream or something. Might even have the neighbors call me. Who knows? Bert Relic. Funny that his son texted he dropped a white kazoo in the toilet by accident. No, he didn't. Not my kazoo. I have two. I have an 80 20.5 and an 80 20.5 shark cup. Matter of fact, probably. Here's the one I've had all along. This is my 20 CV shark cup. It's Rockscale Design Scales. I highly recommend these. He does a little extra cutout. You see this right here? This little part right here? There's extra access to the lock bar. I can get my big old meaty fingers in there. It's much easier to get into. So I really like that, especially for the, it's like on the regular Rockscale Design scales, they stop right there. This one has this extra room and a little deeper. So that makes it really nice, especially because it's thinner right there. So I really appreciate that. And I also have the Rockscale Design scales on a little 80 20.5 shark cup. The shark cup here also has the extra cutaway here, and that's a little thinner on top right there. You see that? See how that's a little, come on, zoom in here. So you see how it's a little thinner on top? I can get my finger in there and it's much easier to work as well. So if you have big old fingers or bigger fingers and you're like, this is not as comfortable, because the shark cup was always my biggest beef was that it was hard to get into. I always felt like they needed more room. Rockscale Design solves that problem because these are linerless. He gets rid of the liner, so he's not limited by the liners. Not only are they linerless, it makes them lighter. This is way lighter than the original 80 20.5 shark cup. So it's lighter. It's even thinner in some ways. And that's not thinner, actually. It's exactly the same thickness because he just replaced it with titanium, but it's much lighter. And you have that access, which makes this actually very reasonable to work with. So if you ever had issues because this was just uncomfortable, I actually had a shark cup before and it was really uncomfortable and I ended up getting rid of it. This works so nicely right here. Highly recommend that. So that's really nice. Do recommend that. Rockscale Design. Those are the ones for 80 20.5 and 80 20.5 shark cup. I highly recommend these. These are definitely worthwhile. RNK10 RSD gets you 10% if the Easter holiday weekend special is still not going on. I think today it's still active as of today. So you could save 15%. Go save some money, man. You know, use the 15%. But if it's gone, you still save 10% using RNKRSD. So that's the coupon code, right? All right. Those are the ones I do recommend. All right. So let me scroll down. All right. We got Michael Upchurch, member for 8 months, Nerdy Knives Nut, about to close on my house May 2nd and hopefully win this giveaway. You the man, Rob, and good evening, everyone. That's cool, man. Well, congrats on the house. I hope it's a nice, smooth, easy closing for you. That's super cool. That's super cool. All right. So you're at 8 months. So you get the trombone kazoo salute for that. Appreciate you. Let me get that going. Here we go. My kazoo salute to you, Michael Upchurch. Thank you. Thank you, Michael Church. Appreciate you. Hey, tonight we're winging it. I'm just throwing out tunes. I'm not saying I'm playing music. I'm just throwing out musical things. How about that? We won't call it music. We'll call it musical stuff. If Delaney was here, he'd be like, "Don't quit your day job." Oh, I know. All right. Clinglio. Oh. You're speaking, I don't know what language you're speaking there, but it's interesting. That sounds like a particular language that I might have heard before. Anyways, okay. Rob's got an amp. Does he play the guitar? I do. I play the guitar. I'm not very good, but I do play the guitar. I do have a Martin. So yeah. And it does have electric feed and electric pickup on it. So there you go. I really like the extra access to the lock bar. I should get those scales. Oh, it's absolutely worth it. Absolutely. This is why I've not gotten rid of this. This has stayed in my collection. This is my workhorse knife for that very reason. This is the most comfortable workhorse knife. You can't even tell. I don't know if you can see the scratches on there. Do I have any permanent ones yet? I don't think so, which is really crazy because their heat treat must have been really good because I've not gotten any. I'm looking at it. It's dirty. There's definitely tape and junk on it, but it cleans up really nice. Stays really clean. The action's really great. And I love the fact that I don't have the thumb studs on this, especially for what I do with this. I cut through a lot of cardboard and I'm cleaning stuff up, and thumb studs sometimes get in the way as a push cut, right? So this is a really nice type of blade for me with the hole like this without the thumb stud. So it makes it a really nice work knife. And it has that little indentation there, which is really great when you're pushing a cut. You're really trying to get through some big, thick cardboard or cut something. So this is a fun, it's just a very comfortable work knife, and it works really well for me. So, and yeah, so I really, really dig it. Is titanium harder than tungsten pound for pound? I know titanium is lighter than steel and tungsten is like 10 times the steel or something. So pure titanium in its form of itself is not as strong, and it can corrode pretty easily. So there's different grades. That's like grade 5 titanium is much more corrosion resistant, but a grade of titanium, grade 23 titanium, it almost can polish up and have almost like platinum jewel like properties. It's just really gorgeous. So, but that's a very high end, different titanium. So there you go. All right, Paul, I might member for 18 months. Okay, we got to get back to the giveaway. I got to celebrate some folks here. I know it's heavier. I was just curious. Yeah, definitely heavier, but there's also alloy versions of them. So that's interesting. It would depend on how they're using it and who's doing it. So definitely different versions. I do know zirconium is a heavier than titanium, and it tends to be a little, it tends to be, depending on how it's made, tends to be tougher, right? In some regards. So there we go. All right, let's go ahead and celebrate. Paula Might, member for 18 months, Nerdy Knives enthusiast. I hear Rob plays a mean skin flute too. A skin flute? What the heck's a skin flute? You talking about the Scottish throat pipes? Okay, I'll go with that. All right, here we go. Oh, before we go, I see somebody celebrating, congratulating Dada's Outlaw. What he goes? Congrats, Michael. I'm closing my house. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Very, very good. Sorry, I thought I saw something else. Oh, I'm also finalizing my divorce. Well, even the Jewish rabbi said, for the sake of peace in the home, sometimes that can be best. You don't want it to happen, right? No one does, but sometimes it can be the better than the alternative, right? And I understand that, it happens. I'd rather have that than anything else, right? So there you go. All right. So here's my kazoo salute to you, good sir. 18 months. Paula Might, thank you. Catch my breath again. Trying to be original is takes more oxygen, and it's not good. It's just original. Okay, that's what we're going for. I understand the limit of my ability here, and you guys can hear the limit of my ability. The titanium shark cub is amazing. Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially with the Rockscale designs. I recommend these scales, especially if you got big meaty fingers. I'm telling you, I can deal with this one without killing my finger and my fingertip. Because I'm not using just my bare fingertip, that all I can get in. I can get my whole finger in there, use my whole finger, and it's very comfortable. So I do recommend that. The hardest element in my meat after hearing, the hardest element is my meat after hearing a Rob Kazoo solo. I can't believe I read that. Okay. I'm gonna go on. Ghost Keeper. Anyone else get the MBK Wolverine today? Oh, Monterey Bay Knives. Wolverine. Smaller than I thought. It would be like I thought I would like it a lot. I have smaller hands though. Oh. I thought it smaller than I thought it would be, but I like it a lot. Helps to read actually the words. That's cool. No, the Wolverine. We'll have to look at it. Remind me to come back to it if you wouldn't mind, please, because I want to take a look. But we got to get back to the giveaway. How did you keep a straight face with that, Rob? Because I didn't realize what I was reading. When I read when I realized what I was reading, I had to try to stay straight faced so I wouldn't give it away that I just said what I said, not realize what I said, but I didn't realize what I said until I said it. So I said it. Yeah. That Shark Cub with those scales is awesome. That's cool. I gotta get this up. Paul, for real. I can't say that. But it's good though. That was good. It's good, but I can't say that. There we go. All right. It's a Sabertooth's younger brother. Oh, okay. It is sold on the. Is it sold on the? It is sold on the MBK website. I want to go look at it. Does anybody have the link they could post so we can go there? And instead of me having to look it up, if you have it, that would be cool. I'd appreciate that. Hoffy, no, but I did get the Sabertooth. Very nice. Oh, so you got the bigger one. Okay, you got the larger one. That's cool. That's the tungsten twister. Well done. Stop with the skin and flute and jokes. He might have a stroke. There you go. All right. I'm not gonna read the whole thing there. Rob's Nerdy Knives is a real nerd. That's cool. Oh, I'm all nerd. What you see is what you get. It's a genuine article. No act here. Yeah. If an actor wants to study on how to be a nerd, they can watch me. That'll help them. I'll help them out. Both are sold out now. I want the Sabertooth also. Oh, that's cool. I'd love to see what it looks like. So if anybody has a link, that would be cool. Wolverine, Sabertooth Wolverine. Someone is an X-Men fan. You'd think, right? For sure. All right. Oh, Bradford Knives. Uh-oh. Rocky Graham. What do we got here? What do we got, Rocky? Okay, I'm going to take a small little squirrel trip here. That is a nice one. That is nice. Yeah, but so here's my thing, Rocky. When I spoke to Bradford Knives at Blade Show, Texas a year ago, he said he was heat treating his Magna Cut to 5960. I was not cool with that. I don't know if he's changed that since. I hope he has. Does it say? Please say it's changed. What? It has. That completely changes Bradford. Completely changes it. That changes everything. Everything. I had eliminated them. I didn't. When I was at Blade Show, Texas this year, I walked by his booth, didn't even stop to look at his knives because what I remember the last time I spoke to him, I was talking to him and his wife, and they were like, "Yeah, that's perfectly fine." And I'm like, "Really?" And I was like, "Okay." And they were out of the question. They were out of the question. Wow. That is amazing. 63, 64, Rocky. Okay, I may be in a fixed blade focus now. You could help me out. I like carbon fiber. I like the texture, and I need a Kydex holster. So those are the two things that I need in a knife. And it has to be small, EDC friendly. I've got a couple of big fixed blades that I would carry camping and stuff, but I want that small EDC type. Like my Dread Eye, my Tactile Knife Company Dread Eye, my Blackbird Blades Grackle fixed blade, my LTL from Luft USA, what else do I have over there? I can't remember the name of the other one. That's terrible. I'm not remembering the names of all of them. Anyways, so Rocky, thank you. Thank you for getting me all out, totally out there. Rob, check out the new Buck 104. I've checked a couple of Buck knives out. I have. Unless they change things, I got some new manufacturing processes, new designers. They're gonna have to really, really, really sway me and woo me in. That's a hard sell for me. I'm happy to be wrong. Absolutely happy to be wrong. If anybody owns a Buck and you think it's absolutely outstanding, it compares to some of the knives, I'm willing to check it out. I mean, I love checking out the 110. That was a classic, and that was cool to check out because it had history. It was nice to check out, and Tyler allowed me to check him out, and so I really appreciate that. That was historical, right? That was really cool. Rob, you will really like it. SC Monkey. Are you talking about where'd it go? Yeah, Lee Ward. But did you see they're doing 63, 64? I just figured, man, you can't be selling fixed blades at that and think it's okay. Unless the person I spoke to was completely wrong and she had the wrong information. But man, I'd been going for a year by that and I had not even considered them. They were out. Every time I saw Bradford, I was like, nope. Don't even want to look at them. And if it was wrong information that was working at the desk, maybe she didn't know. I don't know. That would be a bummer. That's the kind of information you don't want to share and be wrong about, because that'll not. Well, it was his wife, and she seemed to know a lot about the knives, and she's done a lot of the interviews for the camera. So that's like, I don't know. That's like saying we don't do micarta scales. I don't even know what micarta material is, and half their knives are micarta, right? I mean, you would look at them and go, what? It's like, oh, Bradford knives, we don't do leather sheaths anymore. We don't believe in leather sheaths. You don't get a sheath with this knife. I mean, that'd be like crazy, right? So anyways, I could imagine she might have misspoke, but I was very clear. All right, so here we go. Gabe Harlan, congrats to the giveaway winner. Yeah, I got distracted. Rocky totally got me distracted with I'm going to blame Rocky. I'm totally blaming Rocky. He got me totally distracted by that Bradford 63 HRC. And then that other one that you talked about that I need to go check out, the Monterey Bay. We'll check that one out afterwards. All right, we're going to go back. All right, so here's the live stream. I'm going to go back. Everyone who just joined, who's just here, go to live stream, click on here. There's a link at the top. If you click on this up here, that'll take you to the giveaway video. This is the giveaway video. Leave a comment. Make sure it's PG. Avoid emojis. 1 entry per person. You got to be present to win. 60 seconds after I call your name, you got to say, I'm here. If you're the winner, I only ship to the USA. Provide me a USA address. You got to be 18 years or older. If you live outside the country, it's fine. As long as I ship to the USA, you can enter on behalf of someone else, do something kind for someone. I'm totally cool with that. As long as you are the winner, the person you're doing something kind for is here. The other thing that we got to do is you got to contact me within 7 days of the drawing, and then you have to verify within 7 days of drawing. So don't wait till the last minute to contact me. By contacting me, you're also acknowledging the adhering to your state and local knife laws, and that's important tonight because tonight you're one of the funny knives of the two knives is a kind of a wackadoodle knife, but it's cool. It's assisted, so I want to make sure you're aware of that. If I ship that to you, is that going to not get you in trouble? All right. So there we go. That's the rules in a nutshell. If you get a chance, go in here, hit that like button. I really would appreciate it. It does help the channel. It does help the algorithm. I know it sounds, everyone says that, but it really does. I appreciate it. All right. So real quick, before we do that, but wait, we've got Lee Weaver, member for 3 months. Dirty Knives Enthusiast. Rules are made to be broken. They are to some point, right? Broken in the sense that I redo the rules or something. But when I do the rules, I do it for my protection and for y'all's protection, especially as the channel grows. I really do that so that people don't think someone's getting unfair treatment. And also when I do something and I do it a certain way, people don't get mad at me for it. And when I say I can't do that, because if I do something for someone one day, then I need to be able to do it for anybody. And there's times when people aren't going to understand if I choose to do it or not. And I'm not going to be the guy who's going to get y'all mad at me just because I felt this way one day and I felt that way the other. I'm too logical. I'm too nerdy. Just make a process, follow the process, put the rules out there. It's easier, less emotion, less energy involved, less anger, whatever. It's just easier for me. I don't have to engage in the emotional aspect. So there you go. All right. My kazoo salute to you, Levi Weaver. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. All right. Let's go back over here to the giveaway. Here we are. All right. So we have 160 comments. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to make this the comment picker. We're going to get that ready. Hopefully I don't have to log in. Good. I'm set. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. We have 160 comments. We're going to go ahead and get the link for the giveaway. Right now we have 105 likes. Thank you guys. 162 comments. I'm going to get the link here. It ends in BY5D. I'm going to copy that link. We're going to go over to the giveaway comment picker. I'm going to paste that in. 1 entry per person. I'm going to see what's the total number of comments. And our total number of comments is 162. But wait, Brandon Goad was a member for 16 months. Brandon Goad, member for 16 months. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you for being a Nerdy Knives enthusiast. Why is this giveaway taking so long? I don't know, Brandon. You tell me. But thank you for being a member for 16 months. I appreciate that. And every one of you guys out there, seriously. I'm just thinking, how crazy can I make it sound? Why not? Why not? There you go. 16 beats of something. There you go, Brandon Go. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. And every member out there. You guys, really, you guys are amazing. You really, I tell you this in every video, you members are like my workout buddy. And I mean that because I love doing this. And it's just always nice to have someone there to encourage me to remind me why I love doing this, right? It's always cool. And you guys kind of, keep me going. And I appreciate that. As long as, keep having fun doing this. I love doing this. And then the other thing is by your generous support, I can check out knives, cover the cost of shipping, keep doing the weekly giveaways. And I'm really grateful to every one of you out there. And the members we do a once a month members exclusive giveaway. It's better than the budget banger. Last week we gave the Gecko Custom Sikore light away that I got at Blade Show, Texas with an extra set of scales. That was pretty cool. It was a nice little giveaway. So there we go. All right, here we go. Going back to the giveaway. Let's go ahead and hit refresh. We have 163 comments. We're going to go ahead and hit the share. Thank you for all the likes. I appreciate you guys. But wait, just for 1 second. We have James Alton, member for 4 months. Nerdy Knives Nuts, been lurking, but haven't heard enough kazoo. One more time. All right, you got it, James Alton. Appreciate you for being a member for 4 months. A Nerdy Knives Nut. Thank you. Did I not click it? It didn't pop up. There we go. All right. I thought I clicked it and it didn't pop up. So James Alton, this kazoo salute is for you. Thank you. And then we got a gifted membership. I got to get back to that one. So here we go, James Alton. Thank you for being a member for 4 months of Nerdy Knives Nut. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right. Whew. I took a little oxygen out of my lungs there for a second. Oh, God, I forgot to breathe in or something. We got Albert Creed with a gifted Rob's Nerdy Knife membership. Thank you, Albert Creed, for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Let me give you a kazoo salute and a thank you for that. Thank you, Albert Creed, for the gifted membership. And it looks like Fred the Lug was gifted a membership from Albert Creed. From Albert Creed. Fred the Lug, make sure you thank Albert for the gifted membership. And Fred the Lug, welcome back to Rob's Nerdy Knives members. I believe you've been a member before, so welcome back. My kazoo salute to you, Fred the Lug. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. I think I'm caught up. I am. Thank you for the gifted membership, guys. You guys are amazing. So appreciate you. All right, going back to the giveaway. So let's see here. We have at least We have at least enough time. Let's see if another person got a chance to enter. Who knows? Go ahead and hit refresh. We had 163 entries. 163 entries. So we're pretty consistent now. So we can go ahead and get going here. All right. So we got AHE5. AHE5 is the link. I'm going to go ahead and go over here. We're going to hit refresh over here. Go to the top. We're going to go in and paste in the address. We're going to go down here, get our count. What's our total number of entries? But wait, we have 163 entries, which is cool. But real quick, we have Level On Up, member for 13 months, Level On Up, a nerdy knives enthusiast. Thank you. Look what I can do. You can indeed. Thank you, Level On Up. Appreciate you. Here we go. My kazoo salute for you. That takes a lot of oxygen. I got to remember that. Those low beats sound, I think they sound cool to me as I'm hearing. I don't know if they sound okay to you. I can hear them. I don't know if you can hear them, if it's picking up it well, but trying to be different for you guys. Make it a little fun, Hopefully you're having fun. I'm having fun. So I appreciate it. All right, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and hit the refresh. Let's see. Maybe that gave enough time for one person to enter. No, that's not what I want to hit. I want to hit the refresh. We had 163. Let's see if 164 maybe. Another person got a chance? Nope. So we're good. We're pretty consistent. So we should go ahead and do the giveaway. So ZMGHT is the link for tonight. We're going to go to the giveaway. I'm going to go up here and hit refresh just in case someone left and someone unentered and then someone entered. I want to make sure the right person has a chance, right? So we go ahead and get the total number of comments. We have 163, 163. All right. We'll have another giveaway next week, for sure. And then there'll be a May giveaway, obviously, for the members giveaway. So we'll be talking about that in the near future. But right now, that is it. So thank you, everyone, for tonight. Appreciate you guys, those who could hang around. Sorry for those who had to leave. I appreciate you. Come back next week. We'll do some more. And we'll hang around, talk knives after this if you want to hang around. If you guys got to go, again, thank you. Thank you for all the members who continue to support the channel. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate that. And good luck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And the winner tonight is, drum roll. I wish I could do a kazoo drum roll, but I can't. BS by the way. Hello, BS by the way. Are you here, BS by the way? Did you hang around? BS by the way, you have 60 seconds. I think you're here, but I'm just going to start the timer to be fair, because there's some people who want to make sure I administer the rules the same way every week. So BS by the way, if you're here, he didn't enter on behalf of anyone. Maybe he's listening in the background. Maybe he's laying in bed and he's listening in AirPods or whatever. If he is, and he happens to hear this and rolls over and types in, says, I'm here, you're good to go. If you're already asleep and you don't hear this and you turned off your phone, we will wait the 60 seconds and then we'll draw again. All right. I'm going to look for the name. BS by the way. Make sure that live chat. So yeah, that's everyone here. So he has another 25 seconds or 20 seconds to go. Yes, by the way, if you're here and you're in bed, you heard this, you're rolling over, just type a letter, just say me, whatever, 1A, anything. If you're here. Oh man, I'm sorry you had to go to bed. All right. All right. I don't see BS by the way. BS right here. That's BS. I know. I'm sorry, man. I didn't see BS. Anybody, if anybody see it? I didn't. Yeah, someone called BS. Literally, if you have his number, call BS. Or we can call BS because he didn't win, right? But there we go. I call BS. All right. That is more than 60 seconds. I try to hang out a little bit just in case. All right. Well, that's a bummer. We'll have to redraw. Sorry, BS. All right. We're going to go down here. I'm going to pick another winner. And we're going to go ahead and click start. So good luck to everyone. Ready? So we're going to do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. The winner is now, drum roll, please. Whatever. Dazzle D. Moo. I like that. Moo. Dazzle D. You are the winner. Dazzle D, are you here? Are you here? I never got a chance to say goodnight or hello to you this evening. So if you're here, you were just probably listening and lurking, which is fine. I totally dig it. As many times I go on a live stream and I just listen in. But if you're here, please just say me, I'm here. You have 60 seconds. I've started the timer. All right. So we're waiting for you just to say you are here. You just got to say who you are. Say, it's me. I'm the winner. Yo, yo, yo. I'm the winner. Is it Days D? Is that you, Days D? So let me confirm that, because your name that you see here may not be the name on here, but I'll go to your channel. I will confirm that. And on your channel, it is Dazzy D. Dazzy D. What was I saying before? Days D. Okay, Dazzy D. Maybe it's Dazzy D. If I only learned how to read. So Dazed D, you are the winner. Congratulations. So I have 2 questions for you. 2 questions for you tonight. First one is going to be, put the name up there for just one more second, and then we're going to go to, let me grab the email address here thing. Hold on. All right. So, what I'm going to ask you is, what color kazoo do you want, and do you want me to sign it? Now, if you're going to give the kazoo to someone, a small child, you don't want them to have any Sharpie marker on there, or if you just don't like Sharpie marker, totally cool, right? I offered to sign it. It's just another way for me to say thank you. If you don't want me to sign it, that's fine. But don't have to sign it. But if you'd like me to sign it, I would love to sign it. So just let me know, okay? And what color? I have all but blue right now. I need to order some more because I'm down to my last 60 kazoos. I know that sounds crazy, especially when I had like almost 300 kazoos, because I gave a lot away at blade shows and stuff. So just, you know, so I need to know, what color kazoo do you want, and do you want me to sign it? Go green. And did you say sign? Yes, sign. Okay, so let me get a green one. Be right back. Give me a second. My office is, I've got the cord going around over here. So here's the green one. All right, so I'm going to go back to the desktop. So green kazoo, and I'll sign it. All right, so congrats being the winner tonight. Here's the email address. Anybody who became a new member tonight, if you've never gotten a channel sticker, anybody who became a member, you celebrated your 1 year, or if you celebrated your 1 year recently and you haven't reached out to me recently to get your 1 year card, because I do. And I've mailed some out last week, and I'm mailing one out this week. Someone just emailed me today about their 1 year anniversary. This is a sample because this one got bent, so I just use it to show it off. But I have these cards. I Bluminati Ninja lasered these on a piece of metal, and I write with a pen that's a metal color like silver, and I just say thank you, thank you. It's my way to. It's kind of a nice way to say thank you and appreciate you for being a member for a year. Like a little extra special card. So I do that for all the 1 year channel members. And I got to figure something out for 2 years, because we got some people hitting 2 years here, I think next month or the month after. So I've got to come up with that. So that's going to be pretty exciting. So we got to do something special for that as well. But if you haven't asked for this yet, and you're actively a member and you've been 1 year, I would love to send that to you. But I do need you to email me with your name and address. Don't assume I have it. Just send it to me like I don't, because I may have had it and I don't know where I filed it, or I may have deleted it, or I may have put it somewhere I can't find it. So if you would like that, just email me. And if you're a brand new channel member, or a member that became a member, were a member before, and you haven't gotten a card yet, email me. All right. So, but Days D, email me here. I need you to send me your username that you have in the channel. I need you to send me the name I'm shipping it to, the address I'm shipping it to, what you want. That's the 4 things I need from you in the email, okay? And then I'm going to reply to you. I'm going to ask you to verify who you are. I'm going to give you some steps, some screenshots, copy and paste exactly what I ask you to, and do that. And then they'll confirm. And the reason why I do that is because, like, after last week, there was almost 300 comments in the giveaway video. And if I go through each video looking for your comment, it takes me, well, I had to look through four different comments. So that took me, if I did that, I've done it before. It's taken me 45 minutes, 30 minutes to 45 minutes, depending on how it loads, how slow it goes, or if I'm kind of tired and I misread and went right by it or something, right? So if you do that, I can find your comment super quickly. All right. So I appreciate it. That's it. That's it. And then you're good to go. I'm going to pack this back up. We're going to hang around, talk some knives now, but I'm going to leave the email address out here for now. And then I'm going to pack this up. So congrats to Days D. Anthony Roth, welcome. Hello. Appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here this evening. Jason's heading out. Anybody who's heading out, I appreciate you guys being here. Jason Carl, good night. Thanks for joining. Anybody else who has to head out, got to get some sleep and what have you. Thanks for being here tonight. I do appreciate you guys, genuinely. So I'm always humbled that everyone's here hanging out. Now we're going to talk knives. We'll talk about some of the cool things. So I'm super excited about three things coming in. I can't quite talk about them, but I can allude to them. How about that? One I can allude to more clearly. One I got to wait on. And I don't know how long it's going to take to ship. So that's another story. We'll just leave it at that. What is this to? Oh, that's this knife here. Yep. All right, we're going to pack this up. I got to make sure I sign your kazoo after you verify your address. I mean, your entry. So if some of you guys ever wonder, why do I make everybody verify? So if my son, who's been a member of my channel since I first started, because he supported me on this whole channel thing, he's actually had a membership to the channel since I first started. That's the son who encouraged me to start the channel, who's going to go with me to Blade Show Atlanta. We're going to hang out there. He is the one who he's been a member since I first started. He's been supporting this channel since I first started. And so that's a really big deal to me, right? And so he could win one of the giveaways, but I'd still make him verify. That's my whole point. Because there are some who come in and they want to make sure I treat everyone fairly. And that's the point of the rules, so that you feel like I'm not showing favoritism to someone over someone else, right? Because that's the worst kind of feeling. You come in here, you follow the rules, and then somebody comes in and they don't pay attention to rules. The rules don't apply. And no, it's kind of frustrating. And I don't want people to feel frustrated. I want you to come here, feel like everyone has a chance. I want everyone to have a chance to win. I want everybody to ever feel like you don't have a chance to win. You know, it's just a random pick of the draw. That's how you win in this one here, right? All right. So I really enjoy this knife, by the way. It's HCM, the transient. Yeah. All right. Put the two Rob Johnsons together. So Bradford Mitchell, Rocky Graham. I got to go look at that Bradford Mitchell again. That totally blew me away when I saw that. I love being wrong when it comes to something like that, or I love for it to have changed when it comes to something like that, because I'm pretty sure. I know I'm 100% sure, because I asked her about it. I questioned her. I said, "Are you sure about that heat treat? I mean, did you guys intend to choose that?" And I mean, we talked about it quite a bit, and she was 100% telling me that's what they chose. So unless she was thinking she was talking about a different steel, which I don't know how that was even questionable, because everything we discussed was real clear. But I mean, you're right. Could it happen? Yeah. I mean, I guess it could, but it'd be very, very unlikely. That's all I'm saying. Just be very unlikely. So I'm gonna put this right there just in case somebody needs the email address. All right, let's go down here to the comments. All right, so I'm catching up. All right, so I got everything back on the table. All right, congratulations. Hi, everyone. Anthony Roth, man, appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining tonight. We're just hanging around. We're going to talk knives now. We just did our little giveaway here. We're going to kind of chit-chat a little bit now. Rocky Graham, this is the other knife I bought, just different color. All right. Squirrel, right, Rocky? Squirrel? Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? What? I like that handle. What the heck is that handle made of? Is that I like the hexagon. It's resin. So is that aluminum or something? What the resin's poured into? What the hexagon pattern? What is that? Hold on. Does it say? Come on, where is it? They call it Abyss Caged Voodoo Resin. That's cool. Let's look at that. Let's zoom in. Hold on. Let's see if we can zoom in. Can we zoom in? No, we can't zoom in. Oh, but you can flip through it. Oh, I like that too. Yeah, I just can't do leather sheath. I can't do leather sheath. I don't like leather sheaths. It's not that I can't. I don't like leather sheaths. I don't. It's just every knife I have a Kydex sheath on there, or I don't have it. Except for my dad's knife. It's 100 years old. That's the one exception, but I don't carry it. It's a safe queen. It's my one safe queen in my collection. I'm the unluckiest person ever here. Been trying for almost 2 years. Kevin Smith and Knives. Or you could have been the one person who won 3 times and was not here all 3 times. That was, I felt so bad. Man, I felt so bad. Drink Water lost one night. He wasn't here. And then he finally won after he did that. But yeah, so Kevin Smith and Knives, I would love to give everybody a knife or win. I just don't have the money to do that. And so the next best thing I do is give everybody a chance and try to make it as fair and possible for anybody to win. I don't like to stack the books or stack the chances for or against someone. So, there you go. Wayno, good night, man. Appreciate you. Hoffy, good night. Peace out. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Appreciate you guys being here this evening. Thank you. Cicero, diagnosed chronic insomnia 25 years now. You're stuck with me, Robbie. I know. We hang around here. We talk a lot, don't we? That's all right, though. That's what we're here for. I'm here listening while I make some burgers. Oh, that sounds really good. I didn't eat dinner yet. I'm kind of hungry. I got a bowl of something in the fridge I got to heat up. But that does sound good. All right. Dale Lane. Bradford used to be adamant about doing their Magnum cut at 59. They had stated it often. Okay, I was right, Dale. When I was there at Blade Show, they said that. They were just very clear about that. And I was like, I looked at him and I wouldn't be rude. I just kind of looked at him and asked, okay, I got to tell you, hold on. I'm going to zoom in here. So what I did tell him, I said, I was like, are you sure 59, 60? Are you really sure about that? Are you positive about that? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And when I looked at her and they had LMAX, I was willing to look at that because the LMAX was reasonable. It was around 60, which to me that's okay. I walked away. I was like, I was done. I mean, I really like the style of their knives. They have different blade shapes that are perfect EDC blades I like to carry. And I think Rocky has showed me before where there's some people who make Kydex. Rocky, you're going to have to share with me that link again for the one who makes the typical Kydex holsters or sheaths for these Bradford knives. I hope you still have it. I know you don't do Kydex, but for me, maybe for me. But that's cool. That's cool. That's nice, McRanger. I agree with you. Burnt Relic. I think I'm going to chase dragons and have, or something. Have fun all. Man, appreciate you being here, Burnt Relic. You have a great evening. I bought the Stargazer resin one on DLT. Oh yeah. Bark River only offers it. Okay. John Takamori won twice and wasn't here. Actually, John won 3 times, Rocky. You weren't here one night. He won 3 times. He's actually won 3 times. Yeah. He is the luckiest, unluckiest winner of all on my channel, who's been called 3 times and I wasn't here. Yeah, that was crazy. So I think he might have finally won. John, are you here? Was it John? No, it wasn't John. I'm sorry, not John Tagamori. John Tagamori wasn't here. The other one I'm thinking about is it's not John. It wasn't John. It was somebody else. Who was it? That's gonna bother me. I can't remember. Sorry, I got all confused. I hear for free appetizers. Yeah, there you go. I'll play for you next week and we'll get a win. There you go, Arshir. There you go. Polywog Apocalypse, send me anything leather you don't want. I'll take all that pesky leather off your hands. The only thing I love leather on my slip joints. And I have one super fancy custom leather slip joint that was made to match my hand milled, hand jigged Sultan made by Javi Garcia. That was my full custom. And the leather sheath was done by Guster Leather. And that was hand jigged as well to match the knife. And they are a set. They really look so good together. So that was the craziest thing I've done, but I will do leather. And I have lots of leather sheaths, man. I have extra leather sheaths because I like to swap them out, by the way. Because Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting I've bought from. Now I've bought from 1931 Tactical. Is it Southwest Mountain Knives? What is it? Northwest. Is it Northwest? South? Who's the other guy? Oh my gosh. He does a lot of the Jack Wolf knives, leather sheaths. I've had Doogie's Daggers. I've done a slip by him. Who else have I done? Who else? There's somebody else. I know I've done somebody else. Anyways, so I like trying different slips. When I'll do two different slips for a knife. So Kevin Smith, no, I'm not asking at all. Totally not hurting for knives. Just saying was all. I know you would, Rob. I'll be back. Okay. I just got some tacos. Got tacos. Get enough for everyone? Get enough for everyone? We need a taco knife. Wait. My wife sent me this. I got to show this to you. Okay. This is stupid, but it's funny. All right. So I have these little things, right? I got a frog because she likes to collect frogs. I got a duck. I actually got this one from OCD for EDC. Then I got this one from Ilya from Olamic Customs. This is my lanyard bead for my whippersnapper that he gave me at Blade Show. So this is, if you didn't see this is a skull lanyard bead. It's pretty cool. Really nicely detailed. He did this. It's totally creepy and something I would never carry, but it's cool. And I love it. I'm going to keep it in my collection. It's something I would never get rid of, right? Just totally cool. And then my wife gave me this. There's a card that usually comes with it. What did I do with the card? Okay, well, here it is. So, Positive Taco. I may be tiny taco. My wife's, she's only 5'1". She's very short. I may be a tiny taco, but I believe you. I believe in you. Go do your thing. Tiny Taco has your back whenever you need a pick me up. So eat that tiny taco and know they got your back and your belly for a tiny pickup. There you go. I thought it was cute. She got those for some. She gave me one, and I like tacos. So my wife's, she's little, and so it was cute. She could get away with that. Now, if like one of you dudes sent that to me, I don't know. I'd be like, okay, that's kind of weird. But my wife, totally cool. All right, so that Bradford I sent is limited run. Oh, I bet it is. It looks freaking amazing. I like that hexagonal pattern. I really want to know how they made it. I wish there was like a video. I bet they have it. Cicero, everyone's saying hello. All right, so here's your link for this Bradford. Okay, so let's take a look. What do we got? Oh, okay, there's their sheets. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go back over here. Bradford does that. So now, does Bradford make these for other knife companies? Do they do these for others? No, it's just for theirs, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know if they made them for others. A new OG friend encouraged me to subscribe to expand my horizons. Oh, Anthony Roth, man, appreciate you being here. You may have, be here and you may kind of go like, what in the world did I get myself into? What is this all about? We're nerds. We like knives. We talk about knives, talk about anything knives, right? We also sometimes make bad financial decisions late at night when we're tired and we're like squirrel. Something catches our eye. Someone tells me something's on like BladeBinge and I'm like, don't go there, Robert, don't go there. Robert, don't. And I say Robert because that's when I'm in trouble, right? It's like, if it's Rob, hey, Rob, go check it out. But it's like, it's Robert, don't go there. That's like my mom's voice in the back of my head saying, Robert, it's like I'm in trouble. Anyways, all right. Let's see here. Polywog. Isn't Chasing Dragons code for, I don't know what that is. I have no idea. I wouldn't know because I've never done that. So I'll tell you. I'm going to eat a little bit of my Pop-Tart here because that was my before live stream snack. And I'm kind of hungry. You're talking about burgers and everything and tacos. It's not the best, but it's something. So I don't like drain out of energy. Yes, that's who it was. Jim Tagamori is a guy who gave me the oxygen. Super awesome. Thank you. John Tagamori. Jim Tergalafia is the one who won 3 times. Yes. Without being here. I did send him some sticker super packs. And I think, after a while that was, I started running out of stickers because I was doing those super packs. So I had to stop because I realized that I would go through like 3 or 4 giveaways of knives in doing the sticker super packs. So I really couldn't do that. And so I try to space my stickers out to last a whole year between blade shows because that's where I really build them up. Because I like to make sure you guys have a nice assortment. Oh, the Riot GTR? Okay. Let me catch up here. I am way behind. Whoa. Okay, Mick, there is a pretty good deal in Blade HQ for $80 for 2 knives, cold steel, recon. Oh, that's pretty good. Airlight combo. Okay. Lou, I've said hi to him so many times. My phone autofills his name. Oh. To Polywog or to somebody else? Hopefully not me, because hopefully I'm replying. Is there at least one good reason to have a low HRC Magna Cut? Well, so I know everyone's going to have an opinion on this, but I know when they first came out with Magna Cut, a lot of steel makers really believed it was going to be a tougher steel. There is an argument that lower HRC makes it less susceptible to chipping and other things. I don't know. It makes it softer too, but I've also heard that it's easier to sharpen at a higher HRC. That's something else. Somebody else's people who sharpen very regularly, and they're people who do that and know what they're talking about. So I kind of tend to, give deference to them and believe them. So that being said, I think when you go below 60 or below, I feel like what's the point of doing Magna Cut? I mean, that's a lot of money for something you're not going to heat treat decently. I personally would be okay buying a fixed blade if it was at least 62. It was right at 62, 63 or 61, 62, maybe close to 62. I'd be okay with that. I would prefer 62, 63, but 60 or below, no. So, but there are some who will argue that. I mean, that was Hinder Knives. You heard about that, right? He did the Magna Cut at first. He was hitting like 60, 61. People were giving him such a hard time. He just didn't care for it. Do you know his most recent knives that are in Magna Cut? They're supposedly at 62, 63, maybe 63, 64. So that's what I've heard. I don't know if anybody's tested them yet. I'm kind of curious if somebody has tested them yet. And if anybody knows, let me know. But that's what I'm hearing. So everyone eventually gets there, right? Is that American Blade Works knife a leather slip? It is indeed. It's right here. So this is my leather slip right here. This is my 1931 Leatherworks that I got from he made. I've got another one coming in from Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting, and I like to have 2 different options depending on the day. And I like Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting stuff too. I have some other leather slips from him for, I think that's him, right? For my, I use for my, it's my alternative to my QSP Penguin. I use his or duty daggers. And then I also have his that I use for my, if I don't want my Sultan, if I don't want to carry my Sultan in that big giant Guster leather sheath, which sometimes I don't, I'll use the Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting sheath. So, cause it's a little thinner, a little smaller, but yeah, this is my American Blade Work knife, slip joint. You know what the name of this knife is? You know what the actual name of this knife is? Y'all, those of you who own one, you know what it is. It's called slip joint. This is the slip joint by American Blade Works. Doesn't get more original than that. It's the slip joint. I mean, why not? That makes perfect sense to me. I love it. I think it's awesome. I think that's like the most awesome, iconic name you could pick. I just love it. Personally, I think it's awesome. I'm loving all your tie scale Spydercos on the table. That Fibonacci pair of 3 and those blue tie scales on the pair of 3 in particular. Oh yeah, I appreciate that, man. I actually have, I have more, but wait. But wait, there's more. We want to go all Spyderco. It's not all Spyderco, but let's throw some more Spyderco. Let's get rid of these fancy knives. We don't need these fancy knives on the table. Not getting rid of them, just not on the table. But here's my other pair 3. Here's my other my PM2. Here's my Smock. Here's my Sage 5. I'm gonna move these over here real quick. Oh, I have one more over here. This is the one I want the American Blade Works scale for. I want the American Blade Works scale for this one. This is all Spyderco. This is pretty much a Spyderco fest now. We are just about all Spyderco here now, except for my Hinderer. Get rid of that. I'm going to move the... Everyone got the email address? We're all good on there? We're all good with the email address? Everyone's thumbs up? We're good? Okay. If you need it again, let me know. I'm going to put the American Blade Works over here. Put these guys back up on top. All right. So here's my 2 shamans. I have a set of scales, another set of scales very similar to this for another shaman. I just need to get the base knife for it. I don't shop on Reddit. I know you guys are like probably mad, but that's okay. I'm all right with that because I just don't. I don't shop there. Here's my probably bring this over here. Here's my pair of 3s. Let's put them all together. So here's a pair of 2s. Here's the Bodacious. Oops. What the heck? Okay, there we go. Here's the Bodacious, the Mannix, the Smock. We got Sage 5. Here are my 3 pair of 3s. It's the only 3 I thought I had. 4 pair of 3s. And I've got a couple of AD20s, 80-20.5s. So this one is RG Custom Metalworks full custom scales with a hidden hardware. Really an outstanding set of scales on this thing here. So just really beautiful. The Fibonacci Lynx Northwest with their milled titanium clip. That milled titanium clip I don't really like on anything else, but the pair 3, it does work really well on the pair 3. Another pair 3. This is my 15V. Yeah, 15V, CPM 15V. This is the Maximate. This is MagnaCut. And this is the purple anodized hardware and clip and backspacer with a CME. And this is the 15V. And the action on this one is just ridiculous. This is the one I want to get the American Weapons Technology. Once I get the scales, I want to put this one in. This is crew wear. I actually took the 15V, bought the FRN version, swapped it out because I really wanted it in that. Last time they dropped 15V, I couldn't find it except for FRN, and I didn't think there would be as much G10 as there was, which I didn't know. So that's why I didn't wait. But now I'd like to maybe get American Weapons Technology brown scales to put on this. I think that would look really nice. I think it would be really cool. And then I put a CME on there. I've actually tuned this now where I've got this no blade play, and I've got this drop shut just about with the FRN scale. And it was centered. Still, it keeps moving over to the left. Keeps going left. I get it right, and then it moves. That's the only thing about FRN. They're kind of weird. This is the Rex 121. And this is, I just recently tightened this up, so I've got to break this back in. The pivot got loose because I think I did weld something. Something was, anyways. But I carried this quite a bit. This also has the CME. I got this color to match these scales. And this also had the ghost tie clip. I decided to anodize it. It's not a great job, but it's more of a pastel sort of anodization. I didn't have enough time to finish this, but I'd like to go back and redo this. But this clip works pretty decently on this one. It's just, I want to do that again. And this is Rex 121, by the way, crazy sharp steel. Smock Rex 45 with the J Dizzle design, butterscotch micarta custom scales. Love this one. Then we got PM2, Rockscale Design, 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 Rockscale Design. Those are all Rockscale designs, right? And I've given a ton more away. This is the PM2. This was my Blade Show Texas 2024 CPM Magna Cut with the Burple anodized titanium scales with a Burple hardware and a Burple clip with a black blade. Just thought it was kind of a nice, cool standoff. This is the Bodacious scale. This is a Lynch Northwest clip. This scales with the chamfering makes this super comfortable. Probably the most comfortable. If you're going to do a Bodacious, I think these are the scales, at least right now. Now, I did see Rip's Garage Technology was something that came out recently. That might change my mind. Those look pretty amazing. All right. All right. So I don't know if that kind of answers. And then my two Manix 2s, Rockscale Designs. I did put the Flightanium cage ball lock in there with the ceramic ball. I haven't carried this in quite a while. So the phosphor bronze washers need to, you know what happens to your phosphor bronze washers when you don't carry it, right? They oxidize a little bit. So it kind of makes them not as smooth. So you got to work it a little bit. All right. So that's the Spyderco. I don't know if you wanted to see that, but show that to you. Sorry. I thought they had one, a couple of one. There was one, but it's a while ago. Is it possible to warp, braid, etc., any of the milled holes on a liner? I think so. You can over tighten. You can maybe not have your threads go in correctly. You'd be crossing your threads. What else could you do? Have the wrong screw if you picked up the wrong screw, and it could be messing something up. If one thing I did notice, and I do recommend this, is when you get Rockscale Design, his scales are really good, right? But I got one set of scales one time where the liner, and it seemed like it was more, okay, all my PM2s have been great, except for the S90V version. That S90V version, one, I could never get it centered. It had horrible action, and it was only the S90. I could move that blade to any of the other scales that were perfect, and it would mess that setup. And it seemed like it was maybe steel as it was milled or flattened or whatever. So I got one set of scales to work perfectly, but because it was so much effort, I ended up selling that knife with the one set of scales where it worked great. It worked really great, but that was it. I was done because I still wanted to move it, but I was like, no, it works in this one. We're leaving it. But once you make it so hard to get to that point, then it's frustrating, right? Because then I can't do more with it. Then I'm done with it. And like this Shaman here, I've replaced the scales on this one. This had the fat carbon red fat carbon scales on it originally. It actually had micarta scales on it originally, red fat carbon scales. Then it had the Rip's Garage Technology scales. Now it has these Rockscale Design scales. And once the liners fit in perfectly and really nicely,
I usually have no issues with centering. Mm. Well, I mean, anything's possible, but if you always reverse thread, wait for the click, make sure your thread goes in nicely, take your time, be patient, you can significantly reduce the chance. Usually when that happens is if you're impatient, frustrated, tired, not paying attention. But yeah, it can happen. I did that on a knife once. I had to get new screws for it. Totally stripped out the screws. Fortunately, the new screws still locked in with the threads. It was the screw that was messed up because I think the screws were titanium. It was a little soft compared to the liner. Uh-oh. Got another link. Let's go. What are we looking at? Ah, okay. This is the one you're talking about? This little guy? The little ball? I've seen that. It's interesting. It's a, you know, if you collect interesting knives, that's a knife to collect. Would I carry that? Absolutely not. So if I wouldn't carry it, I would probably never buy it. So that's just me, right? It is one real funky little Spyderco. Yeah. How can I say this nicely? It looks like Jack the Ripper's knife, right? It looks horrible. It's, I don't know, it looks like a baby buzzard or something, right? You Polywog, you keep adjusting because the knife out well, and then give up and call it good enough. So here's one thing I asked: did you put custom scales on it? And if you didn't, are your liners sitting flush into the liner? If you have a point where you're pushing the liner in and there's pressure, that can actually torque your liner. Once you torque your liner, that force can bend and warp the liner. It's no longer flush. And that warpage can sometimes causes. I had an issue with one of my scales, and it was a giveaway set of scales. All my other scales that I've had personally, this was a giveaway set of scales I got from Rockscale Design. And because I hadn't tried them before the winter and I installed them on the winter's knife, when I'm assuming it was the scales. It may have been the knife that I got, but I had to kind of file out the area where the scale sat, because when I first put it together, it was pushed in, it bent, blade was off, and it didn't have normal action. So it was off center. So once I took it out and I realized it was pushing, I filed that out. The scale sat in nicely, because it doesn't have to be locked in. The scale, you're going to lock that scale on a Para 3 or a PM2 by the screws. That's going to lock it in place. You don't need it to be snug and locked into the scale, right? Especially if they're titanium scales on top of the steel liners. So once I did that and it was nice and flush, I put it together. All of a sudden, everything was lined up. Action was nice. And a lot of that had to do with, like, here's the scale. And if you put a little torque, it bends it. Like, if you know how, if you bend it this way and you got pressure here, it's the counter torque. It's going to cause that bowing to occur, right? Bowing that way. You bow this way, you're going to bow up, right? You bow this way, you're going to bow down. I mean, you know how it works. There is one with a regular blade on BladeBinge. Oh, yeah. Oh. Who's going to buy it? Who wants to get that? The McBee. You know who he designed it for, right? The McBee was designed for his daughter. When she was little, he wanted her to have a small knife for her. It was absolutely designed for his daughter. And it took on. It still does well. He still makes custom scales for it. So Pack Rat, you feel it won't fit well without a little pop as everything snaps together, especially the pivot barrel. So I have a very different opinion on that, and especially when I've taken apart like 2,000 plus custom knives, and when you put them back together, and how they fit like a perfect fit. You don't have to push or pull; it just goes in and out perfectly without any sort of bending or warpage. I don't think that's the case. I tend to think when I have that, something's not right. So like 9 out of 10 times when you don't have centering on a blade, my first recommendation is when you take a knife apart, you put new skiffs in or you clean it, you put it back together and it's not centered. The first thing I would do is disassemble it, carefully reassemble it slowly, making sure everything is fitted together where it should be. Nothing's kind of off a little bit, not quite seated correctly. A screw doesn't get tightened correctly or whatever. But for me, 8 out of 10 times that'll fix the issue of the centering. If there was no centering issue before and then after, it'll bring it right back. Then the next thing I'll do is I'll possibly swap the washers. So if the washers, one might not be even. So if you polish your washers, I always recommend if you do a lot of polishing on the washers, the first time you do it, you do your count your numbers. I do an infinity. I go 1, 2, 3, and I'll do like 10, turn it a quarter, do 10, turn it a quarter, do 10, turn it a quarter, do 10. That way I'm pushing the same pressure, same even, and then if I'm really anal retentive, which I've done before, I'll get out my calibers and I'll measure how thick it is. And I'll measure each quarter to see if it's one thicker than the other, because that can also cause some of the issues. That was one of the reasons for my TRM Atom. I had an Atom that had perfect drop shut action. And if I clicked like this, it would drop every time. But I had one that if you click this, when that phosphor bronze moved around, it kept moving a little bit as you're opening and closing it. And then when it got to the part that was a little thicker and engaged, it would stop and it wouldn't drop like it would. So like you can see how it drops every time now. It drops every time. So that means my phosphor bronze is pretty even as it spins there, right? I don't have to like one side's not looser than the other. And I've noticed when I have an even polish and everything's even, that's pretty consistent. So that's been my experience. Bob's Nerdy Knives. It's not centering issue I have upon reassembly, but more so difficulty getting the standoffs and pivots to line up perfectly so that the liner slides into the standoff and pivots. What knife is it? Is it a PM2? Kyle Connors, compare how low HRC Magna Cut to higher HRC dry piercing bripping tools, then belt cutter. We'd know for sure then. Car, that's true. If the liners are done right, they should break instead of bend. I wonder if you accidentally got a clone Spyderco. I know the fake bug out liners are not heat treated. Oh, okay. And they bend. Okay. Yeah, you can. And one of the things about Spyderco liners, and you know this, Paul, and everybody else, there's always a little weld point right by the pivot that's very indicative of Spyderco, liners. And it's really hard to clone. It's one of those little telltale signs, right? So my Atom and Neutron are drop shut too. Takes patience. Well, it does unless you polish your phosphor bronze washers, right? So, which I did and got mine to drop shut action within a couple of weeks. So I was okay with that. Paul Mills, even Spyderco ones will bend to a certain point, though same with all metal. Yeah, fair. Tempest Microjet with tight tolerances. I've not been able to reassemble that knife without a bit of finagling. Yeah, that's fair. To get the scale into the standoffs. So a lot of times I have issues when you get that is I always have to drop the lock bar, the liner lock. I have to make it at a 45-degree angle. And for it to really work, you have to kind of push the
lock bar down and then things go down and it lines in, that's usually the best angle. But if you have a liner lock and it's pushing up on the blade of the tang, it's already causing some pressure and some warpage, because here's the tang, right? And here's the liner lock. It's pushing. I'm hitting here. Sorry. Let's do this. Let's say this is the tang of the blade, and here's the lock bar. When it comes up, it's hitting like this, right? And you got this. And if there's no screw over here, when it comes up, it hits this, it pulls the blade up. There's going to be a little distance underneath here, right? Right underneath where the pivot is. So it may look like it's flush, but what's happening, and it might be a 0.5 millimeter, a 1/4 millimeter, but that pressure moving up, the blade is no longer resting flat. It may be tilted a little bit. All those little things occur. And that's why when you disengage the lock bar and you kind of close it, the pressure is not vertical pushing up. That's why it tends to come together even, because now the blade is not canted. It's not slanted because of the push of the lock bar. So it's not causing an axis rotation, even though it's you may not see it. It's there. Okay. It's microscopic. It's super small. If you got like laser printers out or laser measuring tools, and you would see it, but all those little factors, all those little vortex, all those little angles, those all matter. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Wartime trying to get it all to sit flush. The TI scales aligners took some tinkering so it wouldn't have the blade play to drop shut. Yeah, for sure. Gave up last week. This week is success. Yeah, and sometimes it's best to step away. If you get frustrated, it's best to step away. I agree, because you can start doing crazy, stupid things, right? Yeah, and sometimes just taking a fresh crack at it, going through the basics, that'll work. That'll absolutely work. I agree. I got to go back and look at this. So, Rocky, I got to look at this thing here. Hold on. Bradford. So, I don't know if you answered my question. So, real quick, Rocky, if you're still here, I hope you are. I think you are. See you there. You beat up. There we go. He was responding just before, I thought. Oh, there he is. Yep. Okay. I hope amazing knife that isn't sold anymore. Oh, the little bird shot. Okay. Yeah. So he's got to be here. So here's this is the Bradford, right? Well, that's the Bark River. Okay. Where's the one that we were looking at before? The Guardian. What was the one I got to find that link, Rocky. Where's that link you sent? That really cool one. Yeah, that's the link there. Wait, is this it? This is it. Okay, it's right here. Okay. I was just looking at the sheet. That's why it threw me. So this scale right here, that's the Bark River one. So what I want to ask you, Rocky, Bark River, does Bradford, USA, do they make Kydex holsters for Bark River? Is that correct? Maybe I got the two knives mixed up. Hold on. Maybe we got Bark River and Guardian mixed up. Let me see. Magnica. Let me see what the HRC is on this guy. Please tell me. I don't see the HRC on here. Maybe it's the Bradford that I was thinking about, not the Bark River, because I think Bark River. Oh no, HRC 6364. Okay, so they are doing it. This is it. Yep. These are the guys. These are the guys that used to be 59. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm on the right page. So, hey, is Matisfaction here? Hey, what's up? Evening, Matisfaction. How are you doing? Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully, you're having a good evening. Well, congrats, Slaughteroo, on fixing your Para 3. That's always fun. Now you got to get the Loctite in there and get it just right and let it sit. Not too much oil. Get the Loctite in and be patient. Do the 12 to 24 hours. It's worth it. If you're not patient, that pivot's going to start rocking out. It's going to start moving out. But once you do that, It's such a sweet knife when it's really locked in. Yeah, Bradford makes some good looking knives. And he was just showing me they actually make the Kydex sheaths, and that's what I was excited to see. Let's see here. Let me go back. I think it was before. One more. Yeah. So they make these contoured sheaths, which is really cool. Okay. And I'm super excited that they're doing the 63, 64 HRC now. That puts them back into play for me. It really does. Yeah, they've always been good looking. But I would only ever consider, I mean, they had some like inexpensive, I say relatively, but USA inexpensive VG10 scales. I thought that was pretty decent price for what they were asking. But I'd like to get MagnaCut or 3V or something like that. But I never would consider them because, like I said, we were talking about that earlier. They were doing 59, but they've obviously changed that, which is awesome. Uh-oh. Go get your car out. Go get your car into the garage or underneath somewhere. Yeah, make sure we actually Knife Nut 69. My wife, in a major hailstorm we had here, totaled our car with a hailstorm. She was in the car. The windshield was being broken out. Glass was frying. I came out with a giant umbrella. Literally, things were bouncing off. I mean, fortunately, it was a big, giant golf umbrella. I mean, I'm talking like it was a heavy duty one. And I held it super tight and I told her to come underneath. We ran inside, but it totaled our car. So get your car inside, man. Don't leave it out. You bought my first Guardian and Manix 2 today. Very excited about that. Oh, that's cool. Congratulations, man. That is stinking awesome. Wow. All right. Very cool. Madison of the Faction Son. I now to your entry of this esteemed live stream. All right. Madison of the Faction Son. That just sounds real noble or something. I get it. I just can't pronounce it though. Bradfords are definitely quite handsome. They really are. That's the thing. That's what really made me upset about last year Blade Show when they told me the HRC, and there was somebody else. I forget who was. Sorry, I can't remember. Other people confirmed that they were doing 59. They were really adamant about it. And when I saw that 63, that's cool. That's totally cool. Totally brings them. But that also lets you know that if you go buy a used one, make sure you know what you're getting. Make sure you know what you're getting. That's why I'd be real inclined not to buy an older one. So my very first TR3 auto that my wife bought for me for our anniversary, she bought it when what is this over here? Oh, she bought it when ProTech first started using MagnaCut. This is before they met with Laren Thomas to learn the heat treat. So my MagnaCut TR3 auto, I think the steel is at 60, 61, maybe 60. And I can tell you it doesn't hold the edge super, super long like all my other MagnaCuts. Like my Mordax. Yeah. And even my new Synapse, the Vero Engineering ProTech collab. Man, those are just, they really hold up well. Happy that the Bradford is upping the HRC, but until they clear out the old stock, some get tested. I'll reserve judgment on that they're hitting those numbers. Yeah, so that's the thing. If I say Maddie likes his MagnaCut at 69 HRC, you know, Transparent Knives actually I've seen him heat treat MagnaCut up to 65, 66, even higher at times. I don't know, you know, how nice that is and how well that works. I don't know. I know MagnaCut has a pretty high range. I don't know if it starts to become like, you know, S110V or 15V or something like that, because it's all a matter of the heat process, right? Just because you get a high HRC doesn't mean it's necessarily the austenites and everything else in there are all lined up really well. I don't know enough about the science of that, but I know there's science to it because I hear him talking about it, but I don't know how it's done. To me, it's kind of like voodoo magic. All right, so now that Bradford's on the table, and I'm guessing Rocky went to bed because he wasn't giving me the keen insight. Which is the one that I saw? Was it the 3.5? Nope. It was. Come on. 3? One of these is the new one. Nope. What is the new one? Is it the 4? That's one, but it's kind of a big one. Maybe 3.2. Yeah, I think that was one of them. All right, so okay, we've got Magna Cut 63, 64. Doesn't have to be textured, but I like the idea of different material. Yeah, but this doesn't tell me the HRC like you said, right? I gotta know the HRC. This when you don't tell me the HRC, I'm like, I don't care what the scale is. I'm looking for that HRC. Ooh, that's kind of a nice color. That's LMAX. What do they got that one at? 61? 60? 61? I hope. Anyways, that's cool. Here's your chance to unsub from Maddie and get it while it's hot. All right, so if you haven't chance to check out, here's Mattisfaction. Let's see here. And subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. If you do subscribe, I do recommend you watch a short. At least go to a short, watch it all the way through, and like it. That's why I always say, if anybody starts a brand new channel, make sure you have a nice short so people can. That's a nice piece of cheese being cut there. I'm gonna like that because you're cutting the cheese. I like how you're cutting the cheese, Maddie. That's nice. Ron Dobbins, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. How are you this evening? Welcome. And miss saying hello to anybody else? I have ADD. Oh, Mattisfaction, you have no idea. I've actually been tested. I have ADHD. I have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and there's a 3-system scale for it. And I'm an overachiever. I scored a 10-10-10. My youngest son is also a 10-10-10. My oldest son is a 9-7-7, but I scored a 10. I hit the ceiling. Without being treated, you would be exhausted being around me. I used to tell about 5 stories at the same time, and I would jump from story to story, and I would not stop. And I would lose my breath regularly because I'd be talking so fast. And it was exhausting. I described it. If anybody hasn't ever explained what ADHD is, imagine having 1,000 TVs up on the wall, and there's a different show on each channel, and you can hear each channel. And you're watching each channel, and you know the story in each channel, and you can't look away from each channel, and they're all going, and you're stuck, and it doesn't stop. That's what ADHD feels like sometimes. It's exhausting sometimes. It really is. Oh yeah, that's a self-medication, right? I only drink 1 cup of coffee now because I'm medicated for it. So I take a prescription, and it almost ruined my marriage because I switched. My wife was like, "Who is this person? You're completely different." Because I went from I'm here, and I'm gone. I'm here, I'm gone. To I was always there, engaged, one subject, one topic, talking. And she's like, she felt like she couldn't get breath because she was used to when I was there. I was so there. I was like over the top, drowning, overwhelming her. I wasn't just there. And so when you back off, you give her some space, she can't catch her breath. But so she was always in that defensive mode that when I was there, I was really engaged. And so when I was now there, I was like calm, listening, following the story, waiting, reading the cues, actually seeing people react. It was weird. It was like, doctors describe it the aha moment. You kind of realize you're aware of your surroundings. It's crazy. Have I ever checked Cedric? Yeah, I've checked out Cedric and Ada's channel. He does some great testing. He does. He did the Rex 121. I love that one. He quit. On the Rex 21, he just stopped. He was done. Did you see that one? He was like, yeah. I mean, he was sore. I mean, it was like, he's like, okay, it wins. Unless something ever competes with that, I don't think he'll ever do that one again. That was hilarious. But yes, I do. I'm starting to think I may have ADD. Yeah. So it's the way they call it's attention deficit, right? But it's clinically diagnosed as ADHD. It's a attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That's how it, and you get diagnosed by a psychiatrist or psychologist, and then you also have to go through a series of analysis. They do some behavioral analysis with you and your loved ones around you and stuff to kind of understand if you're where you're at. So in order to get reference to my psychologist or psychiatrist, when I was at my doctor, because I had a buddy who was extreme ADHD. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but then he explained it and everything. So when I went to my doctor, I said, well, you know, they're telling me I should go do this. And he's like, okay. So he gave me a piece of paper as I'm in the office, face down, put it in front of me, and then turned his back and started writing. And that was part of the test, actually. I'm sitting there like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What can I look at this piece of paper? Can I turn it over? Can I, what's going on? And I would be like bugging him, like, what's he going on? And he'd look at me and he goes, yeah, you can turn it over. And he was like, that was like initial test that he does to see if, like, it was hilarious. And I like blew every one of them to, if I didn't want to get diagnosed with ADHD, I failed. Oh yeah. In school, the only reason why I got through high school was I pretty much read something and I remembered it. I have pretty strong memory. I'll just call it that. I usually, if there's an emotion attached to something, I'll most likely remember it. If there's a negative emotion attached to it, I'll absolutely remember it. So that's how I would get away with high school. In college, that was hard. It was so hard to stay focused. It's also one of the reasons why early in my career, I switched jobs so much. And I like being a consultant because I could be in one project, go to another project, go to another project. I was never stuck on something long. And so consulting is very, very good for an ADHD person. Mick Ranger, you scored a 10. Yeah, I scored 3 10s. I got 300s. I overachieved. Okay, it's not scrolling over here. Come on, there we go. All right. Yeah, that's the tough part. You already know what's going to be said. You want to hurry up, so you say your piece. Oh yeah, and you can anticipate what people are going to reply. You already see where they're going, and the thing is, and what's annoying is you're usually right. That's what gets you in trouble sometimes, especially with people you're close to, because you know you're right. I mean, you know, and they know you're right. And when they don't want you to be right, they get really mad. So it's like, it's hard not to think that through. And then when you finally learn what it is and you suddenly realize, like, I never read the cues in a room. I didn't. I just would get more intense. And it's like totally didn't read the cues. Like, okay, here's an example. It saved my relationship with my oldest son. When he was young, he would put socks. When he's in the couch, he'd take his socks off. He'd stuff them in the couch. Oh, we hated it. And I'd get so mad. And so when he was like 9 or 8 or 9, I'd sit there and give him a 2-hour lecture about what that could lead to. And I would detail everything it would go to, the decisions it could make. I mean, I'd, like, worst case scenario, you know, those books, I'd go through everything. And so his coping mechanism and why he's really good in management now, he's a very laid back person. He can take the most intense stuff coming at him and he just looks like he's like a duck. It just rolls right off of him because he's had to deal with me most of his life. And so he has incredible coping mechanisms with people intensely in his face. It's crazy. Ron Dobbins, your today's carry is your Microtech Annex. Nice. The Chevron Jan Circuitai Titanium. Very nice. Oh, you got the Zircuitai Titanium. That's nice. The Chavez Pry Bar 3G shock with the titanium pin. Oh, you got the pin too. Nice, nice, nice. The Microtech Annex Integral. Do you have one of the newer ones? Do you have the DLC or just the non-DLC? Because I saw the non-DLC at some places it's a much nicer price than it was years ago. It seems like it's more reasonable. The Chevron Jan Zerkitai. I had a one of those, but I sold it to go toward another knife. I'm sad to have sold it, but I was happy for the new knife. It's one of those purchases that someday I might like to replace it, but I'm always, I am sad to see a knife go, but when it allows me to get a knife that I really, really want, I'm happy about it. I'm okay to give up that knife. I know some of you guys would never sell any of your knives. I get it. It's not me. I can't do that. I wouldn't have enough knives, content, material to continue to keep, doing stuff. I got assigned a homeschool teacher for my last 2 years of high school. Sometimes that can be good. I actually got put in APP, Advanced Placement Program, because I was so, like, we would do a math test and I was already halfway through the book and I would be tutoring and helping the teacher. And math always worked really well for me. So, yeah. Being an occupational therapist is also a good job for it. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. I need to get checked for ADHD. Yeah, definitely. The first thing you want to do is talk to your family doctor. Tell him what you think so you can get a referral. He or she will usually do an initial. Now, some doctors don't believe in it and won't refer you. And you have to take that. I mean, I'm in the middle, right? I'm not ready to say it's a disorder immediately, just give them a pill that we're done. At the same time, there are extreme cases where you can't just say, well, try something different behaviorally, unless you go to a specific behavioral therapist. And that can take years, right? So I'm not the extreme of the two, but I do think some ways it gets overabused and people use it as a crutch. My mom never let me have it as a crutch. She, I guess back then was doing behavioral stuff already with me. I just had to learn how to adapt, which I'm thankful for. I'm thankful she didn't allow me to be a crutch, because I've seen people use it as a crutch and it hurts no one but the person. That's the reality. Dexedrine is a modern medicine. Yeah. Just like Adderall or some of the other things, right? Those are all prescription things you can, if you have a doctor, you see a doctor and they prescribe that would be an allowable medication. I pretty much went barely above SPED in high school and was barely passed, but college, I was able to focus and learn, and that's the thing, almost 99% of all billionaires are C students in high school. And some people who are experts when they go to college and they do really, really well in the specialties, they did do well in high schools because they find something they can passionately focus on. Todd Card, the old slap. Yeah, the other one, the good teachers would just send you outside to go run around, which was absolutely a great remedy for that. If you were hyper, go outside, run in a circle for 5 minutes, come back in. Amazed how well focused someone can be. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I've seen parents. Okay. So this is the dark side of this thing. And this is purely my perspective. I'm not making any calls on anybody else. I don't know anybody's history. I don't know anybody's life, but this is what I've observed. I've seen parents use their diagnosis of the children of ADHD to justify maybe things that they didn't have to do or be responsible for. I know that's very vague, but when you're really close with someone and you see the biggest thing that I know that help my kids, because it helps me, is consistency. Always being consistent. As annoying, as pain in the butt as it is the biggest thing. Consistency, boundaries, and a means for energy dissipation, right? So you have the boundaries, but when you get into that point where they're revved up, you got to let them expel that energy. And if you could do that, you can help navigate that better. All right, so we talked a lot about that. So let's get back to the knives. I've been seeing Maddie cut a lot of cheese there. That's a lot of nice cheese there, Maddie, by the way. Enjoying your short. And then we saw this really goofy knife here, but then we found out these are 63 HRC, so that kind of opens up the whole door here as far as I'm concerned. Oh, there's also another knife maker that I thought is interesting. Let me see if I can find it. I haven't done my daily cleanup of my Instagram. Anybody else have the feed where you have to go through not interested? In the last month or two, it's been particularly nasty. And I don't know how else to put it. I tell them I don't want to see certain stuff. And I guess because I don't do it within a quarter of a second, because sometimes I'm looking at it, I'm going, what am I looking at? And I take a second to process what it is. I guess that's long enough for the algorithm to say, oh, he wants to see more of that. Yeah. No, it's more me like I'm dumbfounded it's even presented to me. So anyways, I get very cautious getting on here with you guys because I'm afraid some of the stuff I'm embarrassed even to look at. So I'm just going to let you know. So let's see. I want to find the one. There's a knife maker that I have found very interesting. I am officially still on this gentleman's books, but I'm like over a year out. And something like that is I'd love to have him build. That's just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Look at the details in the little pivot collars. Anyways, but that's one of those knives eventually. Let's see if I can find it. I'm trying to find. Oh, this is another one I've really like to get my hands on one of these days, just to handle. I really would like to get one of these someday. Just to handle. I'd love to see what Hansen is like in hand. Anyways, some of you guys may not care, but I like the look of the blade. I like the look of it. That's what calls me in. And sometimes you can tell, you say, you must be boring. Well, yeah, I probably am, but I like the look of that blade. To me, that's just really cool. But I can't find the maker. Oh, here you go. I do want to show this to you. Don't know what it's like, but look at this. What do y'all think of that? Let me make sure the audio's off. Is audio off? Yeah, I guess zoom in. That's the what does he call this one? The Nova? I think he's calling it the Nova also. It's his first custom flipper. What do y'all think about that? I like Javi Garcia's style. I know he may not be your cup of tea, but I really like his design style a lot. He's the one that his Sultan, his slip joint, it just, I like Enrique Pena, but I like his stuff more. Boring if done right, it's not boring. Yeah, just like, look at his knife. If you look at it and you just do a quick glance and you go, oh, that's a boring knife. My personal opinion is you didn't really look at the knife. That's just my 2 cents on it. Yeah. So I'm on the wait list for him. I actually got asked to be on the list for him, which I was really honored to be on. So I'm super excited. Yeah. It's kind of cool. But anyways, I just want to show you that that's down the road sort of thing. I don't know when, but definitely down the road. There's one that's down the road in how long it takes to get here down the road. Some of you guys know probably this person already. Oh, goodness. Can I find it? Maybe. Okay. Oh, where'd it go? Well, I guess I can't find it. All right. That's the problem with some of these. Anyways. That's what do you got here? Todd Carr, what are you sharing? 8010 Tonto S35VN 69 Midway US. What? What? Oh, the 8010. Okay. And you could put the what's the blade steel? Is it like S35VN you said? Right? Didn't you say it was like S35VN or something? Where's the blade? Does it say what the blade steel is? Let's look at the other side. No, it's not gonna let me focus. S35VN. That's pretty good. Wow. That's a good deal. Yeah, that's a really good deal. Especially if you want to put some original goat scales on that thing. Put those original goat scales on there. That looks really nice. Who was it? Dean let me check his out. I have a review of that knife. He got the original goat scales. When he put it together, it wasn't quite fitting. The real key thing with all Andrew Demko knives, the pins are not back and forth. They go one way only. So when you take them out, make sure you know which way's up. Because if you swap them, it's not going to sit right. So that's also true technically for the 20.5, even though it's less chance on 20.5. But 80-20, 80-15, 80-10, it's all true. Well, yeah, they're always going to put that on there, aren't they? Let me look real quick, see if I can find it in my email. I want to show you a particular maker, but I got to go to the email. Give me just a second. If I can get to that email, why can I not get to the email? Come on. Oh, there it is. I almost have it. Almost have it. Give me just a second. Trying to find it. Just trying to remember where I put it. Yes, that's it. That is it. Come on. Where's the website? Give me the link. Give me the link. There we are. Oh. Oh, you're going to be like that. It's awesome. Okay. All right. Let me just make sure this is closed so I don't have personal information showing. All right. All right. So here we go. I wanted to show this to you. See if I totally lost you because I was taking so long to look. I just bought an 80-15 a few weeks ago, but I think I think the 80-10 will go great sitting next to it. For sure. Get the original goat scales for it. They really are cool. All right, so have you guys ever heard of R&H knives? You guys heard of this guy? He makes like the Tasca and some other knives. Like this guy. Have y'all heard of him? Pack Rat, have a good evening. Appreciate you, man. What time is it? Oh, it's almost the time. Have you heard of this knife? The R&H, the Tasca? If you haven't, he is really, he's got some cool stuff. Let me see if I can find his link. So this guy right here. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of. Sure have. Knife Nut 69. What do you think about him? I like it very much. Now that's very, very nice. Polish your scales. Now, what do you mean by polishing? So what I do sometimes is I'll use a Dremel, some flits, and a soft padded. I have like about 500 padded little wheels that I could use for. Yeah, that's the Tasca. The Tasca 2 Gen 2 or something, I think it's called. So that's the really fancy one, but you can also do a build. And I will just say that like here's one already. So here's one with the RWL 34, what have you, like that. So anyways, you look kind of like up my alley in the sense of kind of style and everything. Somebody suggested I should go look at it. So I did. Let's leave it at that. But I don't know how long it takes for things to come to America. Anyways, that's one. But there is a version of this. Let me go to his Instagram. So this is a Wharncliffe one, but that's zirconium scales. And that's, of course, Damascus steel, Damasteel. That's a little crazy. That's his camo carbon, I think it is. That's really nice. This is blue carbon. That's really nice. Thought I got some other ones. Hold on. Oh yeah. What do you think of that one? Just curious. I really like the look of that one a lot. Sever 7. Oh, well, here's the thing. There'll always be a ton of knives you'll never have. What I find joy in finding knives that I've never heard of. When I think I came to a point, I don't know, about a year ago, maybe whatever. I thought, oh, I know about all the knives I could ever want. There's not many other options out there. And then you learn about some new ones and you're like, oh, some of them are completely out of reach for me. Never even have a chance. Some of them would be a possibility if someone sold them in the secondary market and then maybe they had a blemished one. I'm willing to buy it. Right. And sometimes I'm willing to do that depending on the knife because I carry everything. Right. I don't do safe queens. So what's the blue and red in? You talking about this knife here? It's in a fat carbon. It's like red fat carbon, blue fat carbon. So, yeah, I think this is just a really beautiful one. I love his Zircuti. I believe that's Zircuti. That's what he calls it. You just bought the 8010. Hey, congrats, man. That's a good deal. That is a sweet deal. A really sweet deal. I don't do a lot. Here's that cross cut carbon fiber. I like that. I've seen that before. I actually owned one in cross cut that I have the DLC Microtech Annex Integral. Oh, so you do have the DLC one. Oh, very nice. That is a cool one. That is a cool one. I owned that at one point, but it was kind of gritty. Skiff didn't make any cage bearings for them at the time. Man, now Skiff makes the cage bearings so you can replace it on the Annex. I could only imagine how smooth, how nice that is with Skiff cage bearings. Because that was my biggest qualm. It was gritty. It was crunchy, the one I had. I mean, okay, let me back up. I'm that's like such a, I feel like that's so arrogant the way I said that. I would feel like it was gritty and crunchy because I could feel it. I could sense it, right? You touch it, you feel it. You're like, I mean, it's kind of like the difference between a guy who tunes performance engines. Like if some guy's a mechanic and he works for NASCAR, you know, he's going to know how a car is running based on what he hears and he feels, and it could be off by just ever so small. No one would even know except for him. And sometimes I feel like that with Skiffs. I really do. It's almost a problem. It's almost a problem. Yeah, I would definitely get them. The 8mm cage bearings. Oh, they're really nice. I put them in the stitch that I sold to Meredith for her husband, and they love it. They love it. It really breaks in nicely too. That's the thing about Skiffs, right? You may not notice it right away, but as the knife wears in and the track wears in, it has a very consistent track because the phosphor bronze washers really lock in the bearings. Whereas in resin and other materials, there's a lot of movement and then there's more wear. It just is what it is, right? I mean, they're not bad, but there's physics, there's science there. So, I mean, it's, you know, I sold very few. I don't trade. I know some of you guys collect everything, and that's cool. If I collected everything, my God, my office would be full. I would have, we just think, okay, I'm just thinking about all the knives I've sold to make room for more knives. But let's say I never sold a knife. How many would I have right now? Not talking about giveaway knives, knives that I owned. I'm just counting them. I must have sold personal collection knives, at least 250 to 350 knives. My own collection. At least. Maybe more. Probably more. But those are the ones I can count in just big chunks of knives I've sold at a time. Oh, you saw my Jack Wolf review. Thank you. That was an unboxing. I have the review coming. I still haven't dropped a review for it yet. Oh, I could have put the pocket clip on. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Major Powell, here's the thing. You give me a knife, unless you tell me exactly what I can do with it, I'm not going to do anything, right? If you tell me, like, somebody let me borrow a knife and they're like, yeah, it's a Grail. I haven't even cut paper. I'm like, okay, I won't cut paper. The one guy, he said that to me one time. He goes, but you can cut a piece of paper. And I was like, if you haven't cut a piece of paper, why would I cut a piece of paper? And then, it was like, yeah, go ahead. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to cut a little slice of paper and that's it. That's it. Right. I'm not going to do anything else. That's the most that I'll do when you have a knife like that. Right. So, hey, Ron, don't forget to use the RNK10. Save 10% on your skiffs, by the way, if you do. Might as well save you a few pennies or dollars. Rob, different when you have a channel, though. You need the new stuff for content. Many channels rotate through constantly. Yeah, I mean, Hate Nate 704, man. Thank you, man. Wow. Okay. So real quick, I'm gonna finish Todd Cars. Yeah. Many channels rotate through constantly. I have things in my collection that I like to share because I constantly carry them. But people also, bigger channels, tend to have stuff because they're given it. Right? So they have collections from stuff they've given. Unless it's a gift to me personally, anything that's given to a channel becomes a giveaway. But yeah. And then sometimes people will just go through stuff just to have stuff. I guess that's where I'm a little different, right? It's where I'm annoying to some people, right? Because some of the stuff I sometimes will check certain things out and I know it's not going to do well, more because I'm kind of curious, right? If I was a person who constantly only reviewed stuff that I know would do well with audience, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's forced. Just me. So, but I also like to collect things. So there you go. All right. So 88704, man, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate you. Wow. All right. Hey, yo, Rob, sorry for missing the stream tonight. Had a lot of work to get done. Just dropping in real quick to lay this egg of love, man. Thank you, buddy. Make that kazoo drip, 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 drippity drip. Much love, Rob. All right, man. Hey, tonight, Hate 704. I've been doing a little freestyling in the kazoo. So this little freestyle kazoo is for you. All right. Hopefully you like it. For better or for worse. Here we go. I'm catching my breath. The only problem with doing that, it takes a lot more oxygen. So when I'm done, it's like, whew. So there you go. There you go. Kevin, lefty EDC sells very fast sometimes, but he looks at it as renting sometimes. Yeah, you know, and that's what he does. He goes through a lot. Now, the 1 or 2 knives he has in this collection that I know he still has is his Trevor Berger lefty #1, right? Right, Todd? And then the other one he has is that Custom Sparrows. I believe he has both of those still. Last that I know, those he has not. Those are 2 that stayed in his collection. Am I correct? Got that remix going. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Just for you. Just for you. Appreciate you. Todd Carr, I've bought a few knives from Lefty. Usually it gives some great deals. Yeah. And that's a nice thing. You know, some of the bigger channels, they get knives for free, right? And that's cool. I love seeing that. And someday if this channel were to get to that point where I could get some of those knives at incredible discounts or for free, I would absolutely do the same. I would extend that. But anything I usually sell, I've paid probably full price or a little bit more. Right. So there's that. Yeah, I hear you mentioned in the email, you were free to carry or disassemble or do anything as the users would. Oh, okay. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I missed that. I thought you had to clip off for a reason. So I don't know. It felt like it was a little different. Need to learn the Empire's march from Star Wars. Oh yeah. So something like, something like that. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. So that would be cool. Thinks he has singles of his Jack Wolf ones as well. Yep. I think he has one of everyone. That's the thing he likes to collect. He loves having one of each of Jack Wolf's knives. That's true. He sold his Sparrow for real. He did sell it, but he still has the TRB, the Trevor Berger, right? Because I've seen that. That's the longest knife in his collection, if I'm not mistaken. I hope he never sells it, because every time if he ever thinks of selling it, once he handles it, you always see him loving that thing right up again. The circle of life, the circle of knife. Yeah, 100%. Slaughteroo, have a good night. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hate Nate 704. Oh, did you like that? Hate Nate, did you like the little march there for the Emperor's March or whatever? Morbid Claws. I think he sold a Strix. Yeah. Okay. Oh, his pool. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Amazing Grace. So. Something like that. I don't know. It's kind of close. The Emperor Strikes Back, the best Star Wars movie. There you go. Oh, yeah. All right. Good night, y'all. Just in time. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. Y'all have a great night. I got about another 14 minutes before I really got to hit the hay. But so I did mention, just so you guys know, that I will likely be putting up my Mojave for sale in the future. Okay, I just want to let you know that. There's a reason for that. Not because I'm getting rid of, not because I'm not going to own a Mojave. I'll just say that. So there we go. So that's another thing. So is it considered buying a Grail if you're replacing the Grail? I mean, that's the question I put out there tonight. Is that considered a Grail purchase, or is it a replacement of Grail? Because I mean, I guess I've come to some point where there's certain knives in my collection that I don't want just to get the knife to have it in my collection. I really want a certain version of the knife in my collection. Right. And I don't know. I'm a little different, I guess, in what that goes. I don't get something in my collection to go over the top. I get it to enjoy it, to carry. And I really like plain titanium. What knife cases do you recommend, Major Pal? Oh, there's a couple of great ones. Nalpac is one. There's a couple of others out there. I think there's some on BladeBinge. That's another one that comes out there. That's definitely a good one. Apache cases. So Nalpac actually sells Apache cases with the Nalpac liners. I do recommend a really good liner, a good foam liner that's made for your knives, because one thing you want that what's inside to protect it. You also want it to be able to handle, like, if oil drips out, right? Stuff like that. So there you go. Ron Dobbins I got to go. Have a great night, buddy. You too, Ron Dobbins, man. Appreciate you. Have a great evening. Thank you. So good night, everyone who's hitting the hay. Appreciate every one of you guys. Yeah, Nanook. Nanook is another good one. Nanook, Nalpac, Nanook. There's another one out there, Apache, which you can get the Nalpac liners for it. Nanook. I think the cutlery. What's the cutlery site? Cutlery. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find cutlery. Cutlery something. Cutlery knives or something. It's cutlery knives something. It's cutlery. I forget what the name of the site is. Come on. You guys help me out here. Anybody know? What's the name of it? It's cutlery something. Cutlery. Come on. Why can I not remember this? It's ridiculous. Cutlery shop. It's like a cutlery shop. Is that what it's called? The cutlery shop? Cutlery shop. I think it might be called cutlery shop. Is that what it is? Oh, Neil, what are my first 5 stops at Blade Show? You know, here's the thing. You if you've not been to Blade Show Atlanta before, there's a small room and then there's the big room. The small room is just a little bit smaller than the size of the Texas Blade Show. The big room is about 2 to 4 times the size of the small room. So, and then if you're one of the early birds, those people will get there the day before and sleep overnight, because once they get in, they race to go get in line for the Grail that they want. I haven't thought about all the vendors I'm going to meet up with yet. And I'll see, since my son is going, I don't know how much content I'm going to produce I'd like to produce content, but we'll see. What I really enjoy too is the pit. Make sure if you go, be there at the pit on Friday night and Saturday night. Definitely Friday night. You want to be there for the pit, and make sure you have plenty of sleep Thursday, because Friday night, if you go to the pit, you probably won't get a whole lot of sleep, and you'll go back to bed and you won't get just a little bit of sleep, and you have to come back Saturday. But the pit is really cool. You get to meet tons and tons of people. Matter of fact, I think last year I was sitting in the pit, was talking to Knife Nerdery Kevin and some other people, and I'm pretty sure there's somebody I was talking to. He was a knife dude. I cannot remember who he was. I want to say somebody that, anyways, it's just crazy. You know, you run into people. I didn't even know who half of them were. Two of the people I was chatting with, they own knife stores. Like, what is that one? I'd have to go look. The Knife Joker. Yeah. So I ran into the guy who owns a Knife Joker. I ran into the guy who owns, and I had no idea who these guys were. We were just talking. Some of the other knife stores. So that's cool. Yeah. So the other thing is, it puts on the machete juggling. There you go. I mean, I will say, if anybody goes to the blade show, if you don't know the rules, the thing, and I think Screaming Pirate EDC, he puts them out there, but wear deodorant. Make sure you wear deodorant. Please don't skip on deodorant. Shower and wear deodorant, please. Second of all, when you go up to a table, especially custom knives, don't grab a knife unless you get permission. Especially if it's a lottery and it's in the case or covered. Do not reach and grab the knives unless you have permission. Okay? You've got to, just a thing. You may be picking up a knife that could be $1,000. That could be $10,000. I was at one table and it was a knife that won some custom thing at Blade Show, Texas. And I looked at it, it looked pretty cool. And I was kind of getting close to it. And, you know, I was just examining it. It turns out that knife was like one of them was $27,000 and another one was even more than that. It's like some of the swords. You got to be able to cover those costs. Right? So just be aware of that. Just make sure you know what that is. Hold on. I think make sure one of my other boys didn't lock out my other son here. Okay. Sometimes one of my boys will lock the deadbolt, and his son's coming home from work and he can't get in. Yeah, but make sure you do that. And then if you carry stuff, don't have a gigantic backpack, right? Don't be swinging around. Be aware of the people around. Don't stand in front of the knives if the table's really hot and people are wanting to buy. A lot of these guys, they make a lot of money to cover their costs, to make a big chunk of the money for the year. They do a lot of work to sell these knives. And if you're covering up sales, I mean, that's money you're taking from them. So if there's somebody behind you that wants to buy a knife, move out of the way. Let them get in there. If you want to do an interview, see if they have time for the interview. Maybe they're really busy. Come back at a different time to do an interview. I did that with Knoll Knives with Sean. I interviewed him after right at 5:50 or 6 o'clock. And it was a good interview. Nobody was around. So that was good. The other thing is, you're not there to haggle prices. A lot of times they have table prices and they're already discounted, right? They're already discounted. And, these guys are already wanting to move the material, put it at a good price, better than they would do, and bring cash. Bring cash. If you're going to buy something, cash is golden. Cash will save you an upcharge, a percentage, taxes, all sorts of stuff. Bring cash, pay cash, and you might get what you're looking for at the price you want it, right? So that's the other thing. What's the other thing that I would recommend? If they have stickers, don't grab them all. I've seen some people say, can I have a sticker? And they have a giant stack of stickers, like a big stack. Grab the whole thing and throw it in their bag. No. Now, I've gone to Wee and asked for stickers, and he's given me a bag full of stickers. But, he also knows, I know he knows, I give Wii stickers away for an entire year. They're always talking about Wii in every giveaway here because of them. So for him, that's an investment, I think. And that's fine because everybody gets stickers. I love that. So it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned because I like Wii knives. Yeah, the big Apache, the Now Pack. Now Pack. So here's the thing. People's like, oh, it's expensive. A Now Pack case can be $160, $200, and you're like, that's a lot of money. Well, let's say you have a nice collection. Okay, let's be realistic. What you're collecting, right? If you're collecting not super expensive knives, well, you're probably not worried about getting a Now Pack, right? You're probably doing a sleeve or something like that. But let's say you have a bunch of $1,000 knives, maybe a couple of $1,000 knives. Like my one case here for oversized knives. For insurance purposes, I could not believe how much I have in there. It's insane. But that case is about $250. That case doesn't even constitute a 0.5% of the cost of all the knives. Is it worth a 0.5% of the total value of all the knives it holds to get a case that's worthy to hold them all? To me, yes, absolutely. So it's, I don't know. If there's a hailstorm and you got a Ferrari, you're going to leave it out and let the hail hit it, or you're going to move it into a garage, right? If you have a Ferrari, you're probably not going to just have a little carport. You're probably going to have a nice garage. I don't know. I'm just saying. So the Cavell cases. All right, so let's look at those. The cutlery shop. Where is the cutlery shop? All right. What was I looking at? Sorry, I got distracted. Totally ADD'd here, guys. All right, so what is the Cavell? Is it Cavell cases? Is that what you call them? Cavell cases? What is that? Oh, that's pretty cool. Huh. I mean, you know, if you're starting to store this first knives and stuff, yeah. I don't know if I would do that. This is the kind of cases. This is the one I'm probably getting close to where I have to buy another case at some point. I hate to say it. I said I was never going to keep more than 76 folding knives at one time. Yeah. Not words to live and die by. So here's Nalpac. Definitely would recommend check them out, the Nalpac group, if you haven't. Let me go to their knife cases. Here. Oops. Where's the knife one? Categories. Well, they used to have a place where you could pick knives. Where is that? That's weird. Did they change their organization here? Huh. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find, there used to be a way to look for knife cases specifically, I guess. Okay. Why did this change? Okay. Yeah, I guess just search on it, but it used to have as category. I obviously haven't been on the website in a long time. What are you doing? Oh, there we go. So this is the Pelican V200. I used there's a Pelican, but I used the Vault cases, and they have the Vault cases. Their Vault cases are made by Pelican. They're a little cheaper. Pelican, you know, Vault is still Pelican, but you pay a little more to say Pelican. And some extra things that if you travel a lot, that's different. So like if you know those big 50 millimeter ammo cans, if you if you ever can get like go to I don't know if Cabela's or anybody that sells just the empty 50 millimeter ammo cans, you can get one of those and buy these inserts, and it'll hold like, what's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 times 4, 16 knives, right? So that's a pretty good deal. So that's one way cost effectively to go looking. But there's also, now here's the Vault, but these are the inserts for the Apache cases. This is the insert only. You have to buy the Apache cases separately, just so you know. But they're worth it if you can find a good deal on a case. The one I usually get is the Vault ones, just because it's a good buy, and I like those cases, and I already have several of them. Where is the Vault? Maybe they don't have them anymore. Maybe they're sold out of those too. I don't know. Let's see. You can get some really big cases. Definitely worth getting. And you know, like 60 case, $329. People are like, that's ridiculous. Well, think about MC. He could fill that with knives. That's one night he said how many knives he had out. I did the quick inventory of on his channel. He had over $120,000 in knives on his table during a live stream. And that was a rough conservative estimate of the cost of all the knives he had out. And since then, I don't think he's put that many knives out because I actually costed it pretty closely. I'm a nerd like that. I do finance. So there you go. Anyways, as a pocket dropper, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Makes sense. So you can get smaller cases too, by the way, Dragoon LSK. These are big cases. They're smaller cases, but I like the Vault ones. If he maybe they don't have them anymore. Did they stop carrying the Vault? That's a bummer. Come on, you can't have stopped carrying the Vault ones. Those are just a good deal. It's a good deal on a case. Oh, here's a Vault one. That's that's just the foam for a small one, but still not bad. Where are we? There's some Apache. That's the foam still. Come on. Maybe they don't have the Vault one anymore. Is that the case? Ah, get it? Is that the case? Sorry, bad joke. I guess not. Huh. Let me look under Vault. Don't like this new filter. I don't like how they navigate in their website now. I do not care for that. No, I'm not a fan of that at all. So it's a Volt V200 and a V300. I have I've had the V300 case, but you can buy the insert for that. They used to sell the insert and that together. Maybe they don't sell it anymore. That's a bummer. I thought it was a good deal. Is this the same case? They're calling it Pelican now? It is the Vault. They're just calling it Pelican. Okay, this is it right here. I don't know if you can see this. That's a Vault case. Y'all see that? That's a Vault case. So this is the case I own. I own these cases. These are good cases. I have the V200 and the V300. The V200 is not the oversized one. 40 knives. Yeah. So that's the one. I call it my smaller one, even though it has 4 more slots, right? And then there's a V300, which is probably here now. I look for V300. V300. Let me do that. V300. Oh, don't do that. No. Yeah, here it is. This is the one I have. This is my favorite one. I would get this one every time because it's enough room for big knives. It's a little bit taller. Definitely enough room. The only thing, if you have gigantic, like really big knives, like if you have the cold steel, I don't know what that giant one is, you might not fit that in here. That's going to be a little too tall, but this fits just about every knife. It's a great case. Highly, highly recommend this. I actually have that one and the V200. That's my favorites. I get nothing out of this. I just tell you, these are ones I buy. I like the quality going in and out, really sturdy. any oil. It doesn't mess up. Really good, well sealed. It's got a seal on there, an air seal. If I was to travel, I could lock it up, everything. A woman's knife for self-defense on a keychain, I would not recommend that, first off. I'd more recommend pepper gel. She should carry pepper gel as the first thing. She's not going to be able to utilize and use that knife on a keychain. There's a lot of tactical reasons for that to explain why. Unless she really prepares and plans a lot with a self-defense instructor. And then they likely would have tools they would recommend, right? Typically on a keychain, your best bet is going to be a very bright light that can blink and kind of immobilize visually. Pepper gel, which is better than pepper spray. Pepper gel is more solid. It doesn't do a miss. So if the wind blows at you, it's not going to fly right back in your face. It's more targeted. It can go 15 to 20 feet just for the small thing. We have 3 strategic pepper gel giant things in the house. They shoot up to 38 to 40 feet as straight angle. And I can shoot up to 50 sprays per can. And so if we had an intruder, my boys all know where it is when they were younger. Now they're older. It really doesn't matter, but we have it strategically located in the house for people to get to. There's like one in the kitchen. There's one in the living room, one upstairs, one by the front door. And then I have my own tactical stuff I use as well. But pepper gel and that, a pen, like a tactical pen would be even better. She could get one of those Sharpies that has a tip that's not quite a Sharpie. You know what I mean? Very Sharpie. Looks like a Sharpie, but not really a Sharpie. You know what I mean? I think would be a better tool in that situation. This is just my recommendation. Unless they really practice, work with a self-defense instructor, you're looking at something that is going to be highly unusual for them to think about how they used open. Even my wife, when she has a little Spyderco, whatever thing, I don't know what it is, a little bit Spyderco on her keychain. The time she gets her keys out, pulls out the knife, opens it up, and how she uses it, she could never use that for defense. I guarantee you, never. Yeah. So my wife just got her LTC. So she's now fully qualified for LTC, licensed to, carry a pew-pew. And she now wants to go shooting more and more. So we go to the range very regularly. Go practice. And even her sister came along who, was never really a big, she got Texified, I guess. That's what I call it. She got that Southern in her. She went pew pew, and she was like, she likes that. She's like, it's really not scary and very, very stress relieving. Yep. Yeah, I agree. Pen would be the best. There are some tactical pens for that. So, we could look those up. Anyways, this is such a really nice thing here. I really, really, really like this. So, anyways, this is the Gen 2. I like the Gen 2 over the Gen 1. So, all right. So let's look at this. Tactical. So something like this. It's a G10 self-defense pen. Looks like a Sharpie. Get different colors. This one will say Milwaukee. And that's not, so that's something. Well, I agree. But here's the thing, Neil, you've got to practice that. They've got to be comfortable. They know how, they have to be able to draw quickly. Got to practice the draw. If they're not comfortable drawing, they're probably not keeping it hot. So then you're adding 1.2 to 1.8 seconds for the slide. or the pulling back the hammer. And then if they're doing a safety, then you're adding another half a second to disengage the safety. So now you're at 2.3 to 2.5 seconds, which typically you want to be able to draw and present in less than 2 seconds, right? Most police officers who are well trained can draw in less than 2. A SWAT can typically draw in 1.2 seconds or even under 1 at times. A typical person draws in 2 to 3 seconds. That's practicing. If you don't practice, most people will take 4 or 5 seconds. And if you ever do the Thule drill, you'll realize how much distance that is and how much distance they can cover in that amount of time. You better be moving and creating space. Yes, train for stress shooting. Absolutely. That is a big thing. You've got to, so here's the thing. That is outlaw. So when I go to the range and I practice, I do 7, 15, 25, and 50 because just non-stress situation, it's not true, but it's close. What you fire at 50 in a stressful situation, what you typically would shoot at 25 is what you will fire at 50. What you typically shoot at 15 is what you're going to fire at 25. What you shoot at 7 is typically, I may have been saying backwards. So like under stress, if you're at 7 feet, your accuracy is going to be equal to what you're shooting at 15. Under stress, if you're shooting at 15 yards, your accuracy is going to be equal to what you're shooting at 25, 30 yards, right? If you're shooting at 25 yards, your accuracy is going to be equal to what, under stress, what you're shooting at 50 yards. So if you've done a lot of pew-pewing, you'll know that you can get your groupings can widely change in those distances, right? And when you're practicing at 3 feet or 3 yards, you don't even get time to aim. What 3 yards, all it is draw, present, fire. And the whole point of that is that you're able to draw and present, and you are in line on target with what you're presenting at. So your practice is not necessarily aiming at 3 yards. It's that the direction in which you're pointing is where it's going. And that's in the vicinity of the thing you're trying to acquire. Does that make sense? Yeah, Todd Carr. So yeah, I mean, it'd be considered a pocket knife. So don't carry it on airplane. Don't carry it in courthouses. Don't carry it into restricted areas. No. Don't do that. In Texas, it's like a pocket knife. You can carry it. It's not a big deal. But the same rules that apply for pocket knives. I can't go into a courthouse. I can't go into like a prison. You can't go 1,000 yards of a prison. You can't go inside certain courthouses. When you're inside a restricted area of a police station, right? There's a public area, that's fine. But once you get inside a restricted, you can't. Things like that. Yeah. So that's the other thing too, right? You got to be able to acquire. I'm not sure what you're talking about. So in Texas, there's no concealed classification for anything, except for a pew-pew. The only restriction in Texas for a knife of any kind is 5.5 inches if you're under 18. If you're under 18, you can't carry a knife that's more than 5.5 inches. And even then, you can carry it if you're with a parent and child. And even then, they can carry it if they're going to a sporting event like hunting, fishing, or something like that, and it's legal for them as well. They just can't carry it arbitrarily around. Any adult can, except in courthouses, restricted areas of police stations, things like that. But those are very clear. Those are very clearly defined for knives and stuff. Pew pews have more restriction, but then you also have less restriction in certain scenarios if you're licensed. So Polywog Apocalypse, if you call 911 in Texas just for someone carrying, you could actually go to jail. If they have their legal right to carry in a certain place, unless you put a what we call a 30-6, 30-7 restricted signage, which tells us that you're not allowed to conceal or open carry. So there's you can't conceal carry without a license. You can't open carry without a license. And then there's a 30-. Now I think it's 30-5. It's the constitutional carry. That's different, right? And so that's a different one. But you're not allowed to just, because there's people who will do that and then they'll get in trouble because they call. Now it's one thing if it has to do with intent and what's going on, right? So if you in a situation where you feel threatened and you display that you carry something, you better be the first one calling 911. That's the end of the story. You better call 911 for police. Don't just stand there and not do that. That's just my recommendation. That's the law here, right? So, but you absolutely by law can do that. Part of you stand your ground. So like in Texas, on my property, if I feel threatened, someone coming to my property, I can walk outside with a holstered pew pew by my side or my pew pew out, holding it face down to the ground in a non-threatening manner, but just walking around with it with my hand on it ready. I can walk on my property around with that, and that's totally legal. And do that. That's completely legal here. Now, if I present that in anybody, that changes the whole game. Oh, you're trying to well, yeah. If you're trying to, that's a good point, Todd. If you're trying to get it past somewhere where you're not, then you are in, and you're not supposed to have it. Like if I took that and on an airplane, yeah, that I would question that, right? I mean, that's just my thoughts on that. You're right. Yeah, so Neil, mine's always hot, but it's also in a Kydex holster that's better than any safety. But then I also practice the draw, right? That's part of your safety, part of your protocol, just like how you clear, make sure it's clear. It's not hot. You have steps you should always repeat every single time, like a robot. I tell my wife and I say, you do this slowly, methodically, and consistently. And that builds, practice builds consistency builds safety. And in the end, the consistency and safety builds speed. Speed comes as you consistently and safely do something. But practice that. So it's repeatable. It's a muscle memory. A carbon fiber bag ladder. I don't know. Where'd you see a carbon fiber bag ladder? So yeah, I mean, and as I told my wife, the whole point of the whole LTC is that my goal is to never ever have to use it, never, because I'm also aware, there's the 5 levels of your attention, right? There's you're ambivalent, you're unaware. That's the worst state to be in. You should never be in that state, right? There's a second state is you're alert. I mean, not alert. You're aware. Excuse me. You're aware. So that means you're just aware of your surroundings. You're not alert yet. You're just aware. You're looking around. Then you're alert, which means that your awareness has determined that there's something you should be concerned about. Then you go into high alert, which means that there's something, a threat's been detected, very high potential, some plan of action, some action needs to be done. You need to have a game plan, so to speak, either create space, whatever. And then you go into action. Now, action could be run tail to high water, right? Creating space. That's a fair action in certain situations. The other one could be if you have something to protect yourself with, you would use that, right? But that's training, being careful, and trying to avoid that. And when you're alert and aware, sometimes you can avoid those situations. You walk away. You see situations that you try to de-escalate or just move away from. Most of the time, bad people are looking for opportunities. And if you're unaware, you're a better opportunity for them because then you have less chance to resist. AJ Korsgadden, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. If you pull out what looks like something else, then the attacker is more likely to keep coming at. Absolutely. And that's the other thing is very intently. You also have to get the mindset that if you have that and you ever pull it out, you can't question why you're pulling it out. You'd never pull that out without the intention to use it for what it's meant for. And you have to, in your mind, think, why would you use it? So for me, it'd be protect those I love, protect someone who's being harmed, right? So I would always use it in that defense. It would be protect myself so I can be there for those I love, right? So if I felt that that was truly at that situation, that would be the only means for that. And you have to resolve yourself. If you're in that situation, you're committing to that action and you found no other way to avoid it, right? Now in Texas, if you're an instigator, you caused the incident to occur, there's a witness, anybody there can verify or vouch that you were the one that started it. No matter how it escalated, no matter who's at fault, you're going to be guilty. As the person who's carrying, you're going to be guilty. So that's why you never want to be the person that escalates. You want to de-escalate always. Hey, what's going on, Jay Korsgadden? Yeah, we probably need to wrap it up. It's 12:24. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, this is fun. We talked about these things. I shared a couple of things with you guys, so you saw that. I recommend an alpaca or a pelican case. I like those. There's lots of good cases out there. I would definitely recommend that over that Amazon case. But if you're first time buying a case and you're not really storing high end knives, once you get into knives that are $400 or $500 and above, an alpaca case just makes sense to me. It's my recommendation, or a pelican case, right? But there are other good cases out there. I would avoid the Amazon cases. These are good for inexpensive stuff. I don't see that as a long-term sort of case. Some of that stuff you got to be careful with. No, I wasn't saying Caval. I didn't say Caval at all, did I? I was talking about the Amazon case. I talked about Nalpac. There's the other one somebody else mentioned. I keep forgetting them, but they're another high-end case. I believe the Knife Cutlery Shop or whatever, they have a special case that they do. It's like an orange. It's the ones that do that orange Warncliffe pair PM2 that Tri-State Cole has. Yeah, that's interesting. So the guy who was our instructor was Captain Speed. He's retired Air Force, and he was like 88 years old, and he had 5 things on him. None of us had any idea. Older gentleman, about 5'7", wouldn't know it. He pulled out some very large caliber things, and he said, the only place I don't have one, I don't have an ankle. He goes, I'm 88 years old. I can't reach my ankles in time. It would do me no good. So, but he did ask anybody who took his class and passed that they would consider carrying, because one of his good friends was a pastor. They came out from church with his wife. His wife didn't want him to carry. He came out late at night from a church service with their offerings that they were going to go deposit, and they got robbed at gunpoint. He didn't have anything with him. Now, the question is, would he have been able to defend himself? No one knows, but he didn't have the opportunity to defend he and his wife, because they both were shot execution style for the money. And so you don't know, execution style, not behind, but in front. So they were definitely seeing who were coming at him, right? So that type of scenario, you want to at least give yourself a chance, right? So Pollywog, it's just he couldn't reach his ankles in time. That's the problem. Oh, no. Oh, so Caval. Yeah, we didn't actually look at the Caval. So hold on. Yeah, that's fair enough. So, but what happened? I got, somebody mentioned Amazon. And as soon as you mentioned Amazon, I saw the Amazon case. So I went there. So where's the Caval? Oh, there we go. They got their own site. All right. So what do they have? Oh, they have knives too. That's cool. How do I get past this? All right. Is it under accessories? I'm assuming it's kind of hidden, huh? Well, they look okay. I mean, it's better than, I think it's definitely better than Amazon, but I mean, it's definitely better than Amazon for sure. I'd definitely say it's a good starter. But my recommendation, when you start carrying, when you have a case of 36 knives, if it's worth more than $40,000 or more than $35,000, then it's worth spending a little more. That's all I'm going to say. Caval for a few knives run steel ridiculously soft. I remember seeing M3957. I don't think we're looking at their knives. I could care less about their knives, right? I think he's talking about the cases. But good to know about the knives, because that definitely will tell me don't entertain them. Thank you. I didn't like the look at the first ones I saw anyway, so they weren't quite my cup of tea. Hey, Chef Rocky, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Love to you and yours. How are you tonight? Good to see you. Sup, sucker? Sup with you? Yeah, we were just looking at cases. So, there's Amazon, which is very intro, a good first case. I think the Caval case is definitely a next level. Absolutely better than the Amazon cases for sure. Then you have the Nanook cases, which I think is, let's see if I can find them. Is it Nanook? Is that how it's pronounced? Nanook cases, I think, something like that. So the Nanook cases, they look like they might be up there with the Nalpac. All right, so let's see. Here's their knife cases. Okay, it's nice. 40 knives, 8 knives, 28 knives. Yeah, it's about the same price. Looks like it's similar in price. Now, they only have up to 40. I will say the Pelican, you can get an 88, get 130 or whatever case. So if you have a lot of knives, believe me, I know some people who have over 1,000 knives, right? So yeah, same here. I've heard good things about That's what they were just saying. They were mentioning that. Definitely. And so here's the thing. If you're on a budget, you're not ready to spend $200 on a case. I think the Caval cases would be a good, let me put it this way. I would say your first case, I would avoid the Amazon. I would go to the Caval. It's just a little bit more, and it looks like it's way better. Once you're ready to spend some big money because you have a lot of money invested in knives, then the Nook and Nalpac are two good options, in my opinion. I've heard good things about Nanook. I know Nalpac because I own two, but I've heard good things about Nanook too. I agree. Knife storage is the most overlooked thing. You get damage on your knives. They expose to rusting. If you have family members, kids, people, it's having a case and having it closed is better for out of sight than out of mind. And also it's a good place to store your stuff. So you always know where it's at. Oh yeah. Always a good set of tools is such an important thing in college. We did that with our son until he lost it. But it wasn't a super expensive case. Now, as he's older, he gets nicer tools and that's what he wants. And so now if I bought him something, I know he wouldn't lose it, but he has a different perspective on him now, right? He's older. He uses these things regularly and he knows the value of them. So it's different. And I think I remember, yeah, they have the orange one too. They got some different colors here for these Nalpacs. So that's kind of cool. I like these. These are kind of nice. It's a nice 40 size. If I ever found like a good coupon, I would definitely try one of these for the next one. Let's see, how tall are they? What's the interior? Looks like you can do, what's the height? Does it say? Height is 6.2 inches. It's not super tall. But definitely cool. All right, gentlemen. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you guys next week. Hopefully you'll be back. We'll do another giveaway, just another hangout. Like I said, I probably will know more about a couple of giveaways that'll be added to the big 10K celebration. Getting closer. Things are lining up for that. Things are pretty close to being set for 9K. I'm really working toward making 10K a big deal, right? That's a big next milestone. After that, milestones may change a little bit after that, right? But still can celebrate the little wins. But the big ones it takes time to get stuff for something like that. That's the challenge. So, all right, guys, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You guys have a great week, great evening. It was an interesting talk tonight. ADHD, personal security. It was a different type of evening. So I appreciate you guys. I hope I don't have to edit this YouTube video and because it got demonetized or something because of what we talked about. If you see part of it gone, you'll know why. All right. I don't know how the filters are. I tried to be very careful. I wasn't talking about anything not allowed. I was very respectful with the policies. So hopefully I will be okay. You guys have a great evening. Appreciate you. See you next week. Yeah. Thanks again. And we'll talk real soon. If not here, definitely in other live streams. Bye, everybody.